Max altitude reached.
Well, good morning and welcome to the third day here of the ACRA National Championship Regatta at Mountain Lake, Oak Ridge, Tennessee. You can see why they're called the Great Smoky Mountains. If you've been watching the feed coming in, our drone pilots have been loving getting up actually above this fog. As we were driving in this morning, coming up over the hills, coming into this, it just looked like a dense layer, a blanket of fog over this race course, and we were a little bit worried, but actually we're sitting underneath the clouds
Max
here.
altitude
Uh,
reached.
just gorgeous conditions. This is a day of finals all the time. The last 2 days have been leading up to this, and a little bit of sort of how this works. The finals tend to go. Um, from smaller boats to bigger boats, from novice boats towards varsity boats, from lower finals towards higher finals. Um, and the one sort of really nice tradition, or one of the nice traditions here at ACRA that we've developed over the past 15 years, um, at the end of the day, you'll get the varsity eights. You'll get the men's varsity eights first, then you'll get the women's varsity eights, and you get all of those eights at once from the E final up to the A final in the men, and from the C final up to the A final. Then in the women, this recognizes that these are the best athletes in the programs here and in the larger programs. There's always, some folks who are like, well, we think the four is important too, and it is absolutely. But the varsity eight has become at this program the event to shoot for, and we hold a balance there. But one of the ways that we recognize these athletes in the varsity eight, the best athletes in their programs, is to give them pride of place at the end of the day. It also means that no programs are leaving early. Everyone's sticking around if they have their varsity eight in there to make sure that, and so you just get this great crowd on the side of the banks of the river. Reminder: over 2,000 competitors here. Most of them, many of them, have families here. It's just a large crowd here, and so it gets quite intense and a lot of fun. I think the other thing to look at this morning, or to keep in mind this morning, is sort of the different spaces that these crews are going into the final. So some of them are sitting exactly sort of where they thought they would be. They thought they could make the A final, or they were thinking they would maybe able to make the B final, and their regatta has progressed sort of according to their plan. So everything's copacetic. There are some other athletes, some other crews maybe, who had an outside thought, maybe we can make the B final, maybe we can make the A final. Um, but to do that, they had to race really, really hard yesterday. And so you might see some of those crews come back and not be able to replicate the performance they had yesterday to get where they wanted to. So, and sometimes, honestly and oddly perhaps, you get to the A final and it's a little more spread out than you're thinking, but you're looking at the B final and it's really, really tight. So that can happen. And then the third group of folks are people who wanted to come in. Actually, there's a fourth we'll talk about. The third group generally is folks who had a plan of making a certain level final and they didn't manage to do it. So they, in the last 18 hours or so, 24 hours, have had to reset their expectations, um, figure, sort of cast off the disappointment ideally, and come back and say, okay, now we're going to go show you what we actually really can do. So all sorts of different, I mean, everyone's going to be motivated to go out and do what they can do in these finals. Whether they're able to is a whole other set of questions. One of the things I'm a little known for is having opinions. So,
Interesting.
interesting, says Eddie. I believe that the hardest part of our sport as coaches, Eddie was talking yesterday, you were talking about how we are game day coaches and not practice coaches.
Reverse it. We are practice coaches.
We are practice coaches and not game day coaches. Sorry, thank you. And there was a lot of attention played to Colorado football this year. Coach Dion stepping in and a lot of hype and a lot of all this stuff. And I got into some real hot water with some friends of mine for saying I just don't think he's a very good coach. And this was, of course, apostasy. This was not something one was allowed to say or should say. You're always allowed to say what you want to say. And I said, no, no, no. He has them going way too hot at the beginning of the season. They said, what do you mean? I said, he's got 13 games to play. Like if they're this hot already in the beginning of the season, they won't be playing well at the end of the season. And one of them came back and says, how did you know that? And I said, I have been coaching for 30 years, and our skill in rowing is to give birth to this mayfly on one day where you're able to do what you want to do. So that's what we're here to see today. See who can make things bloom on this day right when they need to. We have our first race underway here, about 2.5 minutes in. Thank you for allowing me that soliloquy, Eddie. So tell us about the race that we have in front of us.
So thank you all for joining us. The first race of the day, we have the women's Novice 4 C finals. So these athletes are fighting to earn the spot that is 13th to 18th in the nation at this event. So from left to right, we're losing them off your screen just a little bit, but we had Oregon on the lane 1 on the left side, Ohio State, Purdue, and I believe this is UC Davis. I'll zoom in a second.
Purdue is a scratch.
Purdue is a scratch. So UC Davis in lane 4, Colorado will be in lane 5, and Oklahoma State Cowboys will be in lane 6. And yes, this should be UC Davis, novice women charging ahead, leading the chevron down the course. So we've talked a lot about how the heats, the repechage, the CD semifinals have all affected where athletes are going to row. So this is the last opportunity to go down the course, and I'm sure we mentioned a lot of times, the top 3 crews out of this event go to the next final. Doesn't matter exactly where you finish. But I'm sure to these athletes, it did. They were probably comparing times all evening, seeing what it would take to get out and ahead. And it looks like UC Davis is trying to put that into action. They're closely contested by, I believe that is Ohio State, with the red unis on their port side, 2 lanes away, and Oregon and Colorado fighting for that 3rd spot, a little bit off the pace from Ohio State in both wide open water away from UC Davis. So I love the swing that these women are bringing to this race. This is, as I would expect, mostly freshmen, sophomores, new to the sport, and certainly in their first year of collegiate rowing. And they're making a great case to end their year.
They are, and you see just a nice rhythm. They get out in front. It's sort of a little bit easy to pop into a more relaxed rhythm as it's working. Their boat speed is working, but there is a charge coming up, I think, from Ohio State. I started to see them start to pick up. They're through the 1,000 meters now, and actually almost up to us at the 1,400. We can start to see them in person, and a really nice race going. Start to hear the coxswains. Absolutely here looks like
UC Davis.
UC Davis is making a charge on the outside to come up and overlapping a little bit.
So it's Colorado trying to charge up. UC Davis is leading the
UC
field
Davis
right now.
Sorry, Colorado moving up. Thank you very much. And a little bit of race. It's again the end of the season, the last shot, the last attempt. So good to sort of let all the horses run.
Let all the horses run. And UC Davis is still controlling the field here. Almost overhead shots we're seeing in this bucket in the middle of the boat. So that is those 2 oars on the port side that are side by side, not alternating rig of a boat that I personally love to see. It's novice rowing. Everyone's in their first year. It is very hard to be technically proficient under such a stressful type of situation like this race. So the blades are just squaring a little bit late, making it a little bit hard to get into the water early, but they're making the most of it. They're getting a lot of power, but we'll see if that technical aspect of this does anything to let these other crews catch up to them, because Colorado, for what I can see, A
And
little bit
Ohio
sharper.
State is making a push there
They really are.
to sort of get up in very racy right now. Blades getting in. And it looks to me like they're moving through Colorado from here with a really
I
nice
think
move.
yeah.
Or they're very close if they're not there yet. So all of a sudden, having been lulled maybe into a little bit of complacency, yeah, there we go. We have Ohio State just in front of Colorado, and the
Yep.
coxswain has seen it, and the coxswain is now calling for it. And so we're going to have a nice little race here for second and third coming down to get us started in the morning. And this is sort of what we're going to see all day, having sorted crews into their speed pockets.
A lot more close racing. Not that we didn't see that the last 2 days, but there's some races, especially in the smaller boats, fours, doubles, pairs, singles, where the lead crew, lead 2 or 3, got out and ahead and were able just to take their piece as if it was an exaggerated practice. But this is an Ohio State crew that has practiced how to walk through other crews that they're racing against. So
And you can just see they're going up a little higher, and it's working for them. And what I'm not seeing is a response.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the other crew sort of shift what they're doing to respond to what's happening next to them. And that's still maybe a slightly more advanced skill to be able to break out of your direct race plan and say, okay, in the last 400, just get yourself in front.
And with that move, or as I was about to describe, this is what they're doing. They're doing a move. They've lifted the stroke rate up. They are picking it up to a sprint. They're in the red buoys now. So now we're going to see if they can sustain that sprint or if it's something they were doing in response to where Colorado was and if it fades away. But I think
they're gone. They're going. They're in
gone.
the red buoys. It's the end of the season. They're going to lay it out.
UC Davis still laying down a fantastic rhythm. They're also going to start to lift it up to a sprint here, really just to lay down the last few or cut off the last few seconds off their time as they charge through untouched into the first place spot.
There you go. So UC Davis across the line, Ohio State with their nice move in the last 300 meters there into second. Colorado coming in third in the sea level final. So
I believe Oklahoma State will round out
15th.
Yeah, we'll round out this round out this final to earn 17th in the women's novice 4 category. So yeah, the first 4 events we're going to see this morning are all novice races. I'm sorry, Oregon, I missed you. Oregon, you came through first, and Oklahoma State is now rounding through novice events. So that is athletes, again, in their first year of college racing, most of whom at this event are going to be people who started rowing this fall. They started school, they went to a club fair, they found out about rowing, they said that's something I want to give it a try, and a lot of these schools are practicing first thing in the morning before classes, 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. Some are so lucky as to have afternoon practices, but either way, they made this huge commitment into their life, and they are at their first national championship from schools all over the country. We certainly have every corner of the country covered, almost every state except for the ones non-contiguous to the U.S. And up ahead in their first 1K of the race, we have Chicago on the left side of your screen, George Mason, Vermont, Villanova, Colorado State, and Illinois on the right side of your screen. It looks like Colorado State and George Mason are the two fighting. Oh,
Colorado State out in front, I think, there in lane 5. Hard to tell where the others are overlapped. Maybe Villanova sticking up a little bit and Mason sticking up a little bit. Chicago, maybe a seat behind George Mason. But we have, again, sort of from the first boat to the last boat, there's overlap. A little bit of open water between first and sixth, but not much. And then those other 4 crews just racing. And here we are, 3.5 minutes into the race. So this is the speed that they're working with, that they have. And a lot of good, hard racing here. There was a D final, I think, yesterday.
There was a D final yesterday
in the novice 4. So these folks have beaten people to get here. And as you look across, you just see all of all those crews racing together. Colorado State out in front, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chicago making a nice move to come up within a seat. But the other 3 still sitting there.
They're still sitting there, and I think it was going to tighten up. We've seen that a lot across this course, a lot of really great race plans where coaches and athletes, what they implement are able to close the gap later on, which I find just exhilarating about this sport. Colorado State starting to open up at least another seat that they've earned on Chicago. And what we're looking at is, if we look across at the bow of Chicago's boat across the way, where does it line up with Colorado State's here? It's lining up right now with the stroke seat, but this is a bit of a back angle, so it's probably lining up with the stern deck. So we call that 4 seats, 5 seats, or a length that
And
Colorado State has on
the
the next
stroke
cruise.
seat looking over, because he sees all this. You keep seeing these bow balls charge up in between in lanes 4, 3, and 2. Vermont moving up on George Mason. Chicago taking another seat on those other 3. But there's still contact. And we're coming into about 750 to go. Coxswains yelling like crazy. Just really wanting to get them, because there's still overlap. I mean, everyone has someone to race.
I love the send that Colorado State is giving the stroke. They're holding on, they're gathering, coming out of the finish, and that boat is just walking away from their puddles every single stroke. But yeah, the rest of the field is
We now
punching
have
up
3
on them.
crews within a bow ball of each other,
And
going for second and third and fourth.
Going into this final, the crews that made it to, I think this would mean they were second or third fastest in their semifinal that put them here, are going to be in the middle lanes because they are the fastest of the crews that made this. And often it's that middle crew that gets up ahead. But again, these crews have earned their way into this final. They've beaten other crews. So we're seeing all 6 lanes.
Vermont making a really nice move
really
there.
well. All 6 lanes staying in contact and pretty much even speed. Hopefully Colorado has a sprint to sustain, Colorado State sprint to sustain this lead that they have, because it is open water at this point. But the rest of the field, we're going to see
Chicago's laying it out at this point, even to the point of getting a little rough. Just they need to pull that back in a little bit to stay in front, because the Vermont crew that's charging is rowing quite gorgeously. And at this point, you have to be able to do both. You can't just go to power. That's still something that novices are learning. So Vermont moving now. Oh, now they're within half a seat.
And George Mason is working back in. Oh, is that George Mason, or is that?
That's Villanova in
there.
4 starting to come up as
there
well. Yeah. So, people are finding their speed to go. I think we now have even for second place, Chicago and Vermont. Vermont moving through to a certain extent, just their blade work. If you can see the difference in the rowing, even if you've never seen rowing and don't see much, you can just see the Vermont crew is keeping together, unified, moving together. The Chicago crew is trying to sort of muscle it out, and they're working quite hard, and they're actually staying up. I just think in the long term that's going to be hard. And then here comes Villanova to get back in on them too.
They are. This
they are
is a
throwing
great sprint.
A nice little sprint.
They're swinging that through, but this Vermont crew is doing it patiently, right? As you pick up the pace, you're not going to get all the way ahead of a crew in 1 stroke, in 2. It takes time and it takes commitment to it. But I think this Villanova crew might be starting to get even with them.
I think they're into second now, almost.
But Vermont is going to hold it down.
Just a bow ball.
Really great race.
With a really nice. So Colorado State, having moved away at about 700 meters to go and cemented some open water. Vermont pushes up to be at 721. Villanova 721.9. So that's less than a tenth of a second there. Chicago at 723. George Mason at 724. Those are just a really nicely tight. And Illinois coming at 726. So still a fairly sort of tight race there in the men's novice 4C final. These are the types of things that we're going to see throughout the day, which is really pretty awesome. Next up, as they emerge at some point from these gorgeous clouds, will be the men's novice 8, so up a boat class, and the D final. That will be Oklahoma State in lane 1, New Hampshire in lane 2, Clemson in 3, Penn State in 4, Wichita State in 5. There's a sort of thing sometimes in some of the smaller programs. They're about a minute in, and we'll be seeing them soon as they emerge from the fog. As I said, we could have a really good 4, but they stick to the 8. And here, emerging Sticking to the 8 means that there are more seats, more guys hang around, more guys are involved in the program and invested in the program. And this is a great race coming up here. Wichita State, Penn State, and Clemson, all within about a seat of each other. New Hampshire, just about astern back, and Oklahoma State trailing. So this is, again, going to be a great race, another place where the speed has gotten them all next to each other. I really can't call a leader here at all. Maybe it's Clemson by a seat or half a seat over Penn State. And actually, no, I'm going to scratch that. They're back even again. That was just sort of the drone coming around. So 3 crews rowing stroke for stroke. No one's higher than the other. Looking at the blade work, some really nice swing from Wichita State. Everything sort of going parallel. Penn State, a little bit out of rhythm, maybe in the 4 seat. And then
I think Clemson has just a half a seat or so, maybe at least a stern deck ahead of these other 2 crews.
Yeah, I was going to say Clemson not only has nice swing, they're also getting full reach as the blades are going in. So these little things that as a coach you're seeing and working in all day, for those of you who are just, particularly if you're up early with your coffee to watch the Novice D final, you may not know much about the rowing, and if we're saying things that are simple and easy for you, please apologize. Accept our apology. Yeah, Clemson moving up just a little bit there, but only a seat, and they're not even 3 minutes in, so it's sort of like something that we'll see play out a little bit. Just taking a little move there to try and get up, but whether it'll last or not is a totally different question. Really nice rowing here from Clemson. The bodies are quiet. The shoulders are soft. They're not a lot of extra movement. There's a little bit of wiggle right there before the blade goes in. That's just bodies sort of not fully in control, but a really great race still they're going.
Yeah, this is going to be tight all the way through. They're coming into our line of sight soon. Clemson rowing this Hudson shell really well. The reach Charlie's talking about is as they get up and place that blade in, it's a very delicate spot, and it's somewhere where you want to be long, not by folding yourself over, but trying to get that oar to reach back as far back behind you so you can press for as long as possible through the water. Because you can have a short pop stroke, you can have a long live stroke, but if you can get that length in the water with big power on the legs from all 8 of these rowers, that's going to help you assert yourself up and ahead.
So this is a really, really nice move by Clemson. They're about to hit some of the geese there.
Some of the locals.
And in fact, here we have Penn State to go right through a bunch of geese. That's just part of our sport sometimes. They're all taken off. No geese were harmed in the making of this rowing. But Clemson's put on a real nice move that Wichita State is actually answering and trying to go with them. Again, Wichita State, we said, getting some very nice matched rowing going here. And they're trying to answer this Clemson move. And they're actually closing and moving. They've picked up another gear, and they're now within a seat in real life. Your feed is about 5 seconds behind what we see. So trust us that when you come back and we come to the side, you'll have seen Wichita State moving up even with Clemson. Part of the challenge of taking that move early is afterwards, if you don't sustain it, someone else can keep moving on you. The coxswain looking over. I wish that they would put their hand down on the steering and not be holding their microphone.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about how high they're sitting up in the seat.
Yeah,
right?
You need to be
compact.
Jerked around by the rowing of the. There you go. So this is a one-handed driver here, but you can see the tippiness in the boat. It doesn't mean it's not going fast. It just means that they're giving up a little bit of speed. And to me, it looks like Wichita State's gone through or is going through.
They haven't quite made their bow emerge ahead of Clemson's yet, but I think the Wichita State Shockers are going to make it work to the last second of this race, and Clemson's just going to have to hold on. So we'll see soon if the sprint that they're starting to build up to, is it reactionary or is it something they had planned all along? Because Wichita State is not letting them go. They're not letting them off the hook. They're also letting this boat run through.
And Clemson is moving back out on them now a little bit, taking a seat back or two because Wichita State had to spend some energy to get up there. So sustaining it is the challenge. Now those two boats have dropped Penn State now in 4. When it was time to go, that was just where the speed was. We do see New Hampshire maybe moving back up a little bit into Penn State. Sometimes after you go a little bit harder than you might,
Then you might have planned.
than you might have planned. It's harder, but this is turning into a great dual race here between Clemson, and Wichita State. And it's Clemson by what, 3 seats, 4 seats. That was a great race from
really
those two
well
crews.
contested.
We'll
really
see what's happening in this second level.
Penn State looks like they're holding on.
Penn State comes in,
just
but
a little bit more.
But UNH had been able to move itself back up in there, and Oklahoma State a little bit further back.
They'll be picking up the rounding out, I should say, the last spot in this D final.
Absolutely. So, all finals all the time today. It's going to be some great racing.
Yeah, so you're going to see crews pull out all the stops when it really counts. Something else you might have, for those of you who were with us the last 2 days, might have heard was crews are sprinting, they're working, they're trying to get the best position, but they might not have done everything that they have in their toolkit, everything they've trained their athletes to do, whether it's off how they do their starting sequence, what they do for their sprinting, reactionary things that they can do if crews are a little bit too close to them. So we're going to see some really interesting racing from the crews. Now on the course, we have UC Irvine on your left, URI, which is Rhode Island, UC Santa Barbara ahead of the field, Michigan State, WashU, St. Louis, and UNC Men from Coach Austin Work on the right side of your screen.
And so the crews in the even lanes were in the same semifinal yesterday. The crews in the odd lanes were in the same semifinal yesterday. And I remember this race yesterday between UC Santa Barbara and WashU was pretty good. So they've all come back. Right now we have UC Santa Barbara in those bright yellow tanks up in front, but with WashU pushing up as well. Those two crews separating themselves a little bit, searching to be 13th in the nation.
13th. I'll be honest, I've seen a lot of rowing I've loved from WashU all weekend, both in these 8s and in some of their small boats with their varsity rowers. I'm really impressed with the entire squad, men's and women's, what they're bringing to the course.
The UC Santa Barbara novices were over near our tent yesterday watching their Varsity 8 row. That young man in the 5 seat, the blonde, he is a large person, and in front of him also another. And UC Santa Barbara using that power just to move away. I think this is the best rowing we've seen out of them.
Definitely
in the regatta. And now they're just opening up, probably wanting to set down a time, show how well they can go. They're going to be valuable members next year for JP's varsity program as they move into that. UC Santa Barbara, one of the places where you really have to make a commitment to row. The water's 35-40 minutes away from campus up and over the mountains. And right now at 104% full, Lake Cachuma, thanks to the rains and storms earlier this year, is 104% full, which means that they only have to carry their boats about 10 meters from.
Yeah, you're saying that it used to be a mile walk to the water.
It was a mile when I came in there as the head coach. Not only was it a mile down into the 23% full lake, but I had to actually take the machete out and carve a path. So UC Santa Barbara moving away, WashU up there in second open. But this really great race here going between, it looks like, Irvine, Rhode Island, and
then they're just trading
Michigan
places
State
right now. I think. Oh no, and WashU's out ahead of them. Oh, you're right. For this third place spot, looks like URI is just barely getting their bow ahead of UC Irvine, but everyone's still locked in. Yep, I'm seeing Rhode Island Rams getting through the line just a little bit earlier than their crew.
UNC coming up into it too as well.
We want to get a little bit picture of them. They're going to start trying to take some seats on Michigan State first, and just one by one, crew by crew, we'll see if their coxswain can get them back into this race.
And what you see here on your screen is just, 3 boats pretty even across within a couple of seats, everyone focused forward. you can see the energy.
Yeah.
Right? You can see everything's being laid out. There's no holding back at this point. They have the last 500. There's a bad coxing aphorism, which is you can do anything for 500 meters, which is not true. But at this point, here they come, like 3 crews straight across
Nice
there.
work. And it looks like MSU and URI are just going stroke for stroke, almost at the exact same stroke rate. UC Irvine getting in on that too. URI still holding their bow ahead. Great to see them back in the eights. Love to see the depth of this program rebuild. Missing a little bit of water there from some of the bow rowers, and that's going to be precious water that you need to get back. And I should say,
and URI sticking itself out right in front. And their bow, actually, although a little hunched over, was getting some nice length and getting the blade in.
Yeah, and we just want to make sure that all that effort that they're putting into it is while the oar is in the water, right? So they're not just slapping around.
Yeah, and it looks from we had that quick shot from the side, like Oklahoma State is actually, Tulane is actually or VCU is orange. What was I saying? WashU in second there was what we're saying. But here we go back to the Gauchos from University of California, Santa Barbara. Some really nice, strong pushing rowing, emptying out the tank, absolute full sprint. That's what you're going to see every race today to win this quite easily, actually, from the start to the finish. 6:26, not a bad time at all.
No, that's solid. That's really great. That's what we're going to see. That's, I think, what we were seeing from some of the faster novice crews yesterday in their semifinals. The water is absolutely perfect. I don't think any...
To win by 11 seconds over
done.
WashU. So that's a pretty big margin there. Rhode Island comes in at 6:39, having pushed their way back up into WashU a little bit. Michigan State, 6:39.8, so 0.3 behind Rhode Island. And
UC Irvine in second.
UC Irvine 6:42, just a length back. And in 6th place, we'll have
UNC men.
The UNC men with Mr. Lamb at 6:46. So again, another great race. Now we're going to go and see probably a little bit more refined rowing in the women's varsity 4. These should be pretty good. They're about a minute into the race, and we'll see what happens.
Great. So they're just coming off the start. They're just settling down out of their high strokes. We'll find out pretty soon who is leading the charge after the high strokes.
So, we keep, now that coaches are figuring out that we're talking about their crews, if they let us know what's going on, we're starting to get information. Still not too late, folks coming over, and we will get to use some of those a little bit later in the races as they come up. Right now in the women's varsity 4, we have Vermont, Emory, George Mason, Oklahoma State, Virginia Commonwealth, and Tulane. And
I believe that's Oklahoma State leading the field right now.
That should be Oklahoma State in lane 4, nice and up there. Followed pretty closely by Virginia Commonwealth. We're 2 minutes in, so still some time to move back. A little race to the left side of them from the way that you're seeing us, at least, with Mason and Emory. And that might move them back up.
You can see on the shore, just on the side of this camera, you can see all the coaches riding their bikes, watching their crews down. So maybe we are not game day coaches per se. I'm sure nothing they're saying on their bike ride is affecting the race for their crew, but I'm sure at least one of them is shouting out, "Great work, keep it up."
You're allowed to cheer.
Yes, absolutely.
You're allowed to cheer. You're not allowed to coach.
But
whatever
yeah,
that
in the way
distinction
that
is.
we described that field and court sports coaches are game day coaches. They can have an effect because even if they wanted to, none of the coaches on their bikes right now can call a timeout and change what their crew's doing.
There was a time I was at a regatta in Columbus, coaching I think it was probably the 2V or something
for
like
Michigan?
that for Michigan, and one of the other coaches was asking me, like, how do you all do this? I say, well, they're about to take a lift. Where you go? I mean, said about when I yell, they'll lift, and he misunderstood what I meant. Like they were going to take their lift, and I was going to yell.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a sign we'd set up, but I had the head ref come up and said, "Were you coaching off the shore?" I said, "How?" I said, "I yelled yeehaw," but that's how seriously we take that. We can
Speaking of
see the
yeehaw,
race for second here actually sort of
tightening up.
The first place crew there, Oklahoma State, out pretty easily. But we have here Virginia Commonwealth, Mason, and Emory pushing pretty hard in that. I'm going to say that VCU up a little bit, maybe a seat or two, but George Mason pushing pretty hard to get up there, maybe making a little breakout on Emory here.
Nicely done. But yeah, that crew from Stillwater is just working their way all the way down the course, just trying to put as much distance between them and their field. Their coxswain, as all the coxswains in these boats, is in the bow, so they actually can't see the crews around them right now because they're so far ahead. I'm sure they're asking their bow woman for a little bit of communication, especially if one of the crews behind them does start to catch up. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Oklahoma State, as they progress through the 1250, the 1500, and then before the red buoys, are going to keep following through the race plan. And I'm sure they're absolutely energized that doing exactly what they plan to do is put them so far ahead of the field. I know the feeling, and I'm sure they're just taking this in stride. But Mason, it does look like they are just a little bit ahead of the two crews beside them. Yep, just about 2 seats up on Emory and seat and a half, just really the stern deck and the coxswain ahead of Virginia Commonwealth. So that they're at a pretty long, strong pace right now. We'll see if that starts to clip up to a higher stroke rate now that they're in the last 750 meters of the race. And it's okay if you're taking the lead in the middle, but if you can't hold on to that lead, there's no no prizes, nothing earned from. We had the lead early on, so
Absolutely.
I'm sure their coxswain, who still probably can't see the crews next to them, maybe in her peripheral, is making the calls to get them up ahead. I'm seeing a bit more spacing per stroke here. I think if they've bumped the stroke rate up, they've also brought the boat speed up a little bit. But I believe Emory and is responding for sure. Virginia Commonwealth, I think, staying a little stagnant.
Yeah, and we have Oklahoma State out in front there nicely. And, this might be one of the crews that was hoping that they were going to be a little bit in a higher final, and they're going out to show that they deserve to be up in the space ahead. You do have on race day, you just have to make it happen the way you do. Maybe they were caught the tight end of the seed somehow, or of the progression somehow. So they're doing just a gorgeous job out in front there. As you can see, we're getting a little bit more separation now here with George Mason pushing up.
In the back of the pack, not going to be shown on the screen for a minute, Tulane and Vermont, for their credit, are going stroke for stroke with one another. As they pass by my line of sight, I don't see a clear decision
They're within
between
about
who's
a seat
ahead.
of each other right now. It'll be up to who's a little racier into the finish. So this is the D final of the women's varsity four coming at you, and you can just see the nice move out there in front by Oklahoma State, and Mason maybe about to break some open water on Emory, maybe not quite. Now the Emory coxswain can see that it's right next to her, so I'm sure she's exhorting her crew, or he, don't know. You're allowed to have coxswains of any and all genders on either side of the sport, and so a nice move going up there to get them up into some space, but a nice move by George Mason to sort of win that three. It looks a little bit like Virginia Commonwealth has gotten dropped from that threesome that we saw going earlier.
And they are going to be pretty close to they're in the red buoys, at least Oklahoma State is. So the rest of the field will be getting into this last 250 meters in the red buoys. All the rowers, the coxswains, know when you see red, it's time to go. And I love the lift they are bringing to this sprint. They are just hanging,
They are
handles
pushing,
high, and that boat just charged through to the finish.
Gorgeous race there. Gorgeous race by Oklahoma State
of 8 minutes and 12 seconds. So we'll see if that is anywhere around the top finishers of the C final. And I think they might hold that on their chest saying, we would have been just as competitive in the C final, and that'll be some motivation going into the summer.
So there we go. George Mason, about 10 seconds back behind Oklahoma State. Emory, 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds behind that. And that's a hard-fought 2.5 seconds.
Absolutely.
There. Virginia Commonwealth, 8:29. And still this nice race here for 5th and 6th coming. We can't really tell, but they're within about a seat of each other.
Wow, and I think Tulane is just going to pull that out.
That would be Tulane over Vermont by, I'm going to say, a second. 8:56. Dun, 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 dun. 8:57. There you go. In fact, almost exactly a second.
And we have the women's varsity 4C final, who's on the water now, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in. So they're coming up pretty soon on their 1,000 meter mark.
And let it not be said that any of my selection data in seat racing ever relied on something, oh, that was a second, when the fingers didn't work on there. Oh, this is cool. So again, we told you, like, the way that this is going to get seeded a little bit is one heat goes into the odds, one heat goes into the evens. But we have our outside crews sort of pushing up here a little bit, meaning that they're laying something down in this C final of the women's 4. In lane 1, which would be to your left right now, is Florida. Lane 2, Middlebury. Out in front, lane 3, Chicago, closely followed by New Hampshire in lane 4. University of Cincinnati in 5, a little bit back, and Colorado in sort of one of these outside lanes, pushing up to be in that top 3.
Really great.
So in some ways, you can read these lanes as expectations, right? Where people are expected to be based on the previous race. But again, we talked about all the different ways that folks have had to approach their progression through the regatta. But these are these two crews out in front, Chicago and UNH. They're the two who just sort of didn't make the shot into the AB semifinals. So they're here to sort of race, great race going in the middle here. Chicago up a little bit over UNH, but not by much. Both crews rowing pretty similarly. Nice length, little bit more length. You can see just getting a little bit more angle up into the catch by New Hampshire, a little slightly higher rating by Chicago. As you look at the lineups in the boats, that maybe matches the physiology of the athletes in the crews. Bigger, taller athletes being able to sometimes handle a little bit more length. But you also then see a higher rating
from Chicago,
coming out of Chicago, right?
Yeah, and I think it's working for them. UNH is trying to get their bows close to Chicago's lead bow, but Chicago's just holding them off. Maybe it is that extra stroke per minute that they're using to keep ahead, taking it as soon as UNH finishes a stroke and is moving up their recovery. We got a pretty nice race for third place.
UNH putting on a move here, starting to go a little bit.
Got a pretty nice race for third place too, between Cincinnati, between Florida and Middlebury. Cincinnati, 2 of the rowers, 2 of the seniors in this boat. This is their last race of their college career. Jenna Penguin and Alexis Shannon. They've been working extra hard. Their teammates have been telling us to put in a couple extra practices during the during the spring season after the school year ended, to make sure that they were absolutely ready for this race. And that's really helped them push themselves ahead of the 5th and 6th spot. And I think they are just chasing down the crew that's on their starboard, just trying to get as close as they can to Colorado.
You can see on your screen that UNH has caught up here to Chicago to make this really exciting rowing into the finish. And I think that is Colorado moving up on the outside still, also pushing to get away from Cincinnati in 5. So really good, again, another sort of fascinating contrast in styles, and to see who in the end is going there. It looks like Chicago is answering that UNH move, has gone up a little bit. They're still with about 300 meters to go now. about to hit the red buoys, and we'll see if we get a high lightweight sprint out of the one crew, or out of Chicago, or what we get. Again,
But
sort
I
of
think
stroke for stroke here.
UNH is
UNH
hunkering
is taking
down,
a seat or two.
using that size in the middle of their boat to really use the length of the water and just surge through stroke after stroke.
Yeah, and actually they've now shortened up just a little bit at the finish, which actually I think is to their advantage.
Yeah,
They were getting stuck a little bit at the release, and as they come into their sprint and take the rating up, they're still staying nice and deep into the catch, which you want to do, but they're squeezing off the finish a little bit shorter, and
Right, because
that's
at this
moving them.
higher rate, if you just keep rowing like you're at 18 strokes per minute, 20 strokes per minute, where you're trying to get as much length as possible, you're going to get in your own way. You're not going to be able
Yeah,
to bring it up to have less than 2 seconds between the strokes. So you
the
just got to,
ratio
yep, a
switches
little less
in
layback,
that
really
little moment.
compact stroke, and it's also more efficient for your energy systems, which I'm sure are just being pushed to their absolute maximum limit right now. And UNH
Making a
lead.
gorgeous move to come through, cementing their place as 13th here in the women's varsity 4. Very nice move. They've got to finish it off though, and there it goes. Almost bow to stern, so that's going to be 2.5 or 3 seconds.
Great work by the women from Durham, New Hampshire.
And Colorado, having stuck their nose in it all the way down the course in that outside lane. You always love to see that.
Love to see that. I think
Although Cincinnati
barely
closed more than they had been, so that
I
was a
think they
nice
just
sprint
barely
out of
squeezed
them.
it out ahead of Florida. We'll find out from the here now results in just a moment. As
you can see, the crews go across the line. It doesn't take our friends
long.
at Here Now very long to
Yes,
get
and
them up there
University
at
of
all.
Cincinnati less than a full second ahead of the competitors from Florida, and Middlebury rounds out the C final. So we're going to shift gears just to the men's side of the Varsity 4, in which there is the F, E, D final and C final coming up before we switch to the singles. So this is a super deep event. If you did not tune in Friday, so deep that it had to have a time trial because there were so many crews entered. So instead of some of the other events which had heats that started off to see where everyone would sort into their semifinals, this one was get on the course, go 1,850 meters, and see who could put the fastest time together. The top 8 or 9, I believe, were selected automatically to the AB semifinal, and the rest had to go to the repechage heats to see who could earn the last few spots in the AB semifinal. The rest moved to the CD, EF semifinals, and now we have these crews sorted out. So William and Mary, the oldest college in the country, versus Middlebury out of Vermont, who have fan favorite cow print oars. Very nice. And it looks like it's this William and Mary crew who's opened up on Middlebury and is using it to their advantage. Another bucket here. So that is me describing there's 2 oars on the port side that are side by side instead of alternating, and a great swing from the crew from Williamsburg, Virginia. Looks like they're at a pretty aggressive pace. I think they're one of these crews that is just laying down the fastest time they can in perfect conditions. It started to get a little bit windy, more of a tailwind than anything else yesterday. So they're using this great morning water as the fog lifts up to get their best piece of their weekend out on the course before they wrap up their spring season. So I love the swing. Guys are getting really good length and rotation. You can see that outside shoulder trying to overlap with the inside knee, the knee closest to their rigger, their shoulder furthest away from their oar, which helps that oar to just get a great angle behind them for the most power per stroke. Middlebury putting up a really great fight in the back here. I'm sure the coxswain is not letting them check it down and say, oh, that's too bad. I'm sure they're trying to close in as much water as possible. And we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. Crews get as close as possible in the last 750 meters. Some crews train specifically for that to be their race plan. We'll see what Middlebury wants to uncork going into the last 500 meters of this race. Both of them getting chased down by the officials. I really love the rate that William and Mary's going at. It's not a base rate. It's not like they're swinging through below an average race pace. It looks to me like they're rowing as if they have crews right next to them and they're still trying to assert their way ahead, which I think is a testament to the coaching that's brought to these athletes. They are hungry, they're aggressive, want to make the most of every race they have in front of them. Great spacing on the puddles as they push ahead, getting closer and closer to the 250 mark. If you're just joining us at the top of the hour, This is Eddie Moog, joined by Charlie Sullivan. We'll be back in just a moment. Here with Here Now, hosting the ACRA National Championship 2024 live stream. And we are on Sunday. It is all finals, all day. Every race matters. Every race solidifies your place in the league for the rest of the year. A lot of teams out here are chasing team points trophies as well as individual medals, trying to make sure that it is a incentive to bring as many athletes, as many categories as you can at your club, whether it's growing, whether it's been around for decades. William and Mary charging into their last 250. We're going to see a sprint pretty soon here, if not coming up on the next stroke, as they can try and put down the fastest time they have in them, finish off their last final of the weekend. Still great rowing as they bring that stroke rate up, swinging through, staying locked in together. This crew is just in a great flow state right now. Still great rotation as they come through. Toxin making their last few calls. William and Mary is going to charge right across those final buoys. Just a few strokes here, still getting chased down by Middlebury out of Vermont. Just a couple lengths behind them. Great work by William and Mary. Time is 7:38, so I'm sure they're going to be looking as soon as they get on land to see if they beat anybody in the E final. Take it on keep it on their shoulder that they could have had one of the faster times in the similar finals. Middlebury through the finish line with the time 7:53. The E finals on the course. We'll catch up with it in a minute. This is a fully loaded final, 6 crews across, and these guys will be chasing for the 19th through 24th spots, if I have that right. Someone will correct me later on. Got a bit of a chevron going on here. Again, the crews that are faster than their competitors that made it to the F final in the heats, or I should say the semifinals, are going to be in these middle lanes from left to right, since we have the camera on the bow side, the stern side of the boat. Left to right, Kansas, Clemson, Florida State, I think up ahead leading the pack, Arizona State hot on their tail, Virginia Tech, and Tennessee on their home course. A little bit of a Shenron, but you're seeing the left lanes 1 and 2, hanging even with each other, and then fighting across with the crew in lane 5, fighting for that 3rd place. Great space, and these crews are about 3 minutes in, I think, quickly approaching their 1K mark, at which point they're going to look up, see who's around them, see where they are, where they stand, and probably have a reactive race plan to start to make the most of where they're at. I really like the surge that Virginia Tech is doing. It's one of the better boats I've seen from them this weekend. They are locking in, starting to gain a little bit on that Arizona State crew.
But it's Florida State making a nice move here, coming through the 1,000. Again, hard to tell if that's maybe a 20 taking them up a little bit, or if that's the rate that they're wanting to race right now. Trying in this third 500 to cement a position that is likely to have them win. Doing it pretty nice. Again, Arizona State with some big guys in that boat. Could have a little bit better rhythm together, but they showed yesterday that they really can pick the boat up and move it.
They can pick it up. It's just the stroke could just be a little bit longer, because I think Virginia Tech, they got a foot. They're going to try and take a mile now. They are really walking up. I love the spacing they're getting per stroke out of this. It's a really intense stroke rate they're at, but it doesn't look uncontrolled. Doesn't look like they're doing it just for a couple strokes.
It doesn't, but I tell you, Virginia Tech is doing them no favors, because Virginia Tech is pushing that Arizona State crew to respond, and so both crews moving back up now into that as they come in front of our where we can see them visually, and a great race going here from Virginia Tech, trying to take space on Arizona State answering, and those two are now back up within 2 seats here.
And they're all charging in on Florida State too. It's one of these situations where these two crews were racing one another back there.
Exactly the point.
And both of them, to get that extra speed, are challenging Florida State. They've just crossed by our line of sight. I love that Virginia Tech round. Strokeman's doing a great job of compressing getting that blade in, taking a split second to hang on it, and then drives it away. It's going to come really
Absolutely.
close.
That Virginia Tech crew really going with quite an assertive move here, and it's moving them back up. You can see Florida State responding, but almost a little anxious, maybe
Hopefully,
a
the
little
bowman's
frantic to try and
communicated
do
to the
that.
coxswain that they have a crew closing in on, but sometimes it's a little bit tough to
Did
talk
he
in
just
the
turn
middle.
around and turn his head, or did
I don't know if they've
yeah.
shown one another who's where.
But then we have Virginia Tech sort of having moved through Arizona State, using themselves to get back in there. They might very well come through to win this from having been
I
in
think they
third
might.
and a full length back. Again, some crews really pushing the second thousand, some crews wanting to get out in front. The coxswain, you can see the difference in the coxswains, though. The Florida State coxswain down there fully in the cabin. And the
BT sitting
Virginia
up a little
Tech
bit.
coxswain sitting up a little bit. We can see her ponytail getting whopped around. It really does help the boat speed to be able to get there. And we're seeing the response now out of Florida State. Maybe Virginia Tech has a second move. They're coming into the blue buoys, the red buoys, almost any time here.
And I'd like to see, so given that effort they have just to close in on the field, I hope they have one more gear to turn it up. But the response from Florida State has looked solid as they picked up this rate, pushed away. They're
and they're
not looking
back up
sloppy.
now to 3 seats.
Yeah, they're
maybe
not looking frantic. They look like they
they've
almost
gotten
kind of
control.
baited them
They
in.
did look frantic at the first time when they went up, but now they've had a chance to sort of dial it back in and stay up and make it move. Do some thinking, maybe the right words out of the coxswain's mouth makes all the difference. And Florida State is going to come through and win this, but a great move there. One of the best racing moves you've seen from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, really thought out well. Can't win the race off the start. Got to go your fastest at the finish. Time 7:13 from Florida State. Virginia
Arizona
Tech
State gave it a
seconds.
nice try to stay in there, but at a certain point, that lack of length, I think, got to them.
Yeah, it's just going to catch up over a couple of strokes. The power is great, but if you just try and get the stroke rate up and get right to the next stroke and don't let your boat really run out as far as it can relative to your stroke rate, you're just doing extra work.
Yeah, and so to sort of explain this maybe for laymen when we're talking about length up into the catch and why it's so important, so there's a fulcrum in the boat for each rower. There's a pin inside that rigger. In fact, the whole point of the rigger is to get that pin out there, and that's what you're pushing the blade against, is that pin. And like any sort of lever, when you're behind the pin, when you're behind the fulcrum point, you have a lot more power. The payoff is more,
Right.
right?
Payoff's a great way to describe it.
Roger Friedman
We
over
should,
here to
because
talk
whether
about
these guys
this.
knew it or not, they signed up to
Professor
demonstrate basic
Emeritus
physics.
Roger Friedman of UCSB is the author of the best-selling physics textbook in the United States, and in fact, it's used all around the world. He's the supporter of UCSB rowing, has been for a long time. And there's always a picture of UCSB crew in those damn yellow tanks, as they call them, in each of his things. But if you don't, to follow up on this, if you don't get through the pin enough, you don't get up there, you're giving up some power. You can go too far. But you need to get up, and until the blade is parallel to you in the water, you're still adding force. And from then, you're just trying to hold on to force. You're making things get a little faster. That's oversimplifying the physics greatly. Please don't spam me with that. Send your emails to Roger Friedman at UCSB. That's what we weren't seeing in that crew. They were not benefiting from getting up into the catch.
Wrapping up the E final that we just watched, Clemson just edged out Kansas by just over 1 second to take the fourth spot. Tennessee rounded out the E final, and we have the D final on the water. This great aerial shot by here now, one of their drone cameras. The Virginia Commonwealth Club is in lane 1 on the left side of your screen. UC Santa Barbara, who we were just talking about, in the lane 2.
Getting up nicely into their catches. There
Oklahoma
you go.
State Cowboys, Bucknell Bison, Ohio State Buckeye, who might be just a little bit ahead of the field,
yeah.
and Oregon on the right side of the screen. Look at this perfect water for everyone to row in. But Ohio State might be ahead, but Oklahoma State and UC Santa Barbara right in the mix, and we're not going
Yeah.
to call anything until we see that time
Some
prepare
of
now.
these DNC finals in this event, I think are going to be pretty tightly bunched like this one is. I mean, we still, although we have the Ohio State University out in front right now, there's still overlap the whole way through, right? And people are able to make moves. In fact, it looks like it looks like UC Santa Barbara has moved up just a little bit more even, but they're being pushed on both sides. By Oklahoma State in the middle and Virginia Commonwealth at the top of your screen. So it's actually tightening up as we come into 4 minutes.
Yep. Oklahoma State and Ohio State are the Oklahoma State, the other OSU, truly trying to lead and drive the race so that it is in their vision and everyone has to respond to them. As they come into our line of sight, they've passed through the 1,250 meter mark, and it's still that, I think UC Santa Barbara is, they're passing through the buoys a little bit ahead of Ohio State. And I think on the left side, top of the screen, VCU is also passing through the buoys
Going with them,
a
right?
little bit ahead of Ohio State. So both of the OSUs.
Ohio State is lagging a little bit now. What they aren't able to do the way the others. Oh, they're picking it back up.
They're making a move.
They are. They're starting to, but it's Virginia Commonwealth and UC Santa Barbara on the other side locked into their race. Ohio State having responded now, but the other two crews just in front of them. That said, 600 meters to go, and we have 6 crews within 3 seats here. So it could actually be anybody's. If you're near the shore, you should get down and watch this because it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, this
we
is
have
going to
some
be
other
really
crews
tight
coming
across.
up here as well.
VCU actually looks like going into the last 500, looks like they're passing through the buoys ahead of everybody else. I think 1 or 2 seats ahead of UCSB, who's now they're not falling back, but
that's a gorgeous move from Virginia Commonwealth to have moved up. You can see UCSB and Ohio State stroke for stroke. Virginia Commonwealth now 2 seats up. The other 3 crews charging here in Bucknell, moving itself up, and we haven't even said yet.
Stroke for
and
stroke.
They've been having a great regatta.
They have gold medal in the finals yesterday. Gold medal?
And the 3v8. Yeah, 3v8.
But this bucket in the Virginia Commonwealth is helping them catch all their speed, and they are laying it down. Oregon not wanting to be out of the picture, starting to surge up and push on Ohio State. These guys, I think, might see our first five photo finish of the weekend.
Yeah, we've got to get there. I mean, to sort of look at Oklahoma State and say they're out of it, but they're only 2 seats back.
Yeah. It's just when the
State
margin
pushing up
closes in
on
like
UCSB
that.
again. We have Oregon moving up a little bit. We definitely have Bucknell moving up. You can see in that lead crew, Virginia Commonwealth, though, some really nice decisive catch work. The blades are coming in. They're pushing. They're now hitting the red buoys. 5 crews within 2 seats. Let's see who has the sprint, man.
Let's see. Someone's got to go for it.
Oregon rowers standing here, and they're sitting right now in about 4th, maybe 3rd, as they push up. Absolutely, Mr. Duck.
This is going to come right down to the wire here. I think everybody, if they haven't made their move yet,
Bucknell and Michigan State are going to be in there 2nd and 3rd. Michigan State gets it. Ohio State, sorry.
Oh, I think Ohio State just pulled out 2nd. Bucknell
Ohio
3rd.
State over Bucknell. Oregon 4th, I think.
4th, right ahead of the Oklahoma State Cowboys. And UC Santa Barbara fall into the back of that after being in 2nd for
they were laying it out, and then the race comes in. It's not like they fell off a whole lot.
No,
right?
just everyone else. Bucknell getting 3rd place spot in there.
Virginia Commonwealth 709, Ohio State 710.3, Bucknell 7/10 back, 6/10 back, 711 flat. Oregon 4th at 712.3, Oklahoma State 712.9. UC Santa Barbara 714.
And that's just 0.6 of a second separating Oregon from Oklahoma State. So congratulations to all those crews for such a great finish in that race. We have the C final on our screen now. Luckily, we get to see the start of this one.
So having seen how tight that D final was, let's see what happens with the C final here. In lane 1, Long Beach State. Lane 2, Penn State. Lane 3, Seattle University. This is from left to right on your screen. Lane 4, Connecticut. Lane 5, Wichita State. lane 6, Chicago. A bunch of these crews are the top crew for their
Yes.
program here already in
Long
the C
Beach State for
finals.
certain. I believe Seattle, and I think Connecticut, if I'm right, I think have a bunch of fours out here in Chicago.
So some really good racing that we're hoping to see here. And they're off. You can see how quickly they go. Hopefully the drone is gonna pick it up there. Yep, and they're on the move. Again, what they do is they take 5 strokes or so to get up to speed, and then usually 20, 25 strokes up high, you can really see they're out in lane 2, getting up in front, not by much, and 5 of those 6 crews still in contact. The 3 that were in the same heat there in lanes 6, 4, and 2, all pretty even. The same semifinal, sorry. And so now you can see they've shifted down more into a base rating. If you're not used to seeing rowing, there are a couple of different ways to do that. Some people go down in 1 stroke to another base. Others take maybe a mid shift for 10 strokes or so. But we have, and then others sort of go and find the base. That last one doesn't work quite so well, I don't think. I think you have to know precisely where you're going to go.
Very cool pattern here the Ariel's given us. Just every other crew, every other lane up fighting for the first place spot. The one
so that's Chicago and UConn and Penn State, with Seattle and Wichita State up right in there too. Again, everything within a couple of seats, and as they come in towards the first 500. So again, you'll just see if this is actually the speed they have. You'll see others are sort of willing to be a little patient. Looks like Wichita State is making a nice move.
Yeah, I really like the rowing they're bringing to this. There's just a little bit of a
themselves up even to those others, so they've sort of closed that gap. Helped a little bit with Chicago out there, but also UConn right next to them. And it looks now like Seattle University is moving back up. So just different approaches to getting into this base of the race. And it really doesn't play out here until about 600 or 700 meters, where you see. And now at 700 meters, we have 5 crews within a seat.
5 crews fighting for first. And again, I love the rowing that this Wichita State Shocker crew is bringing to it. They're gathering just a little bit more out of the finish and letting that boat run. Maybe the blades are just helping. They're so bright. I can see everything the blade work is doing compared to the ones that blend in a little bit more with the water. So
yeah, and it looked early on too, like Long Beach State was out of it, and they're
fighting their way back in. They're fighting their way back in.
So
credit to them, guys from California. I'm seeing this crew from Penn State on the left side of our screen, trying to assert themselves ahead, and I think they feel, and I mean this in a positive way, I think they feel like they're getting ahead because they can certainly see that the 3 crews next to them, their bow's a little bit ahead, but hopefully the coxswain sees.
But they need to know that there's this racing happening next to them. So any move that you take at this point better be sustainable.
It better be.
If it's just a little squiggle up there to try and sort of get there, and then you let them back in some ways that's deflating. You know?
So
we tried so hard and it didn't work. But you're not going to break people here with a 10.
No, coming in the 1K mark, it looks like Seattle U is going to lead the way. Hard second place tie between Connecticut and Penn State.
Let's remember, they were in 5th not long ago.
They were. Penn State and Connecticut, Wichita State, and Seattle U. I'm sorry, Wichita State.
And if anyone's getting a move in here right now, it's Seattle University. They're moving very, very nicely. That's actually, I think, a sustainable move. It does look to me like Penn State is going with them, which is sort of cool.
Got 2 buckets in this race, Penn State and our middle crew in University of Connecticut. So we're going to see a lot of speed getting picked up. These crews are crossing over the 1,250 meter mark in just a few strokes. And
now that Chicago move is still up there. I mean, they're still holding it on those other crews. It's just that part of the race is held, and Seattle has been able to push themselves up by about a
big
length.
Showing from the Nittany Lions on shore, cheering on their athletes. A really big family showing.
You can see Seattle making another move here. You may hear some bleed of the sound because we are Penn State in our ears right next to us. Chicago still up there. Penn State making a move. But those three crews in third, fourth, and fifth, within a seat. Chicago only keeps himself.
I think Seattle U has asserted themselves open water on
They
three of
have
those
to break
crews.
here, though. They have to. There's still some overlap.
Yep,
There's still some
Chicago
overlap
holding
with
on to them, not
Chicago.
letting them go. And it's a hard tie for third between Connecticut, Penn State, Wichita State. And again, Long Beach State is closing in. You can now see them on the screen on this tight close-up. They're still just getting a little bit of overlap or trying to with Penn State. So let's see if they have a
So that was
late
a
move.
clear move by Seattle. They've now set themselves up there in front. This long Chicago move is actually working
It
for
really
them.
is.
But it's only been a seat, but they have to be careful because those three crews within a bow ball back there, you know that they're going to keep moving. They're now all in the last 500, so we're going to have to see what happens with those three crews. I mean, stick with it. This is a great race that we got going here. And no one's really was able to change speed at any point except for Seattle when they took that nice move, which they have sustained. Clearly, that's something that they've practiced. Clearly, that's something they've trained for.
Yep, and they just
It's
uncorked it.
it's not just random. Oh, let's go pull hard now. Our sport doesn't work that way.
No, there's too much effort, too much time put into all this to be like, well, I guess now I'll turn it on.
Yeah, I'll try. Whatever. Sorry, I missed practice all of February. It doesn't work. There are no miracles in rowing.
There are no miracles, but Long Beach State has put themselves back in the conversation. We are going to see a really tight finish.
Chicago has finished off that move now,
Yeah.
getting it open. A really nice row by them. They sort of let it out, and if Seattle University didn't have that move in them, they'd be up front right now.
Oh, a little bit of
by
splashing
open
from
water.
Penn State. I don't know if that is gonna. Yeah, that's gonna let. I think
That's UConn. No, sorry, that is
Penn State. It's gonna let the
Penn
Shockers
State
come
in
back
third.
up ahead of them. That's crucial that just happened right there. Hopefully they can get that back and make the most out of otherwise a really great race. But this is Seattle U out of
their four best guys, tall, athletic,
charging
very
into the
nice
finish.
blade work, very nice rhythm coming up. And this is only the C final. There are 12 other crews who have shown
this is happening here. I think it's going to be even tighter in the B and the A finals when we see them. So Seattle U, Chicago, Wichita State laying it down,
third,
Penn State
in fourth,
Long Beach State. I think just
they
edging
came
out.
through
Connecticut,
to catch up.
Great
Connecticut,
work by Long Beach State to put yourself back ahead of one of the crews that you did not start ahead of. Wow, 7:02.
So remember, at 900 meters, they were 5 across, and then here's the separation we get in the last 1,100 meters of the race.
Really well done. Great, well coached by all those coaches who prepared these athletes for some serious racing.
No, there were no mistakes there.
No, well, there's that one Penn State stroke in the Red Buoys, but none of the coaches, it's evident, told your crews, all right, we've outworked, we've outtrained everybody, and you're going to show up there and you're just going to breeze through everybody that I'm certain they prepared them for. You're going to have to work the hardest you've worked all year just to get your bow ahead, and pump them full of the energy they needed to get out there. That wraps up our C finals for the men's four and our lower finals for the four this morning. Shifting gears to the single, starting with the women's grand final single.
And so you can see that those, what's the formal word for them? The islands have been shifted out to accommodate the singles now, so that no matter whether you're rowing an 8 or you're rowing a single, all the bow balls are on the line, and even, and everyone gets 2,000 meters, and they're off a little bit here in lane 4. AJ Wagster from Kansas State moving slightly into the water of Cindy Ho from Vanderbilt, but Cindy is holding her line, which is great. They're clear. Cindy holding the line there and not reacting, which is actually the best response, and that's put her up sort of even. Kendall Blankenberg from Illinois took a little bit of a dig off to her starboard, but here again, 45 seconds in, everyone in their starting sequence, and so this is just showing some of what their top sprint speed is. Still looks to me like AJ is staying pretty high to try and get out in front, and that may actually be her strategy. But no one's dropping really right now. We still have right next to AJ Cindy, Sydney Deaton, sorry, from Clemson is down lower and is still moving even speed, in some ways more efficient there, and that's really quite helpful for her. Those two breaking out a little bit. The one thing about the singles is you can actually really greatly affect the speed for a little bit. And we now have, as you can see, Sydney moving ahead of AJ, who seemed to just really sort of take a pretty aggressive start. And she started off moving a little bit into lane 5. Uh, um, and now she was moving into lane 3. So this at 102 minutes in, now we're seeing base speed.
Yeah,
right?
and it looks like she's really established herself ahead of the field. Next to her, there's a little bit more steering going on, which might not have a huge effect. It's not why there's a length between them now, but little by little, that is going to add up over this. So when we were looking left to right in that aerial shot, we had Kendall Blankenberg from Illinois, Sarah Walkman from Wake Forest, Sydney Deaton from Clemson, AJ Wagster from Kansas State, Cindy Ho from Vanderbilt, and Elizabeth Anderson from UC Irvine. So a lot of Midwest, West-South representation here.
Sydney really having moved herself out very nicely. That's some really nice sculling in here in this women's single grand final.
And I think
Right?
she's one of the top athletes from Wake Forest. I think they're one of the smaller school programs here. I think I've seen mostly just small boats, and she is putting that training to good use, just putting herself way ahead of the field. I'm sure she feels good about where her race plan has gotten her to start her morning. But the two crews closest to her in the chevron formation, I'm sure she's keeping an eye on them. If they get any closer, she might start to expedite parts of her race plan to make sure
Yeah,
she
so
keeps this
AJ
lead.
Wagster in lane 4 from Kansas State went out with that start we saw, but now Sarah Walkman from Wake Forest is moving through her with a little bit of base speed. So she's left herself a little vulnerable perhaps by going on quite so hard, and with her steering all over the place, a little bit frantic maybe, and that's playing. The question will be whether Cindy Ho from Vanderbilt, who's not that far behind her, she's not in the picture now, whether she can move back in front, because the gold and silver medals are starting to make themselves pretty clear, with Sydney Deaton in lane 3 from Clemson leading the pack, and Sarah Walkman putting a nice move there on AJ Wagster to get a little bit of open water.
AJ Wagster, the All-American athlete representing Kansas State.
Absolutely. And the one thing I see with Sarah is just a little too deep into the finish. I think the blades are getting caught just a little bit, but it looks like she's cleaning that up as they come through the 1,000 here. That is Sydney Deaton. Really sort of very nice, long, lopey strokes, getting up into the catch. As soon as the blade goes in, you can see what we call the puddle develop behind the oar. What that actually is an air pocket that happens as you press on the water and hold some water back. It creates a little air pocket, and that puddle you want to keep growing. You want it to be impressive right away, but not a big mound. That means that you're scooping some water. Right? You want to be down in the water. A little bit of splash as the blades go in there, but you can see those puddles working nicely. And so we've been able to see here back again Sarah Walkman moving even a little bit more up on AJ, but not importantly, I was going to say not too much faster, but actually I'm going to amend that. She is rowing faster right now than AJ, just stroke for stroke, and that's what she's moving on as they come
coming into our line of sight here,
almost to the 1,500 here.
And Sydney,
looks like to me that Cindy Ho is closing some water.
She is closing some water.
He's sort of pulled up, and actually up on the far side, Kendall Blankenberg from Illinois also sort of coming into contention a little bit, maybe for the bronze medal. Yeah, Cindy's about overlapping now with AJ, and that can really help you get through the second part of the race.
Yeah, we watched
have
some
Sydney
of the men's
way
scholars
out
do
front.
that in their semifinals yesterday. Just close in on the pack and make race in this last 500 where it matters the most.
Yeah, so we have contact now. If you are a fan from Northwestern, you should get yourself there.
Kansas State
Vanderbilt, sorry, you
and
should get
Vanderbilt.
yourself up there to cheer for Cindy, who's coming in fourth now. But this move may actually put her into she's in fifth, but she's moving to be in contention for third,
Third, and
coming
then
through
could be
both with 500 meters
second
together.
pretty soon after that. So, and I think just next to her, AJ's just, yeah, again, like getting stuck a little bit in her finish, a little bit too much time completing the stroke before she gets up to the next one. I think Cindy is just tapping it along at this point.
Kendall Blankenberg from Illinois sitting in third place right now, having worked her way also through AJ. Cindy also now coming in and racing AJ. But it looks to me actually up there like Kendall in lane one on your left is a good length ahead of those other two. So currently in the bronze spot. But there's still 400 meters, and as we said, the single you can adjust the speed on the boat pretty quickly. So we'll see if any one of them, who of those last three, Kendall, AJ, and Cindy, is able to do that. Elizabeth Anderson from UC Irvine is trailing.
They're making a really great statement about what the
Looks to
women's
me,
skull is going to look like at the grand final for a couple of years to come. It's not just going to be one team's lower athlete who missed out on an 8 or a 4 or something like that. It's going to be people who are coming in and want to make this race the statement.
What they do,
right?
yeah.
The standard.
You can see now Cindy Ho has gone through AJ on the outside there. Really nice move, and she's trying to put a press to try and get up into Kendall and get herself a medal. And she's moving quite impressively here from Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, again, head coach, is a Michigan alum. So you're seeing.
Is that John Miller?
Yep, Mr. Miller. And John Miller is teaching his crews to race much of the same way that Greg Hartsoff teaches them. And he's been there long enough now that it's embedded in the training program.
And it's embedded in the training program.
Congratulations there to Sydney Deaton, having taken the gold medal in the women's grand final.
And it's embedded at Vanderbilt in the men's 8, the women's 8, all the crews, and clearly in Cindy's race plan too. So it's great to have the athletes also have that buy-in where they want to make it their preferred way to go about it. Coaches aren't out in the water. You could go out there.
Sarah Wachtman, I think, coming in second. And
Kendall Blankenberg
able to pull off third, but a really impressive move from Cindy Ho in the last of it.
But yeah, again, not being game day coaches and athletes, they could go out there and do what they want, even if there's a race plan the coaches set up, especially in the single. But there's so much commitment, and I see in that race trust in what the coaches are telling you and what you as athletes are seeing in your results, that you know that is a race plan. You want to go out there and look how well it worked for Cindy Ho, closing in on the field. AJ from Kansas State, wrapping up the 5th place spot, and Elizabeth Anderson here is going to take 6th in the country in the women's single. And this is the only collegiate event that has single sculling.
And as a championship event.
And as a championship event. I should say, yeah, some of the invitational races and head races in the fall, but you can say I am the 6th fastest sculler collegiate in the nation as of this morning at the national championship. The men's B final single.
Collegiate being the key word there.
Absolutely.
There's some women racing in some 8s in the Big 10 and the Big 12 today. We're going to pop into singles for the summer and be pretty fast.
Yeah, in contention for Paris or U23. In this one, from the top of your screen down, we should have Washington State's Noah Schmellenberger, Colorado State's Wallace Tucker, UMass Robert Motow, Grand Valley Isaac Sahutsky, sorry again if I've messed up your last name, Oregon's Jack Stecker, and Vermont's Luke Proud. We're about 4.5 minutes in. These guys are approaching our eyesight at the 150-meter mark. Crews that are on the shoreline with us, we appreciate it when you guys are staying behind our
very jerry-rigged, MacGyvered.
To help us see this line of sight. It's great aerial footage, side-by-side footage, but it's just something else to see these crews in person. You can see a little bit more intense. You can almost see the sweat dripping off of them. So with this, I think we're in lane
We've got Fort
2.
Cruz pretty closely across.
Yeah, and I think if I'm looking at this correctly, lane 2 from Colorado State, Wallace Tucker. Oh, not really in the lead. I think Robert Maltow from UMass is just barely holding his edge out ahead of the Swift single. Pardon me if any UMass fire comes into the commentary for a second. I'll try to contain it.
As long as we own it, people can apply that to their own listening.
We're going to have the Laker Navy from Grand Valley State start to cheer on Isaac here. We've been a Isaac Slay cheer, but
Jack Stecker from Oregon making a nice move
making
there.
a great move. This is a really tight race for the B final. Great to see that these guys are making such a big impact in this final. Really
so Robert Maltow from
UMass,
from
just a little bit of open
University
water.
of Massachusetts in Amherst has gotten to a little bit of open with 500 to go. Really nice move coming from Jack Stecker in Oregon to sort of move himself a little bit up on that. Isaac from Grand Valley still popping in, staying pretty patient, and Wallace Tucker still in the race as well. But very nice move from Robert Maltow there in the single. Is this his last race? Is he a senior or is he a sophomore?
I haven't checked. I'll give you some filler and I'll find out.
And so again, the angle here making this a little bit closer than it is maybe, but this is second, third, and fourth. You can see here Jack Stecker and Isaac Sahutsky. Jack is from Oregon, Isaac is from Grand Valley, and they're stroke for stroke. Robert Maltow has just been able to put himself out in front, and right now Wallace Tucker from Colorado State is actually trailing, and the drone angle made it look like he was a little bit further up than he was.
And so Robert's a junior from UMass, so he has another year. It's 10 years. The first time that UMass brought a single to race at ACRA is the first time they brought their full program down to ACRA's. Used to just bring top 4 after finishing out the ECACs, but made a full program commitment 10 years ago to bring multiple 8s down, 4s, and a single scull. And they've only gotten faster in the single scull, so great work by Robert. We're going to see if in the red buoys he can capitalize on the lead he's established. I'm sure he's got a lot of preparation from Coach.
And we've gotten pretty clear separation here now. Robert out in front there with Jack Stecker from Oregon nicely in second. Isaac from Grand Valley gave it a game row, but in the end didn't have the high end speed that at the last bit that Jack did. And Wallace Tucker sitting in fourth where he's been, but hanging with the pack.
And as we approach the final buoy, Robert Maltow is going to come through in the first place spot. Jack from Oregon in the second. This will be.
So what's the congratulatory phrase at UMass that you would say?
I mean, this is just Aggie Pride from UMass.
Aggie Pride.
Aggie Pride. The men's team established, what was it, 1871, back in Western Massachusetts, agricultural school. So the men's team doesn't use the Minutemen that the rest of the varsity programs use, but instead hold on to their Aggie Pride. So
wow. So there's been rowing at UMass
1871.
Wow.
Yeah.
This I did not know.
Yeah. It put off for a little bit, restarted in the 50s.
Gotcha.
And has had a great presence at the Dadvales, at New England's, at the ECACs, now the NIRCs, and since their full program started coming to ACRA's in 2014, full program here in Tennessee.
And here we have the grand final going in the men's single in lane 1 to your left.
Top of the screen now.
At the top of your screen now. Spencer Clausen, lane 2, Benjamin Pollock, lane 3, Nathan Damas from Cincinnati, lane 4, Charlie Vitek from Michigan, lane 5, Ethan Penny from High Point, and lane 6, Arizona State. Ethan Penny and Nathan have both had good starts all the way through. Ben Pollock from Swanee has had some nice races there. Charlie Vitek has started slow each time and sort of come through, but right now a pretty good race here for the gold medal.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to tighten up. All 5 of these scullers who are in the contention for the top 3 spots have just had great heats, semifinals. These guys are really complete scullers, so nothing's going to drop off with a mistake, and nothing's going to stay as it is without a lot of pressure from the crews behind. So I believe that is Ethan Penny and Nathan Damas from University of Cincinnati trading bows there. Nathan, this is his first ACRA because of COVID.
Oh,
He's
wow.
a junior, I believe.
Okay.
First ACRA, maybe I got some Cincinnati notes from the Bearcat teammates. Maybe I got the junior part wrong, but it's his first ACRA. He's been rowing for a while, and he has, just like his teammates in the women's 4, just been putting in extra sessions throughout the semester to prepare for this. I think he's really committed to the single, and he has Olympic hopes and dreams. I think 2028 on his mind. Love the bow loaded rigger here. A lot of had to be put on that, a lot of suspension, and he's a little bit ahead of Ethan Penny there, but Ethan's not letting him get away. And again, Charlie started off not using the start to try and get ahead of everybody, but like many Michigan or all Michigan rowers, building up speed in the second and third
and
leg
we'll see
of
if he
race.
can come through. But I tell you, these two up here, we're seeing a sprint level of rowing all the way down. It's the first time we've seen this in the regatta. They've been able to get out in front and sort of push. And here they're having to keep the rating up. They're having to go. You can see still in the outside the Arizona State
Sculler,
we don't have a name for them. Who's sitting in third. Charlie Vitek in fourth. And moving up on moving through Benjamin Pollock from Swanee, who he was behind. So there's an awesome race here for gold. And right now I'm going to be giving that to Ethan Penny just by a seat. And then Arizona State rower just in front of Charlie Vitek from Michigan. And that's going to turn into quite a race, I think.
And this will be our
bronze.
first gold medal of the day.
No, that's not true. We just had it in the women's single.
Sorry about that, Sydney. This will be our second gold medal of the day.
There you go. Our first medal of the day.
Yeah.
So there you go. So some really good racing going here. Just we've known all regatta that Ethan and Nathan have been the class of this field. They actually were in the same semi yesterday.
Ethan and Nathan?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Because of how they're what lanes they're in.
Ethan had an interesting heat. He was there with Charlie, and there was a single that had flipped in the women's event ahead of them, and
they had to move around it.
We're still trying to get that athlete into their boat or out of the boat and into the launch. So they were in their lanes. I think they were in Ethan's lane, and Charlie had sort of yielded a little bit, said, "Hey, Ethan, come over here."
Ethan making a move here too, though, not having to go around
anybody.
And he's now you can just see he's popped the rating up a bit. But here's the thing about the single is Nathan sort of looked over and said, "Yeah, not so much, buddy. I'm going to come back with you." So they've just pushed each other up. This is going to be a great race. Ethan just a little bit more upright, a little bit quicker through the water, but a little bit more power maybe in Nathan Damas.
The trunk is being right with the knees in a really solid way, so they're accelerating together, whereas Nathan is letting the legs drive down just a little bit longer and then using that last little bit of drive to swing open through the trunk, which works for him, but I don't think it's getting that top gear.
But a nice sprint coming here out of Ethan as they're into the red buoys, and I think he's going to take it with Nathan in second. Yeah, that's clear now. Just very nice. It's a great race from both of them.
Fantastic
though. It's
work, guys.
Who has the little top end speed at the end to be able to sprint? And there's Ethan across in first, Nathan in third. We'll see soon whether Charlie Vitek from Michigan could get through or not to be third. And he does over Arizona State. Sorry, we don't have a name for the Arizona State sculler.
Benjamin has just passed through from Swanee, and Tennessee.
Charlie in third.
Sculler Spencer Klassen is going to take sixth in the country for the collegiate single scull. They work all guys. Really exciting race there.
So our first two grand finals of the day in the singles. The next grand finals we'll see will be in the doubles. then in the pairs, then in some fours, I believe, if we have that right.
Yep, we'll have women's grand finals on the course a minute and a half in, men's double B final, then grand final will come up, women's pairs B grand, and we are just going to keep going. B or petite final and grand final, trading places the rest of the day. We are going to be thrilled. So on the course is this great aerial shot from top of your screen to the bottom. We're going to have Northwestern up there, Joseph and Slivkin. Oh, I'm in the pair. One moment. We're going to switch it around, and I will give you the most accurate reading of the course from the top of your screen. Toppin and Sheehan from Texas in lane 1. Next to them, Oregon's Daly and Weddle in lane 2. Hopkins and Fox should be that crew ahead of the field right now.
From Gordon College.
Lane 4, Lawler and Hom from Emory. Lane 5, Rodrigue and Kramer from St. Thomas pushing out second place. And Stratinska and Aselta from Vermont in lane 6.
Yeah, so again, we'll see what happens. They're only 2.5 minutes in, but first and second looking pretty nice. The challenge with first and second looking pretty nice is that third, fourth, and fifth are all right there, linked up together and going to push each other up. Again, the double, one of the hardest boats to row really well. I think the pair in some ways is a little bit more challenging. The double is a little more technical. More technical because there are 4 oars at play rather than 2 oars at play.
And we just watched a single scull where you got to be pretty technically sound to get yourself down the course in a fast manner, but you can tweak things like this works for me. This works for my single scull. And I'm sure if you're training in the double, you've also trained a lot in the single, but you have to, again, come back, match, and figure out what works best for both of you. And it's got to budge a little bit. It's not just going to be, well, my stroke works best for me, so you have to adapt to it. So these crews have spent a lot of time together feeling things out, understanding what works best for them in a small boat. And I'm sure they've all had this moment learning how to maximize what they're doing when it clicked and they felt, oh, this is how it should feel. Got off the water, said this is what we need to do to low rates when we're doing steady state, during our mid-level workouts, during our sprint workouts, short interval work. This is what we need to do to keep finding that feeling. And it's cool. You chase a feeling. As much coaching as we can do, we could tell you all day. The coach can tell you all day, this is how you do it, do this, do this. But until the athlete feels how to do it, feels how to implement it, especially as they row away from that coach, that's when it sits in. And you can see this Gordon College crew really well coached by Coach Hopkins, opening up on the field.
Yeah, and a big day for the double internationally today for the U.S. The last chance regatta is going on over in Europe. There are a few more Olympic spots open. And the U.S. men's double, Ben Davison and Soren Kojic, are trying to win one of 2 spots.
And not to be underestimated, St. Thomas is putting down a really great race. It's a little bit more of a front end heavy stroke. They are getting pretty good reach, a lot of compression. Those knees are up. And as soon as those knees hit their apex, blades are dropping in and they are driving it hard off the front of the hull.
The stroke there, I think it's Rodriguez, just a little bit on her left hand of a sky. The the handles are rigged usually left over right, so that the hands one has to be slightly higher than the other to get the two hands through the same space at the same time. And I think she's carrying that left hand a little bit high as a result as she comes into the catch.
Yeah, the lefties rule. So
Well, there you go.
Finally, a sport that works for us.
And but this gorgeous rowing out here from Gordon College, and a bucket hat. We love a bucket hat.
Bucket hat.
Don't see them on the women as much as we see them on the men. So I'm absolutely all about the bow of the Gordon boat taking part of that crazy tradition of rowing.
And this is Tiana Fox and Lucia Hopkins in this crew. They are last year's champions in this event. And Tiana is a member of the 2023 USA Uni Games. Both are seniors. Lucy's degree is in elementary ed and Tiana in kinesiology.
And so their last race as college athletes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe they graduated just before this event, as many students who are here. School year has ended. A lot of seniors who have just graduated, ready to take on the real world.
So this is sort of it. This is the last little bit of dreamland for them before they have to go pay the bills. Good luck
People
to them.
People don't announce all the great things that they're doing while they're working hard. So let's give them.
And we have Rodrigo and Cameron St. Thomas there, having sort of moved themselves up quite well. And is that Twapin and Sheehan from Texas sitting in third right now. So that seems to have been the faster semifinal.
Yes. And yes, so Gordon College is going to take it home, the gold medal for the women's double. It is a bit of a push here. I think the angle is telling you a little bit more than it is. St. Thomas following through hard, and Texas holding on,
Twapin and Sheehan
taking a great bronze medal.
Embry, Lawler, and Hom coming in, then Daly and Weddle from Oregon. Respectably in contact with the base of that race. We still have Stratinska and Aselta coming in here from Vermont. Good race there
by all crews. We're going to follow this up with the men's B final, petite final, in which these gentlemen are going to be racing for the 7th through 12th spots in the country in the men's collegiate double. When we get them on their screen, we have representation from Michigan State, Chicago, Florida, Purdue, Virginia, Seattle U. We'll see them in a minute. They're about 2 minutes and 20 seconds into their race, so I'm sure they are just a little bit through the first 500 meters, and we'll see where the spread is as they come into this. It is conveniently top of the hour. If you are just joining us to watch that women's double race, this is Eddie Moog.
This is Charlie Sullivan.
We are co-broadcasting the ACRA live stream hosted by Here Now down in Oak Ridge, Tennessee on Melton Lake, a beautiful course that has given us nothing but fantastic water for the entirety of the weekend so athletes can get all the races in. Heats, time trials, semifinals, repechage, and now grand finals.
All finals, baby.
All finals. Weather handled a little bit of weather yesterday, but nothing on the course that anybody's going to come off and say, well, the wind, we weren't ready for it. Everyone's going to come off the water and say that was everything we could give.
2 to 3 miles an hour all day in the wind. Gorgeous racing conditions, and the times we're seeing so far reflect that. I think we'll tell a little bit more when we get into the 8s.
Yeah, which is sort of our standard for how fast the course is. So from left to right on your screen, you're going to see Wilcoxon and Scherstiuk from Seattle U, Duvall and Schmidt from Virginia, Whitehead and Pierzakowski from Purdue in lane 4, Rowden and Palinks from Florida in lane 3, Bailey and Estrella dos Anjos from Chicago in lane 1 on the right side of your screen, covered up a little bit by the names, Radosevich and Huang from Michigan State. These guys are just under 4 minutes into their race, so I'm going to assume they're through the 1K marker, and I'm seeing them in my line of sight as well as on the live stream, and I'm looking at that lane 2 up in the front of the pack from Chicago.
I think that's correct.
Lane 2, closely contested by Florida, Purdue, hot on their tail, and they're closing in. This angle is just a little bit behind, a little bit towards the stern of the shell, so it looks a little bit closer. So Chicago is clearly getting through the buoys first, but Florida, they're trying to get through the buoys earlier than Chicago, and I think they're making a case that, yep, they're just a little bit ahead now that we have a great profile angle from the drones here and a picture-in-picture to show the whole field. So these guys are not letting us go. All these gentlemen want that the 7th spot dearly.
Yeah, these buoy lines are relatively straight across in line. Sometimes the buoy's a little bit out. Some of them are absolutely dead straight across, but you can use them as you're watching. The problem when we get behind here is that what you think is a straight line is not actually a line. It's just one of the other diagonals. When you have everything in a plot of squares,
but they're coming in
diagonals.
A line of sight, just great rowing across from these guys. Florida getting a really good send, sitting back in their stroke, holding on to that finish just for a clip. Programs that are lucky enough to have big crews where they extend past I think the 5, 8 categories that can be fielded here. It gives these guys who don't make an 8, which sometimes can feel like a bit of a letdown, right? Athletes really want to make those.
They absolutely are part of the team goal.
They are part of the team, and I'm sure all their teammates care about this event. For them, they know their teammates are going to be able to hold that standard across all events and want to see them. Seconds behind Michigan State, Radosevich and Huang.
0.6 back.
Wow.
They were, when they went by us, they were in like 5th.
Wow, really
and
well
they moved
done.
themselves up into 3rd, almost in a
By the
second.
Spartans, 5 seconds back. Bailey and Estrella des Años from Chicago, Virginia. I think it's going to take that 5th spot. Just less than a half a second, just over half a second,
basically.
So great work by the Virginia Wahoos, Cavaliers?
Wahoos.
So for the men's team in Seattle U coming back, rounding out the 12th spot. And the double grand final for the men's event is on the course now. 50 seconds in, they're just coming down off their high strokes. We're going to see some smaller programs here, actually all across. I think the only program I describe as one of the larger teams is Grand Valley, who hosts a lot of 8s from Michigan, and New St. Andrews, St. Thomas, Clarkson, Gordon College, and Sacramento State will all be contending in this. So this is mostly programs where these are their top athletes.
Or it's certainly a boat that they've given some priority to.
Right.
They may have a 4 as well, but that may have been selected on who are the best two scullers.
Yeah,
You just don't know the internal thinking of the coaches.
Yeah, Gordon College and Sac State might have fours here, but I mean, New St. Andrews is hailing from Idaho.
They brought a double. That's
there you
what
go. St. Thomas from Minnesota, Clarkson from Potsdam, New York. I know the coach shared with us yesterday that they had a little bit of an incident. They were practicing on Friday, and they crashed into something. There was a little bit of damage on their boat, in which put them in a situation where they weren't going to be able to race. So Friday night, their coach drove out to Vanderbilt on the other side of the state, 2 hours away, borrowed a boat from Vanderbilt, drove it back, and got his guys ready to get ready for their semifinal, which popped them into the grand final. So I'm sure he was very grateful to Vanderbilt and the coaches there to lend out this equipment, which I'm sure any local school, any program would have done too. So happy that they're on the water, and we got a shot of them. Where does this look like it's shaking out?
Clarkson up front, and you have names. Their coach brought us names. So you might have names, but we don't have names on our official page. And we were finding those. It looks like they're nice and out in front, but very close around them in lane 4. I'm sorry, that's 4. That's Gordon College out in front, Grant and Byers-Goodall, with Clarkson in 3 and Sac State in 5 on either side of them. And those 3 crews having sort of moved themselves nicely up into medal contention, which is what I would expect from us seeing from the results that we saw all day.
So Clarkson, if I have this right, this is Ryan Muldoon and Oliver Dulchin from Potsdam, New York, getting it on early on in this race. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. These crews are through the 1K marker, I will assume, and they are barreling down at the 1250, at which point they'll be in our eyesight pretty soon.
Gordon College, a club program, but with very, very nice support from their administration, some help with admissions, and some good support for the program, which I think is just great. Each club has their own cat to have to skin, but they're able to sit and get here. It looks to me now like
they're getting challenged.
The rowers from Clarkson, names again?
Ryan Muldoon and Oliver Dulchin.
Ryan and Oliver moving up on them, putting a nice move. You can see very, very flat drive there in the Clarkson boat. Little bit of dump right now in the Gordon College. They just need to squeeze off that finish a little bit flatter, a little bit pressier. That's what's working right now, as well as a little bit of rating for Clarkson, just sort of getting up and moving it. But a very nice defined finish right together. The Gordon finish just slightly off. This is all the technical. It can even just be one of your 2 hands that's slightly off, and it sort of makes the whole thing not quite as tight as you would like. So a really nice move from Gordon. We'll see what kind of answer
they have for Clarkson here, who are just moving around like great clip. The higher stroke rate, they're built for it. They are not walking away quite yet, but they are putting the power to the punch. Sacramento State is this crew in 3rd, and the 3 of them are establishing themselves way ahead of the rest of the field from St. Thomas, St. Andrews.
Absolutely. And you have Gordon answering a little bit, but still as you watch the buoys go by, boom, 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 boom. That's the difference. I mean, that's it right now. It's sort of where they are. You can see a little pickup there happening from Gordon College. They've just shifted. They're rowing a little bit. It looks like
I think they're attacking right now. I hope this is something they're going to sustain, but they are not letting this come. They're not going to let this come down to the last stroke if they can help it with the move they're putting on right now.
First, they got to get even. Right. So if the other crew is matching it, and now they've as we said again, in these doubles and singles, you can drastically affect the boat speed pretty quickly. But that's a really nice move. Look at the hang on that.
Yeah.
That's just so efficient. And it's cleaned the finishes up a little bit, actually, too. Sometimes just that little bit more power brings everything together.
Look at the bend in Dowseat's oar.
Absolutely. And you can see the other boat just in front of them, and it's going to be tight. They both know that they're there.
They both know. They're fighting
and they're feeling every stroke. Are we moving on them? Are we not? Now it looks like Gordon College
just a little bit ahead,
just a little bit up on Clark. Clarkson. So
Rapidly
Grant and
approaching last
Bajergal
few.
making that work. And let's not forget Sac State out there also moving up, moving very
Whew.
nicely up. Wow,
Clarkson
that's
might be
tight.
moving through the buoys a little bit ahead of Gordon,
Yeah, you can
and I
see
think they're getting just half a
just
deck
a
up on them.
little bit of surge there in the three, in the bow from 3. And again, trying to read the buoys. That's why it's important that those buoys are in a line.
Straight line for us.
Yeah, nice sprint here
Here
going
comes
from
Clarkson.
Clarkson.
These
They
guys
sort
are,
of bided their time a little bit, knew what they had.
and they
there
make
you
it through the
go.
line first.
That's a great race
Great
there.
race by both those crews.
Absolutely.
Gordon College, Sacramento State is going to hold it down to get this bronze medal. Well done, all crews. 7:03.7, 7:05.0. Looks even closer than that.
And the bow of Gordon College there, I think that's Bajergal, Bajergal, sorry. There's no D in there. Laying down in the back. Now he sat back up. Coburn and Neal, little handshake back there, coming in and getting the bronze medal. And you know, it's interesting. So if you win the gold medal, you're happy. You win the bronze medal, you're usually pretty happy because you got a medal. It's the silver medalists who sit there, oh, just missed it, even though they've had a great race.
Yeah, so guys, we got to remove that stigma from the silver medal. Well earned, great work. Establish yourself as the second fastest men's double at this event.
In a great race. I mean, so again, you know, we talked at the Olympic level this morning. That was a 6:17, a 6:18.
Yeah.
And this is a 7:03. You can see the difference, and of course, you can't account for conditions both places. So a great race, but you can also imagine being 35 seconds faster in a few years with the right partner and the right training. And put yourself in an Olympic level stuff. But that shows you how even with a great race like that, really well rowed, et cetera, there's a whole other level or two of sculling above that, where everything is absolutely perfect the whole way, and it has to be.
And so we're catching up in the first minute of the petite final of the women's pair, another two-person boat, but with 2 sweep oars, 1 per person. An event, a boat style that I personally love to race, love to train in, love to coach in. And from left to right, we have Tulane coming out of New Orleans, Nebraska, Florida State, Georgia Tech, UC Santa Barbara, and Northwestern. This is Tedisco and Collegiate in the Tulane boats, Stephan and Cruz in Nebraska, Pereira and Ohayon in Florida State, Malco Wood, Georgia Tech, Yee and Franklin from Santa Barbara, and Joseph and Slivkin from Northwestern.
Yeah, so again, one semifinal seeded into the even lanes, one into the odd lanes. And so it looks to me like you again had this situation where one semifinal was faster than the other. And you know that could be true. Part of what happens sometimes is you establish a speed based on what you see, particularly in these smaller boats in the regatta. So if the third place had to go out, currently sort of rowing in third there in lane 6, Joseph and Slivkin from Northwestern. They they've seen a little bit more yesterday, and so they're having to pop that up. They are the head coach for Northwestern. I don't know if he's coached this boat directly. Is Colin Darton. He was also a Michigan rower, a very successful one in his career. So they've probably been trained to keep pushing all the way down the course and keep lifting speed. But for right now, what we have is Malka and Wood from Georgia Tech. And Stephan and Cruz from the University of Nebraska, sort of pushing up, and Pereira and Ohayon from Florida State reestablishing themselves a little bit.
Yeah, and that's Coach Jonathan Richards' crew from Florida State with senior and I believe sophomore in there, senior in Aaliyah Ohayon, sophomore in Grace Pereira. So a lot of smooth rowing here. A lot of base pace. So 2 oars, it's a little bit tricky. We described it a couple times yesterday. in this event, you might want to throw all your power on it, but if you out row your teammate, you are going to steer the boat
into a circle.
into a circle, which is a great training drill, but not great for going fast down a race course. You got to even it out. We described it as 98% power, 102% technique to make sure that you guys balance out, because the 98 is still pretty good, but if you don't let your technique take the main focus, that power can get applied not in the best way.
And you do have the ability to steer these boats with a tow. So one of the, probably in the bow, they have a shoe that's connected to some cables that can steer the boat. But one, you don't want to use it, and actually some coaches even take it out.
Some coaches take it out, and then you also have to plan. I believe it's right that the bow seat usually has more control, or I should say influence, over where the boat goes, so you can't put your strongest person in the bow seat. Do I have that backwards?
The bow oar has a little bit easier control over by adding power, right? They can pull it around easier than the stroke oar. But I think mostly you're looking for, I look at it as either bodies or temperament,
Right.
more than I do look at it as power. You have to match the power anyway, right?
Right.
So no matter what's going on there, you've got to feel the pickup in that first half of the drive has got to be pretty matched up for you to do that. One of the drills I do teaching pairs is to have them actually conspicuously learn to serpentine down a course, right? Not outside of the line, right? So, okay, in 2 strokes, I want you to be over to port. Now I want you to even up. Now in 2 strokes, I want you to be over to starboard. And now loose, now straighten up, right? So that they learn the tiny little bits of just one of the rowers reaches out just a little further.
Right.
You can pull it both ways, right?
So as we come up through the 1,250 meter mark, Georgia Tech, I believe this is right, still holding themselves ahead of the rest of the field. Nebraska Lincoln still pushing themselves ahead of the 3rd place spot in this B final. Florida State still, Florida State
having moved themselves up in the 3rd, maybe.
But as it comes into our line of sight, we'll find out if they are further ahead of this Northwestern boat or if it is more of a race. But great rowing by this Georgia Tech crew. I've seen a lot of good small boat rowing out of them whenever I see their program. So that is a tradition carried on through this row. I love the compression and hang this bow woman is getting on her stroke. It is very thorough, complete, really helping that hull wing through the water. Nebraska, great to see some Plain States representation.
And looking into this 3rd place race, Northwestern not quite picked up on Florida State. In fact, a full buoy behind, but they're going and they're trying to press. They're up at a higher rating. Florida State still lower. And now they're responding a little bit. I think you can sort of, they're across, well separated in the lanes, but everyone's okay. We're coming into 500 to go. And now it's time to go. And they all have electronics in their boat that are telling them where they are on the course, so they don't actually need to look for the sign on the side. Probably calling their race more off of their electronics, off of their speed coach, than they are off of that. So fairly sort of spread out race here now in this petite final. I think we'll see a little bit more speed up on the back end in the grand final coming up. The use of the word petite final comes from the fact that French was the language of international rowing for a long time. So grand final is actually also French. Some people try and be fancy. Oh, it's the petite finale, but we just moved it into English. It's the petite final. Yeah, what we do. Very few people announce rowing in French anymore. Mais si on veut, pendant quelques minutes, je veux le faire en français.
That's what we do in the
ici,
US.
La
we
grande
take those
finale,
other words and we throw our own spin on the pronunciation and take the U's out of the British words. We say, I think it looks better this way. That's complicated.
Exactly.
So as we charge into, I believe this is the red buoys. Yes, it is. Contrasting against this great yellow hull from the Georgia Tech, I believe, Yellow Jackets out of Atlanta, Georgia.
That is correct. The Yellow Jackets is correct.
Yellow Jackets. making a dominant statement to take this 7th place spot in the country in the women's pair. It's a big weekend for championship racing at the college level. Pretty much every level of rowing has a championship race this weekend. So a lot of the Division I women's programs have their league
Conference
championships. Big
yeah.
Ten's happening today. Ivies, some of them concluded
Big 12s.
yesterday. Big 12s. Junior rowing has their regional championships to see who is going to get a bid for their youth nationals. And Eastern Sprints is today. Next week?
I think it is actually.
Eastern Sprints on the Division I men's side, at the open weight and lightweight side, is racing one of their 2 premier events.
And you can see the picture-in-picture as we finish out here the B final, the championship final, the grand final, the A final has started and is down in your picture below. Some really good crews in this grand final. In lane 1 on the right there is Tchaikovsky and Miller from Vanderbilt. Lane 2, Matissa and Romeo from Gordon College, looking to go as well as their men's double just did their lane 3 out in front right now are Pardo and Touré from Wash U. Just been doing some gorgeous rowing all weekend. Lane 4, Herrick and Ugan from Chicago. Lane 5, I'm sorry, and they are actually up in front. Chicago is actually out in front right now. Lane 5, Height and Labor from Berkeley, and lane 6, Mitchell and Landros from Rhode Island. So we have Harrig and Eugen from Chicago, half a boat length up on Pardo and Touré. And both those pairs have been having some really good racing. It looks to me from here like we have Chicago just up a little bit in terms of rating, and I've used that to get out there. But a very nice chevron showing up on the water again, but a little tighter, as you can see with the back cruise as they're 2 minutes in. So again, the question here, as if you've been with us, you're tired of hearing this asking, is what do we really know 2.5 minutes in,
right?
And what's still to unroll in this race. So that right now, though, what are you seeing in this rowing here, Eddie?
I believe that crew from Chicago, Elizabeth Eugen and Celestine Harrig, just a little bit lower base rate. It looks like it's working for them. It's really effective, but we'll see if being challenged by Washington U.S. St. Louis, if that is going to make them bump it up just one beat, or if they just have a planned lift. They've been handling their semifinals and their heats really well, as has WashU. So it's going to be really interesting to see what both of those crews do now in a spot where there's a medal on the line, and it's not just I'm walking away from the rest of the field. I believe that is, if I'm reading this right, Tata Touré and Shira Pardo in the WashU boat, who's just been laying down great strokes.
And it looks like they're moving a little bit back up. And one of the things I was starting to see there in the boat from Chicago was just sort of a little almost too long again into the finish. You can fall in love with that sense of sending the boat. And what we're seeing now in WashU is I think they're starting to move a little bit. It's just a little bit sharper through the water, particularly their finish work. It's very clean in the other boat, but there's some send going on. You can see the difference in the 2 puddles.
You're seeing WashU get overlap, and I think if they're getting that foot, they're taking a mile. Cal Berkeley lightweight program with the borrowed oars from Illinois still in our picture here. I think that puts them. Nope, they're going to be fighting to earn back that 3rd place spot. But right now, it is the crew from Gordon College holding on to 3rd. So this is surprising. Gordon College handled their semis and their heats really well. It's I'll honestly say surprised to see them a little bit back on the 1st or 2nd spot. Still definitively in the 3rd, but we'll see if they make a late move as well to catch up to the field and match their teammates with the medals.
Absolutely. And Pardo and Touré here making a nice move. What I've really liked, you can just see the hang on those arms together. Toure has some nice long arms and is using them very well to hang, and they're moving slowly. You can see the other crew looking over, but as we said, these small boats, you can pick up speed, and they're making their move right now out of the in the Wash U crew, closing little bit by bit. We're just going to watch as the bow balls sort of eat up the buoys, almost like Pac-Man going here. Like, can you get up there a little bit closer? And this is turning into quite a race. As they come through 750 to go, you can see the other crew look over at Wash U and say, "What's happening here?" Oh,
and I don't think they're
answer.
worried about being challenged, but I think I'd like to see just a little bit more pop to keep their bow ahead, so that they know that they're not going to let this crew overtake them before the red buoys.
Yeah, no, at the same time, they're looking comfortable. But I don't think you can let them, I don't think you cannot try and answer a little bit. Can we get just a little bit more? And so here go Pardo and Toure moving through right now. They were patient back again. That's sort of as we asked that question that people might be tired of hearing at 2 minutes in. Is this really the race yet? This is really the race now.
This is the race. And a little bit off your screen, Cal Berkeley lightweights are overlapping just a little bit with Gordon College, just bow overlapping stern a little bit. But yeah,
and there's an overlap for 5th and 6th as well.
Nicely done. And the patience in Chicago, it is great. But this is why, if you've been with us all day, which I'm sure many of you have, or all weekend, I'm sure many of you have, the move in which you lift that stroke rate up and sustain it is a really great way to change. Because if WashU had just done this in a 10, 20 stroke manner and then strided back down to base rate, that would give Chicago an opportunity to be like, oh, you're back down. Now we're going to pounce on you. But when WashU does something like this and lifts, and in 20 strokes, they're now ahead of you. As we zoom out pretty soon, we'll see if that is overlap or if they're starting to open up the water on them. You can't wait that out and say, now we're going to jump on you. You got to start going too. And I think not always best
we
to
talked
be
to them a
reactive,
little
but
bit yesterday, not on air. We're hoping that they'll come and talk to us after they take their medals. Those two women, they're not particularly tall. They're not short by any means, but they are jacked.
Yeah,
and
you can see it. You can see it.
You
on
can
the water
see
right
it in
now.
the rowing
They
gear. They're also within half an inch of height of each other.
Yeah.
So they're matched up really well, and the ability to go right at this point, hanging on it, shoulders forward. Still, the technique at the end in the red buoy is absolutely flawless. If you're out there trying to learn to row a pair someplace, this is what you want to look like.
Absolutely. They're just letting the lake flow past them, underneath them, keeping the shell on the run, hanging out of the water a little bit. And I think they're going to walk their way.
They've walked open. I mean, I think it's going to be 5 or 6 seconds, actually, all happening in the last 400 meters.
Really well done. I think they're going to walk their way into a gold medal. I think their competitors in Chicago are going to hold down their second place. I haven't seen enough from Gordon College to say that they're going to close in on that, and we'll see if Cal Berkeley is challenging seriously the crew from Gordon College for a medal.
Pardo and Toure in their last strokes coming into the finish line. As you swing into square with them, you'll see them come across. Very, very nice row, very clean, and there they go.
Congratulations to the crew from WashU St. Louis, Tata Toure.
And a little high five up there. You could see they really had put it away.
And Cal Berkeley, it looks like they did overtake Gordon College for that third place medal. We'll see if the times agree with me. 8:35.
In fact, they almost moved into Harrigan-Eugen, and that's one of the problems when you go like that and you don't answer, and you've been thinking we're in front, we're going to win this, and all of a sudden you're not. Did they get caught a little bit there in their fields, or had they just spent a lot of energy to be out in front to try and sort of lay something down? But they really fell off their own pace.
I think they're going to be pretty surprised by that. Gordon College has just rowed really well all weekend long and still did there, but it's a very competitive field in this women's pair. Congratulations to the crews, earning medals for your clubs and walking away from ACRAs as first, second, and third place.
Washington University, Chicago, and UC Berkeley.
We got the men's B final on the course for the pair. From left to right, we'll see Pittsburgh, Ryan and Naumann, Michigan, Liu and Woodmansey, Georgia Tech, Upadhyaya Ayula, and Mihalis. Sorry, gentlemen, if I did not pronounce that correctly. Lagarda and Burns from UMass, Sempuchetti and Batts from Michigan State, and Parker and Walsh from Colorado.
And looks right now like UMass, Lagarda, and Burns are up in the lead, I think, if that's the right way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6 crews. So we can see the whole field. The referee there trailing. Thanks, not in passing, but always to the referees who are working this regatta. A great crew here put together, and it's been a very smooth regatta. So
in this UMass pair, we have Mark Lagarda is a junior and is a stroke seat of the pair. Last year, he placed 4th in the pair at ACRA, so he's bringing it back. I'm sure he's trying to charge 4th and make the 7th place time is faster than he had last year. Brandon Burns, senior, is the president of UMass men's rowing and is continuing next year with a master's in accounting. Last year, he placed 2nd in the quad at ACRA.
Second right now looks to be Michigan, Liu and Woodmansey out there. Greg Hartsuff does a lot of work in the pairs, how he selects his head of the Charles crew in the fall. So everyone learns how to row a pair in that program, pair matrix, pair championship, all very important.
Yeah. So the way that they're maybe not entire overlap yet, but just a little bit closing in on the open water. We're going to keep an eye on that Michigan crew because, as we know, they get their speed in the 2nd and 3rd leg of this race. And I think UMass has to be aware, honestly, of that crew coming up on them. And in between them, Michigan
but that
crew,
UMass pair right now, rowing really gorgeously. There's some very nice acceleration and pickup.
And I love the
boat.
catch work. These guys are really clean in the water. The oar bends right away. They don't waste any time up there trying to overcompress. They send it right back.
And what you're seeing, if you look for it, the difference in these two boats, Michigan and UMass, full disclosure, each of us has a strong connection to one of those two programs. That UMass boat, there's just an immediate acceleration when the blade's in. It's picking up right away. Sometimes then a little bit off. The Michigan boat, not quite as springy on the catch on the front end. But I've never used that word springy to describe the catch. So it's a new way to think of it. Not quite as sprung as it goes in, but absolutely locked and pressing the whole way. Very reflective of this sort of powerful leg pry.
This race for 3rd is about to get really intense in this B final. Pittsburgh, Georgia Tech, Michigan State, we're all in. And yeah, we have them on the screen right now. Georgia Tech just barely, 1 seat ahead of Michigan State. This is going to be Georgia Tech's spot to lose and Michigan State's spot to earn. We just watched, I believe it was their double. Really huge sprint to close in on the field to see if their pair partners trained in the same way. These guys are coming into our eyesight. Boats are running perfectly across the water. Still great hang and squeeze from Lagarda and Burns out of UMass. Woodmansey and Liu from Michigan Rowing Association they want to eat up that open water. They don't want to let it stay open for much longer. So we'll see if that.
It looks to me here like UMass is opening up just a little bit more.
That rate just popped up.
There are about 8 UMass guys on the shore, maybe the Frosh 8 there, and they're making the noise of 24.
They are, and they're bringing back
the
UMass chant. I say you say mass to cheer their teammates on. It's distinct. I'm sure the pair knows exactly who it is they're cheering for, and that put a little bit more wind in their sails. They are trying to walk away with this as we go.
And
Georgia Tech,
they are right now.
Georgia Tech, Pittsburgh, and Michigan State still in an intense fight, a dog fight, if you will, for that 3rd place spot in this B final. So really excited. I really like what Georgia Tech has just done here. That front end looks really dynamic, and they are just trying to bend and send that boat all the way through to establish themselves ahead of the Spartans from Michigan State and the Panthers from Pittsburgh. Yeah,
they are. So that, again, this is sort of where we see as they come in the last 400 meters. The race has happened in the last 500 before that, from just about the 1,000 through to the 1,500, maybe 1,600. That's where the sort of finishing order has really sort of set itself, particularly in the tight race there, right? I think that Michigan crew is going to stay out and finish second. rowing very nicely. They've had a great race. They just didn't have that pounce that UMass had, but they're out in front, able to sort of do that. It's very, very clean rowing.
It is. It's really, really technically sound.
And some nice hang on there as well. The difference here, these guys are part of the 4th varsity group. Those are UMass's 2 best varsity rowers.
2 of their best rowers.
So you'd expect to see a little more athleticism, and the stroke of that UMass crew is a pretty decently sized young man.
Yeah, he is. He is. So these guys are coached by Bob Bullet Engelhart, who is helping them get this great movement in these small boats and in 4s, and they have this Frosh 8 coming up behind them. I'm sure they're being great mentors too to establish, as Brandon graduates, another couple years of great UMass rowing. Congratulations to those guys. 7th in the nation in the pair. We'll see Lou and Woodman C coming through the line.
You just barely hold it off, man.
I
spoke too soon.
Great work, Georgia Tech, coming up from behind and trying to take that away from them. That it should be Michigan State coming through the line now, and I think we'll see Pittsburgh in a moment. Colorado a little bit behind the field. Great work,
Georgia Tech brought it back within about a second
Wow.
of Michigan. But Michigan had the water to absorb it for sure.
Yeah.
Just sometimes if you don't make the lift, it's hard to sort of shift at the end if you've been sitting in this nice base, which is what Michigan was rowing off of.
Nicely done. Pittsburgh is through the line. Colorado will round out our B final before we start our grand final in the men's pair.
So for this grand final in the men's pair, there's a slight little break in the schedule. The referees had actually been moving up that B final, started a little early. Sort of hard sometimes to but this B final actually getting off, it's a 9:37. That's a 9:41 race, and they're a minute into it. Again, the referees can move things if they want to, as long as everyone's okay with that on the start. And sometimes you get up there, okay, let's just go, let's get it done. So what we have here from left to right for you is Piskorowski and White from Lafayette, lane 1, Clarkson in lane 2, Lehigh in lane 3 out in front, Blumenschein and Labunko from Southern Cal in 4, Baylor in 5, Soto and Fox from Washington State in lane 6. Right now we have Lehigh in 3rd up in front with Baylor and Southern Cal, USC, right in the hunt for there as well. Should be, again, this is the grand final. This is folks going for the gold, so they're not going to be holding back, but still room on this course for some things to move. All 3 of those crews looking nice and solid, trying to sort of gauge some ratings here. And to me, it looks right now like Lehigh just a little bit higher. Tiny little bit of steering there out of USC, and then Baylor. So in LA, there's not a good buoyed course. USC rows down in the port, surrounded by large cargo ships. So learning to row on a buoyed course can be a little bit of a challenge, to be held just so tight. And they're having a little bit of steering, and as they're doing that, Lehigh moving out to get some open water over both Southern Cal and Baylor there in lane 5. So Baylor maybe a seat up over Southern Cal. I think this is the only Baylor crew here at the regatta, and a really nice race going. Now there's also a good race. We have up in lane 1, Piskorowski and White from Lafayette, and now we're hitting the point where let's watch the next minute and sort of see where this stays in. Uh, Lafayette moving up nicely there on the outside, actually, and sort of almost not easy to be seen by the crew from Southern Cal. And there's a nice aggressive press on them as the drone comes around. We'll still see, I think, Southern Cal still in second, but yeah, but a really nice move going there on the outside from Lafayette, pushing up. Still, Southern Cal having pushed up a little bit on Baylor. The question is, we'll be asking to try and get is whether Lafayette has been able to get in Baylor too. This Baylor crew moving very, very nicely. It looks like UCLA colors there, actually, almost. So I was a little confused when we started looking at them in person. They're making a nice little move from Baylor into Southern Cal, and that's pushing them away from Lafayette, who I think actually was moving up. There's still some overlap. A different metal, yeah. So, and just some sort of nice racing going here. They're laying it out. They're both laying it out, but still in that pre-sprint stage. They're not going crazy yet. They're just saying, can we get up a little bit more before we have to throw our sprint? My instinct here is that Baylor pair has a pretty nice sprint, just from the way they're rowing right now. But again, can they make the shift to go up there and make it happen? But you can read the again the lines of buoys, and they've managed to move back out Southern Cal by about a length to try and move into Clarkson there. Yeah, no, they're off the course. They're going outside the ref there, and they've had to stop because they're about to hit. So that's a case of one person went up probably to sprint, and they lost the matching on the power, where they went to 102% power, 98%, maybe 95%, maybe 90% technique, and just sort of oh, that's got to be disappointing. I believe because it's Lehigh who went off, right? So Southern Cal ends up taking the yeah. It looks like, I don't know. I'm wondering if they got something wrong there. They'll check the finishes. They might have gotten confused by who ended up where visually, so they'll have to check it. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Always a little bit of time to catch that and get it right. So Southern Cal 728, Baylor 731, Lafayette 733, and then Clarkson 743, Washington State 751, Lehigh having had to stop in the shore in the last 5 strokes, ends up 6th.
Really great work to round out our men in the pairs grand final. We're seeing the start of the women's novice 4B final right now. Coming off the starting blocks for the women's B final in the novice 4. We're going to have reading showing you from left to right as we look at the bows of this boat. It's going to be Vanderbilt, Michigan State, Texas, Georgia, UC Berkeley's lightweight program, and Orange Coast. Not a lot of separation, just one crew a little bit behind the speed, but otherwise, as it stands in the first 40 seconds, 5 crews across who wanted to say that their starting sequence is the best out here among their competitors and want to establish themselves early in the lead. Berkeley borrowing orange oars from, I believe, University of Illinois.
Virginia.
Virginia.
Sure. Yeah, Virginia.
Sorry, Virginia. I've been giving credit to other programs, but borrowing oars since they made a long trek out, and it's
that
tough.
traffic cone orange, as we like to call it.
Orange. It's tough to trailer out all those boats, all that equipment from the other side of the country. We've moved to Oak Ridge, Tennessee in the last couple of years to make it a little bit more central than Lake Lanier was in Georgia, and I think that's brought more Midwest, West Coast, Southwest crews.
It's also just a great facility for the racing.
Course.
It can handle people. There are hotels all over the place. Although it is Tennessee's graduation weekend, so you got to book early. Looks to me like we have some even lanes up here.
I think this is Texas fighting to just barely nudge their bow ahead, and that should be UC Berkeley lightweights just a little bit behind them.
Vanderbilt even in third with Michigan State. Orange Coast up on the top, not that far behind. Just Georgia, actually, who came through with a pretty good row yesterday, trailing a little bit, maybe getting caught. But as we said, just 2 minutes in, so we'll see what happens. Still overlap, actually, all the way through. Maybe 2 seats of open between first and sixth. So they're gonna pop here. Some pretty good rowing. Most of them absolutely sort of in their pace right now. We were talking earlier about being set to the catch, or maybe a little bit set to the finish. And if you look at the 2 bottom boats there, the boat in lane 5 from Michigan State set up a little bit more into the catch. They're getting further, the blades get further closer to the coxswain, closer to the bow, and they come out a little bit shallower in the bodies. If you look down in lane 6, they don't quite get up as far, but they have a lot of room as the blade comes out. I declare my bias that the oars up into the catch is better physics. We will double check that with Dr. Friedman later.
We will.
But it's working here, and we got 4 crews across. They're making a very, very nice move there in lane 5 from Michigan State, starting to pull even and up next to Texas in the lane next to them. And the Vanderbilt crew in lane 6 also working for them. 4 boats across, pretty even. Up in lane 1, Orange Coast still in contact. But 4 boats across here trying to be whether they're going to be 7th or whether they're going to be 10th, right?
And everybody wants it. This
digits.
is Novice 4 is everyone's first year of collegiate rowing for their program. So I'm sure they are excited to start their rowing career with the highest finish they could possibly achieve. I'm sure their teammates on shore are cheering, cowbelling, giving them a huge boost to make sure that they support their novice women as they make their way down the course in this competitive race. I'm sure they're thrilled to know that everyone who pops out of this race is probably going to come out of it loving racing, whether win, lose, or draw. You're going to love that they had 1,500 meters or more, 2K, side by side with the other crews, trading stroke for stroke. and establishing who can go the fastest down the course, get 7th in the country. So this is still the crew in lane 5. Oh, this is Michigan State, if I'm reading that right, who've established themselves about 2 or 3 seats ahead of the rest of the field. Georgia hanging on their port side, and Berkeley and Texas still tight against the pack here. Nicely done. Vanderbilt, really great showing from all of their crews all weekend long, and these novice women are no different. They are just barely getting through the buoys ahead of Georgia, ahead of Cal Berkeley, and I think they're going to assert themselves. This is another team where their race style, their strategy is looking to build up and hit their fastest pace in the last third of the race. It's okay. It's good tidings if they can get out ahead early and just establish that their base pace is faster, but they don't worry about that. They rely on the last third to say, hey, we're going to walk on everybody else. They're coming through my line of sight right now. I love the way that Vanderbilt crew is rowing. The bodies are upright. The cores are locked in. There's that isometric press against the foot stretcher, and they are trying to open it up and away from Georgia, which I believe is their SEC counterparts. Cal all the way across the other side. And not to be forgotten, Orange Coast is hanging on to Cal. So that California rivalry right there, they're hanging on. They're not letting them get away. There's a lot more swing from that Orange Coast crew, and you can see that at the top of their screen. They're a couple strokes away from, there it is, passing ahead of Cal Berkeley's bow. So they're going to fight, and they're going to challenge Georgia now. I'm sure that Coxswain is calling seats, calling crews into this last 500 meters of the race. They want everything they can get, taking no prisoners here, nothing but the glory. So we've dropped off the leading crew off our screen because this race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place is pretty exhilarating to watch. Love to see that these crews, really new to the sport, can still duke it out. Something I love about the sport is that these women are all lined up against, again, people all in their first year of rowing, so a pretty equal playing field. They're not just going up against another team's top 4 seasoned athletes. They're going up against people who are sharing the same experience of learning how to commit to the sport through a really grueling year of college and come out as really strong student athletes. So we're getting the quartering angle from the stern, from the finish tower. It's going to start to pan out to us, pan across to us to the side profile as these crews enter the red buoys pretty soon. That should still be that Michigan State crew, I believe, entering the red buoys first. And Vanderbilt's still charging up on them. They have their bow is, I believe, lined up with at least the stroke seat, but Michigan State is trying to walk away from this. Oh, yeah, they're trying to walk away from Vanderbilt. Blades flying high out of the water, not letting anything get in their way as they establish these really strong strokes. And this sprint is starting to pick them up, up, up. A little bit of open water. Hopefully that Vanderbilt knows on the other side of the river, Orange Coast is coming to challenge them. It's a little bit of the angle, but I'm sure that Orange Coast has some overlap right now, and they want to close that 3-second gap to a 2-second gap in whatever meters they have left in this race, coming up just to the 8-minute mark here. Not too long after the 8-minute mark, these crews are going to hit the finish buoys. Really big swing, everything they got right here. Let's see what they're going to do for the finish order. Michigan State clearly ahead. Vanderbilt holding on to that 2nd place. Orange Coast squeaking ahead for that 3rd place in the B final. This is Georgia. Nicely done. Thank you for your help. Okay, they've been rolling pretty well. That was Texas. I'm sorry to Texas Longhorns. Sorry that I didn't hook them. You guys got 4th place there, followed by Georgia, followed by Berkeley. Really interesting. I must have missed that Texas charge to come up and the Georgia charge to come up from the back of the pack to come up, challenge Berkeley, and squeeze ahead of them. Great work by the Bulldogs from Georgia, just getting just not even a full second ahead of Berkeley's bow. That wraps up the B final for the women's novice 4. A great race, and I'm sure we're going to see another, I'm going to say, barn burner in the grand final of the women's novice 4. Medals are on the line.
Absolutely. Finals all the time here, and a bunch of them now. And these small boats, we're getting some grand finals, getting some championships, which is a lot of fun. So this men's novice 4 grand final,
Women's
which
novice
is
4 grand
already
final.
2.5 minutes
Women's
under.
novice 4 grand final.
Yeah, I said women's novice 4. Didn't I say that?
You
I
said
said
men's.
men's. I'm sorry. Women's novice 4 grand final. 2.5 minutes into the race, we'll be picking up some video from that soon, we hope. Lane 1, Middlebury. Lane 2, Gordon College. Lane 3, Rhode Island. Lane 4, Wash U. Lane 5, Chicago. Lane 6, Lafayette. Wash U putting a fair number of their small boats into these grand finals. Actually, it's going quite well. And as we look at it, in fact, Wash U here out in front, open water 3 minutes in. Rhode Island and Chicago racing right now for silver and bronze, a length up on Chicago and Middlebury, with Gordon trailing a little bit. So a chevron of sorts going on. Wash U just absolutely establishing their position up on the water. Open ahead, as you can see, just about to pop off your screen there. Gorgeous drone footage here to work with, really changing how we can see and call these races. And now we come to the more traditional view that we're used to, that Wash U crew just sort of watching the rowing. Nice. I like to refer to it as loping. When
Okay.
you get the right recovery up, that just sort of looks like you're bounding. You know, when you
Right.
watch
Yes.
when you watch a really good runner, not quite at full tilt in their sprint, because or a really good miler
Yes.
just has in the base of their race this sort of effortless loping stroke, and that's what we have here. This is a world-class miler is about the same speed as a good boat, a good 8 or something like that. The miler's actually probably a little bit faster in the end if they were to go straight out. They do not have the resistance of water in their
Yeah.
way to slow them
Yeah.
down a little bit. But just this very nice sort of rebound out of the bow, not throwing the hands away, not getting stuck. Not too slow, not too fast. This one is just right. Thank you, Goldilocks. And you can just see the rowing here. You can also show that the ponytail in 3 shows you that the bodies are under control and pushing and not just throwing themselves, or that ponytail would be whipping the back. When I've coached some women, sometimes I say if your ponytail starts to whip, it's too much throw, right? You have to be a little bit under control. So this Wash U crew out in front, just gorgeous, and a heck of a race behind them for silver and bronze, still in the same way. Essentially, they haven't moved on each other very much at all. We have Rhode Island maybe 2 seats up on Chicago, and then Lafayette coming up into Chicago as well with 700 meters, 600 meters to go. They could still get in there if they put the right move on at the right time. Middlebury out on the far side, a little bit overlapped, but also having a little bit of slap happy rowing there.
Right. But this Wash U crew is just laying down a clinic on long
Absolutely.
strokes, moves. They've just like their teammates in the pair earlier who walked through the field. Their stroke rate has popped up, and they are able to sustain it. I don't think there's going to be any crack in the armor here to show that they can't hold on to this dominant lead.
Clearly something that has been taught and drilled. This isn't random. This is let's
Yeah.
just go see what we can do. This is a planned creation of speed there.
And this is, I think, Rhode Island holding on to the second spot, and that would be Chicago holding on to the third spot right now. So this is the
silver and bronze.
Rhode Island club women. They have club women, club men. They also have varsity women on campus, so the love of rowing runs deep. Their varsity women just won the A10 championships this weekend, so I think the club women
automatic bid to NC2As.
Automatic bid to NC2A is usually one of the 2 dominant programs in that league, and so I don't know how much overlap, how much the clubs talk to each other, but this club women's program is trying to establish a new floor here at the ACRA National Championship.
And Chicago getting some overlap that they didn't have on Rhode Island as they're moving here now. About 300, 250 meters to go. The question is whether they can do it. The rowing a little bit cleaner on the upper boat in your thing, but a little bit more powerful down below.
And I think the clean strokes, which are still long in the URI boat, are going to sustain them.
Absolutely. And now they go. There they go. You can see them switch right there.
Boom, at rotation, out of stroke seat. They are keeping their head down. They are just staying in the boat, giving everything they can, not over compressing in any way. Chicago is matching them, though. I was going to say that it looked like it was fading a little bit, but the power per stroke here, they don't have to bring it up quite as high, but they are challenging it. Wash U still holding on to this dominant lead. I think the women from Wash U St. Louis
there you go.
are through the line for certain. Just about 7 minutes and 50 seconds to take the gold in the grand final. And it's coming down to the wire. I think the Rams from URI are going to hold on to the second place spot. Nicely, second place. Great work by Chicago in the third. Looking at a tight finish. Ooh, did you call that?
Up, tall, far away, close.
So Middlebury finishing fourth as though
unofficially.
And Lafayette should be coming in that fifth spot.
We'll see, and maybe we're wrong.
And maybe we are wrong. Well, we'll see in a second. Lafayette
in fourth.
813.111. And Middlebury 813. Wow, 1/10 of a second-ish separating those crews from fourth and fifth.
So it was near far, not far near. That's actually how you do it on there. You just sort of take you don't even worry about the one person on the finish line doesn't worry about the lane numbers. It's just far near.
Yeah.
Far, middle, near, far, whatever you need. And so here we are in the men's novice 4 B final, up in lane 6 or up in lane 1 there, closest to you. On the bottom of your screen is
Bowdoin Polar Bears.
2 is Sac State, 3 Florida, 4 Minnesota, 5 Florida State, and 6 Purdue.
I think that's Florida State out in the lead. We'll see when this angle changes up. It looks like at least in contention for that first place is Florida State, Minnesota, and the Bowdoin Polar Bears over in lane 1.
Yep. And sort of getting out of the way again, 2.5 minutes in, so we'll see if there's any shift. You can see in these puddles here a lot of power staying in the water here. I think one of the ways of if you're just doing sort of what do you observe difference for speed is and the difference between the men's boats and the women's boats is the amount of power that gets put on the oar handle, and so you get a larger puddle. Sometimes one of the things you have to learn to do as a coach and even as a coxswain, maybe even as a rower, is to read the puddles that you have.
Sure, absolutely.
What are they looking like? What is that telling us about the rowing? Are they rippy? Are they frothy and angry? You need to sort of relax a little bit. Or is there nothing there? We call that teabagging, where you just sort of gently dip your oar in and
which is super helpful to have as a coaching tool and as a rower to see what's happening, because there's so much technology that you can put in the boat, a speed coach, a Cox box. It's going to give you these numbers, boat speed. But without
Virginia with their Peach system, which means every single little bit of that is wired up and giving them data.
Which, without context, and especially this is novice rowers, you're not trying to throw everything in the book at them right in the first year. You're really just hoping they learn how to row well, as all these crews are doing. Out of context, it's like, oh, I'm rowing at a 138. Okay, but what does that mean? What does that look like?
Is it fast? Is it slow? Is it efficient or not? Is a whole different level of thing. And to be able to do that, to sort of be able to work with force curves or all this data that you can get, you still have to be able to translate it into feel in the boat.
Yeah. And where I was going with that is, like, it helps for the athletes to see what's happening, so they can see these are going to be pretty big puddles because there's just so much power they're laying down out of these strokes. But if they start to be a little bit too much, white water, and are trying to rip through the strokes,
if you're popping a lip up, it's not good. It gets
that
in the way of
138, though it may be, it's not actually moving our boat along as efficiently as if we just got out of the finish a little bit easier, got into the catch a little bit better, and we can see this is still Florida State really trying to open up on the field. A bit of a bow quartering angle here, but I think Bowdoin is just a little bit behind the pace on them, and in between that would be the Minnesota men tailing on Florida State. So Seminoles out of the capital region of Florida, a really great swing, right? They are in Tapping through the
Absolutely.
water together, a little bit upright. This is Minnesota just getting their bow up and ahead of Bowdoin. Sacramento State closely trailing, Florida closely trailing, and Purdue in the back here closely trailing the 5th place spot.
So Minnesota having moved there into a nice silver position. Still a race, I
B
think.
final.
Bowdoin up on the top there, making sure that they're trying to get in for the 3rd place. This still being the B final, so no medals on the line here, but definitely the attempt to try and get 7th and 8th and have a great last race. As you can read again where the bow balls hit the buoy line to sort of see not only who's in front of whom, but is there a changing. So you go bop, bop, and the next one bop, bop.
And
As
it
if it's the
looks
same, then it's moving, but still a little bit of time, just a little bit of time to try and get up there. Florida State nicely out in front here, going for 7th in the nation. And Minnesota getting reeled in a little bit, maybe.
little
Hard to
bit.
tell. It's
Um,
that Bowdoin boat up top rowing quite nicely and aggressively and working on. I'm sorry, not Bowdoin. Is that Purdue up in?
oh
No,
no,
that's
Sacramento
Bowdoin
State
up
and
top.
Bowdoin. Sacramento State and Bowdoin
And
are up there
Sacramento,
challenging
yeah,
on
and they're working on
Minnesota.
Sac State, and that's moving them into Minnesota. The Minnesota coxswain cannot see this, right?
Yeah,
It's too far over and too far up.
and the good
So
thing
the
is the
Bowdoin, so their bowman is having to tell them, but there's quite a sprint coming there
the Bowdoin's in
out of
great
Bowdoin.
hands. Carla Ruiz Meraz, their coxswain coach, speaks really highly of her building this crew up and bringing them together. So I'm sure she is calling them exactly where they need to be and telling them it's time to go, guys. If you want that 7th or 8th place spot, you got to prove it right now, stroke by stroke. I'm sure a lot of Bowdoin alums are happy to see such a strong novice crew coming through, joining their program.
Absolutely, and as we come up there, Florida State across at 7:15. It looks like Minnesota managed to hold on a second at 7:19. I think Bowdoin's going to come in at 3rd.
That was a great overhead shot of the finish line there to see those
Yeah.
crews. So when they stop rowing, when they, oh
So
man,
Bowdoin got back in a second and a half, a little bit less over into Minnesota, and really nice move from there in the last 400 meters.
great
Sac
work.
State coming in 4th,
Nicely done.
Florida 5th, and Purdue in 6th.
We're headed to the grand final for this event. This is also going to be tightly contested. We'll see if they're on the course soon. Hopefully, we have the chance to
We
catch
don't
them
have
at
a
the
start yet, at least. No time showing up. You're going to have at the top of your screen, probably depending on which side they're looking from. Anyway, Virginia in lane 1, Middlebury in lane 2, Washington State, a very nicely rowing crew
really
in lane
well
3,
done.
Texas, a very impressively athletic
Yeah.
crew in lane 4,
Great.
Vanderbilt in lane 5, Long Beach State in lane 6. And there's actually a slight break here before this grand final. It's now 10:10. There's about 15 minutes here. They're probably rotating the referees through. So we're going to take
Maybe putting on
advantage of this.
sunscreen. This is the first day that we've had sun out this early in the day.
We're going to put on some sunscreen, maybe go visit the facilities quickly, and we'll be back soon.
You know, I've volunteered for lots of parts of the regatta, but one thing I've never wanted to do is be on the stake boat. Commend them, great work by them, but I just don't want to be out in the sun that long holding on to crews. I'd rather find something that's a little bit shady like I got in the atomic tent right now. So thank you so much to them. Very grateful for you guys holding it down and being the first line of fairness to make sure that our crews start off the line together, perfectly lined up. It is top of the hour, just past. You are listening and watching the ACRA live stream brought to you by Here Now. This is the ACRA National Championship 2024 at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Melton Lake. A wonderful, beautiful course just outside of Knoxville, closing in on the finish tower as we look at our aerial. We got 15 minutes or so until the start of our next race. This is all finals, all day. A finals, B finals in the event. So medals are on the line, team points are on the line. Every medal that a crew earns is providing their team with more overall points, and every higher finish they earn helps count towards that. So we're going to see a lot of the same names from the men's and women's clubs, which roll deep and try to have crews in every event and want those crews to be successful up to the highest level. Saying hi to our referees, officials, saying hi to our Here Now team at the finish line. Super hard workers making this regatta complete and run really smoothly. This is the most beautiful day we've had so far. It was a little bit cloudy the first day, which was still good conditions. Nice conditions yesterday, although the weather picked up a little bit. We moved up the schedule to make sure that the inclement weather didn't cancel anything, and instead wrapped up our last few races before the storm really rolled through overhead of the lake. Taking a great look at the peninsula. Lots of team tents and team RVs here. Families coming from all across the country to support their college kids, those who just started rowing, those who just graduated from college and are wrapping up the last regatta of their collegiate career. Seeing a lot of branded tents. I'm sure every grill is fired up. There's a lot of great food coming out from all these crews. You are being this is Eddie Moog, joined by Charlie Sullivan. We are on the broadcast all morning. Thanks for all of you who've been hanging with us first thing Friday morning. I hope you called out of your job and they didn't wonder where you were. Make sure that you're also grabbing your coffee, grabbing a snack before we lock in for some really fast, exciting racing that we're going to see through the rest of the day. Going to take just a quick pause here as we let the drone give you a look over the entirety of the course as we wait about 12 more minutes until our next race begins. Again, thanks for joining us on the ACRA live stream. They are zooming in on not the athletes right now, just some random people on the shoreline who might be talking into the cameras at the moment. We have about 10 minutes until the start of our next race, which will be the grand final for the men's novice 4 here at the ACRA National Championship. We are off. We have started the racing for the second half of the morning. We are on the course, about 3.5 minutes in. This is the men's Novice 4 Grand Final. So looking from left to right, we got Virginia Rowing Association, Middlebury, Washington State, Texas, Vanderbilt, and Long Beach State. We are coming up to the 1,250 meter mark here with a pretty dominant lead from what it looks like Texas and Vanderbilt leading the pack. I know from Texas, it's probably their top 4 rowers. They love to specialize in the smaller boats, the 4 and the quad. Vanderbilt has had a really great showing here on the men's side. These might be some men's novice who didn't make the first Novice 8. These crews are clipping along. They've made it through the 1,200 meter mark, 1,250 meter mark, and are driving away because medals are on the line here for all these young men and women in the boat. This is a great pace coming along from the Texas crew, who are high and strong on their stroke rate. They don't look like they're backing down, but Vanderbilt is not letting them go. They are making them work for every single second of this race as they come through my line of sight. Just half a length up on them, but the Vanderbilt race strategy is all about building up speed into that last third of the race and letting all the other crews use that first 2/3 of the race to hang on, set their pace, and sometimes lull them into a sense of false security that they can pounce on. So we are coming up close to, all crews are coming through the 1,500 meter mark, 500 meters to go. Texas still laying down a great, powerful rhythm, big spacing through their puddles. Coxon and Vanderbilt is letting their guys know that they're not out of their sights yet. They have not walked away. They're going to make this last 500 as hard as possible for the Longhorns out of Austin. Great shot. If you're joining us just for the start of the novice races, you're here at herenow.com at the ACRA live stream, watching a lot of young athletes first year in collegiate rowing race down the course at Oak Ridge. You are joined by Eddie Moog and Charlie Sullivan on the call. And we have a great race here to start the second half of our morning. First 2 spots look like they are all but figured out, but the third spot, that should be the young men from, I believe, from Middlebury, just a little bit ahead of the men from Washington State. And we will see which of these crews, as we pan back out, is going to fight for that third place spot. Texas, I believe, entering the red buoys, Vanderbilt meeting with them. Texas starting to separate a little bit more than Vanderbilt might like. So it's time for this last lift. Every 7 strokes or so, they can build up that rate and power, but Texas is doing it earlier. Look at that compression from the stroke man, putting everything he has on the handle to get his crew through the line. They're so fast, they're getting out of the stream, and they're through the line in the first place spot, 6:52. Great time for a novice 4. And the second place 4 from Vanderbilt, 6:56. And I believe Middlebury is going to come in. Yep, I think they're going to hold on to that third place spot ahead of Washington State, followed tightly by Long Beach State and Virginia.
Some slapping of water there with joy, some thumbs up from competitors there, from Vanderbilt over to Texas, little hook'em horns up there. I was like, and the crews congratulating each other down the boat. Great event there. In the novice 4, traditionally, I hate that word, but I will say historically, as opposed to traditionally. Historically speaking, a lot of regattas like the Dadvale, which is the Lindy Cup. I mean, I even know the name of the cup for the freshman 4 because so hugely contested event. Sometimes because you're rowing the 4 is your major event, but sometimes, hey, let's get the other guys in there, get them a good race, and just very, very competitive. To win is hard, and particularly if you have some other crews in front of you in your program. So that Virginia crew 716 being selected behind
Two Novice eights?
Two Novice eights.
Oh no, just one. I think their second Novice eight didn't quite go, which is why we saw some guys in the single.
Oh, that's
otherwise.
right. That's right.
But I mean, Virginia, Washington State, Middlebury, Vanderbilt, I believe all put out men's Novice eights for this weekend. So this is guys who are in that second pack, and it's just great to see programs on big campuses and small campuses that are fielding more than 10, more than 12, hopefully over 16 new athletes to their program, because that is how your programs grow. Really, it's essential to recruit the athletes in their first year or two of college, because very few times.
And if you have access on your campus to the bodies, if you have enough people and you've been able to make your program accessible, then you should try and create a situation is instead of having 5 athletes trying to make your top boat, maybe you have 12, right? You have 6 guys who make that, and then there are 6 other guys below that shooting for those last 2 boats. And then they make it, and they're in the top boat, but then they have to hold on to it. What happens with some of the smaller boats, sometimes it's, well, I got 2 good guys, so I'm going to put them in the pair, right? And then your other 8 guys will like, what are we, top liver? You know, that they can read it that way. So we have a B final here coming down about a minute and a half into it in the men's lightweight varsity 4. In lane 2 to your left, Rhode Island, lane 3, Bucknell, lane 4, Texas again, and lane 5, Chicago. Chicago looks like they're up about a seat or 2, but Texas and Bucknell pretty even. Again, just 2 minutes in. Bucknell definitely has been charging crews down the course. Good, strong starts, but then good, strong finishes too.
Yeah.
So
if
Bucknell, you can do both of it. They clearly have hit their training right. This is, we've talked about the one day that your crew has to bloom, and they've been on this weekend looking like they still had another year or 2 to find.
Absolutely, and these are guys, so Bucknell, small campus, but large showing, really, really deep program. These are guys who didn't make one of the first 3 8s, and their teammates in the 3V won the gold medal for their team this weekend. So they are not in contention for a medal right now, but I'm sure these guys are trying to charge ahead. So, hey, we're going to get to the top.
Yeah, a second gold medal would be cool for them. At the same time, Texas in lane 4 in the mix there, and really sort of trying to make things work well. Chicago out in front just a little bit. Again, maybe another seat. Texas 2 seats behind them. Bucknell 1 seat behind them. We're 3 minutes in, and what I'm seeing is fairly even rowing, fairly pressing rowing, but just now a little bit of quickening. Just now we started to see Chicago start to say, okay, can we go now? Can we make this move now? And 3.5 minutes in, that's coming through the 1,000. Traditionally or historically, that is when a lot of crews like to make a move. At the 1,000, some make it right before, some make it right behind. But these 3 crews still in contact, and it's going to be this next 500 that's going to play that. We have Bucknell pulling up even into Texas, maybe not quite in front of them. Both of those crews moving on Chicago. Chicago had tried to put a fairly hard press up there, and they're still on it. You can see that coming off the end of their blades, but a little bit of wasted energy. The one thing about Dan's crews from Bucknell is that they are very, very well drilled.
Very well drilled and seasoned, right? Even if this is the first weekend in which these guys are in
there they go.
lineup.
You can see it. As we talked about, Inch Plant started to step in on that. you can see here, you can just see Bucknell, every stroke, a little inch over Texas. Every stroke, a little inch into Chicago, although Chicago is holding it pretty well. Sorry, keep going there. Just wanted to catch the moment for the
Yeah, even this is the first weekend these guys are racing this lineup. They've had racing traveling, and just the racing they're going to do internally on Susquehanna is going to prepare them for moments like this, in which you can't let a mistake, you can't let a single moment of thinking, oh, I'm really tired, I'm giving everything I got, get to your head and let you get behind the crews that are heading, because they're closing in on Chicago despite Chicago's best effort, getting ahead of the crew from Texas despite the Longhorns' best effort. These guys are all lightweight athletes, so under 160 pounds, and they are swinging, putting all that mass they have in the boat to the test right now. Bucknell is actually on the outside. I've been calling this wrong.
Yep.
Texas is charging up on Bucknell. Texas is
So
here in the
Texas
middle.
is responding to that move we saw Bucknell make. That's the other thing that's happening here. And yes, all the same basic mass swinging in these boats, right? What is that? 4 times 160, so that would be 640.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not doing that math.
Moving.
But this Bucknell crew,
we had to learn to multiply in our heads.
Good on you. This Bucknell crew racing in a boat donated by one of the last members of the previous lightweight four that I think had a lot of success at ACRA, I believe, back in 2018. This is the line of notes coaches gave to us, which is why we can pull them out of our hat so quickly. But it's shaping out to be from lane 5 through 3. It looks like the finish order, as we get really close to the red buoys where anything goes, is looking like Chicago taking the lead on Texas, taking the lead on
But
Bucknell.
Texas here has just made that move to pop off of Bucknell, and they've used them as a springboard to get up actually into Chicago here, really putting a move, as you say, between 4 and 6 minutes, you see the race develop, and here you see the race finish off. So this is going to be quite a fascinating little race. Because I think they've had time, the Chicago crews had time to see this Texas crew coming.
But Texas
is longer and still moving, so I'm liking that.
Yeah,
They're going to go through.
good enough isn't good enough for them. They want first place in this B final. They want to show that they're 7th. They want to match up with their freshmen just threw down in the novice for grand final first place medal.
Here they go.
These guys want to be a part of that. So,
I think they're in front by about 2 seats. They're even maybe to get all the way through. This is a gorgeous sprint here out of this Texas 4.
Nothing lost on the power, right? Nothing lost on the boat speed as they pick up this power. It almost got cleaner as they surge through.
Yep.
Just a stroke away from the finish line. That is 7th place in the country. This is Chicago coming through in that 2nd place spot. Bucknell, long, strong, holding down the 3rd place spot in the B final here at ACRA.
So, and they went through, they moved into 5 seconds there.
That was remarkable.
Happened in the last 250 meters, right? So they just hit a speed, which, in some ways you're like, okay, so you had that. Could you have laid it out earlier a little bit? As a coach, we're always sort of like, glad you had that sprint, glad it worked for you. But if you could sprint that well, then again, the speed to win is good enough speed.
Yeah, I'll tell athletes all the time, once they show a sprint or a interval piece, time trial piece, where they finally make a huge personal record, and it's like, you showed me
no
you can
more
do
excuses.
I know you can do it now, so you never can go back to
exactly.
Can't go that fast. Like, this kid don't have it in me. It's like, I know you have it in you.
And my mistake earlier, I talked about medals here. That was actually the B final. Sorry if that caused any confusion. But here we actually have the grand final for the men's lightweight 8. About 30 seconds into it, we'll get up to the images soon as the drones get back up there. Lane 1, Georgia Tech. Lane 2, Bowdoin. Lane 3, UConn. Lane 4, Michigan. Lane 5, Berkeley. And lane 6, Santa Barbara. That Berkeley program, as we've talked about, is actually a lightweight program. And they've been racing in some open weight events, which of course they're free to do. But here you do have the Berkeley lightweights racing in the lightweight event. I believe this is their top 4 guys.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that UConn, this is one of their top boats. I think they've mostly brought down 4s this weekend. We're going to see...
For Michigan, these are guys out of the 4V.
Yeah.
They raced Varsity 8, 2nd Varsity 8, 3rd Varsity 8, got silver last night.
Right.
And they've had a heavy 4 and a light 4, a single.
And a pair. So yeah, these are the Mighty Lighties out of Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Mighty Lighties. All this sort of stuff. So you can see this race coming down as we're coming up on it. Lane 6 is to your left and lane 1 is to your right, and then the drone will probably come back down around. So 6, 5, 4, 3. It looks like Yukon up in front with Bowdoin up there as well. Michigan in the hunt. All of those three crews within a seat of each other. Berkeley and Santa Barbara maybe a boat back, and Georgia Tech off the pace. Looks very much here like Yukon and Michigan stroke for stroke with Bowdoin 1 seat back. But again, only 2 minutes in, right?
Yeah, and Yukon, this is, I believe it's one of the top boats here. The Cox and Sarah and 3C John, this is their second ACRA appearance. Last year they got silver in the novice lightweight 4. So I think they are going to be seasoned in the lightweight events for the next few years of college. Bow seat, Chris just graduated. This is his third ACRA. He got bronze 2022 in the novice 4. And they are all racing Michelle, recently named after their head coach, Marissa Semperbond. This is I think I'll find out, it's the Coach Semperbond or the Marissa Semperbond on the name, and that is the Northeast Regional Coach of the Year, ACRA Coach of the Year. So, great work. These guys look really prepared, and this is going to be tight all the way down, so I'm not going to sing their praises yet.
Yeah, we're still in the boilerplate part of it, but Yukon and Michigan there, stroke for stroke. Yukon a little longer, a little lower. Michigan a little bit not quite as long through the water, maybe a beat higher. But both of those crews sending some puddles down, as you can see. A little bit more water off the end of the blade at the finish in Yukon. Michigan's blade's a little bit tighter through the finish, and that's sort of what we look for. That's a sign of some efficient rowing here. The Michigan lightweight 4 has always been selected later in the guys who make that boat actually are quite motivated by it when they get into it. And here you can see them taking a move just past 1,000. Just letting them go, right? And they're trying to find that the Michigan coxswain looking over and able to see that bow ball, and I'm sure she's saying, "No, get me clear of that.
Get
Keep
me
moving
closer,"
up, because they're coming back. These the Huskies from Yukon and moving back into it. The Michigan guys can see that, and so now they've got to react and make it go. And there goes their second movement.
Yep. Evident in how they just tightened up the finish there, not wasting any energy swinging super far open, instead making a little bit more compact, efficient on the drive. We're getting the angle from the finish tower. It's going to start to pan over, but this way we'll be able to
so
see
again, in these lightweight crews, there's no advantage of mass in boats, right? It's not like you just have more mass you can throw at it. This is going to come down to who's got the best lungs, who's got the best thing working there. And Michigan is moving back out again, right? Yukon had to put a pretty good effort to try and get in there. Michigan was able to absorb that, breathe and go.
Yeah, who
and
is
now they're
able to let
moving.
their aerobic base burn for the longest? Because these guys are absolutely in the pain cave, giving everything they got, but they're not looking for the light. They're looking to get further inside.
And Michigan's just popped it up, and they're going to win by a length here. UConn, they're making a very nice push, and we have a crew
But Cal
in
Berkeley's
third
going to
coming up
challenge
quite
them this
nicely.
last 100 meters, so
That's
hopefully
Cal
that
Berkeley
UConn,
there, right?
yep, hopefully UConn can withstand that and hold on to the second place spot that they've had. But Cal Berkeley, if they want it, they're going to
And
get
go
it.
blue, Michigan comes across, and they got it to a length, pounding the water
Nicely
in
done.
celebration. UConn coming back into second there, and a very, very nice move by Cal Berkeley to get up there. The Michigan guys still celebrating. Great race there, 6:55 by Michigan, 6:58 by UConn. Berkeley just over 7 minutes at 7:01, and those three had gotten some breakout from the others. Bowdoin at 7:09, Georgia Tech at 7:10. And UC Santa Barbara at 7:15. Michigan guys still happy. Some congratulations coming. It looks like we have a coxswain's hand up there in the UC Santa Barbara crew. That could mean one of two things. Either they have a protest up, she's putting it back down, or they have problems with the guy who was lying down, maybe for health, but he's back up, so that's all good, and her hand has come down. The other thing that happens here, if the coxswains are carrying weight, if the coxswains are less than 120 pounds, they have to carry weight with them, and the referees will check to make sure the coxswain weight is there. Crews are supposed to wait at the finish until the white flag has come from the referees, and now they're spinning, so we're assuming that has happened. So congratulations to the Michigan guys and that lightweight four, continuing a pretty good tradition in that event at ACRA. Now we're going up to a B final in the women's novice 8. Great to have such a full event in this women's novice 8, just taking off right now. From your left in lane 2, Penn State. In lane 3, Michigan State. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Purdue. And lane 6, Virginia Tech. This is Purdue's actually second novice 8. Their B boat racing. Their A boat is in the final, looking pretty good place to maybe get a medal, perhaps even gold. But because there's no second novice 8 for the women, the Purdue second 8 is here racing up in this. As we see this, lane 4, UC Irvine, sort of taking a little bit of an early lead over Michigan State. Michigan State doing nicely 2 or 3 seats up on the Purdue B boat. Penn State, Virginia Tech starting to fall back. Well, you can see these nice yellow oars, very easy to sort of read, both on a sort of early morning row where the sun's not fully up, and here by the drone, the bright color is really helpful. You can see they're just sort of eating that water up. They're catching in their puddles. Ideally, they'd get past them a little bit, but they may still be a minute and a half, still not quite in their base yet.
Yeah, we're looking at bow seats puddle. How far through the boat does it go? I think it's just catching right inside of 7 seats puddle. But ideally, you want to get as far up to the coxswain, or if you can, pass. But novice 8s, sometimes it's tough to do. Right now, they're just trying to hold off the Spartans from Michigan State.
Yeah, but you could see, though, very matched rowing there. The blades all swinging well together. The blade work, the blades all feathering and squaring at the same time. That's when we take the blade out and the blade goes from being vertical to being horizontal. We call that feathering.
Yeah.
And then squaring the blade is when you put it back into that square or perpendicular position.
And the level of quality in novice rowing in the last 10 years and just last 20 years is just
And they're had a nice first 1,000 going. We'll see whether that was just
Yep, and these crews are about to get into the 1,250 meter mark of this race. The UC Irvine and Michigan State crews are starting to really separate themselves from the field, laying it down, opening up as much water as they can between them and their competitors. That bobble in the boat, yeah, it's going to be a little bit unset. That is novice rowing. It is quality. During your first year, don't ever let it look, although it looks a little bit effortless or because it's so smooth, don't forget this is incredibly hard to do, especially 8 people in the boat. Only one of them's talking. None of it's the rower, so you can't make in-game changes such as, oh, hey, the boat's not here and my rower's doing this. You just got to.
minutes in, you switch to an aerobic race, which is what most of these is. But that start, the lactic acid from the start is coming to your body right now and saying, please.
Yeah, anything, all your motor skills are just trying to get enough air in and out. They're not looking to talk too tightly about what's going on. And again, it's not a prerequisite to be powerful if your boat's wobbling around a little bit. You can just drive it along, still get power on the foot stretcher, on the handle, as these UC Irvine Anteaters are doing. Michigan State, really strong row here. Great to see that these crews. Wow, it really is. 4 boats across. No, the crew. Oh, it is 3. Oh, I'm seeing double. My bad. Virginia Tech. And that's the Purdue B in the middle.
And they're all now with
Maybe a seat, and I think that is Penn State on the outside.
They're not actually moving.
Yeah. Penn State on that outside lane. I think they're using this outside lane. It's almost like they're in their own little race. There's no drama about how close the crew is next to you. So I think that Coxon is using that little space to push them out ahead. They were 2 seats ahead when we had that large pan out. Now we're just focusing in on the Virginia Tech Coxon and stroke pair. She is, and I really wish she would call in, sit down and see a little bit more.
We're not seeing it show up in the run.
Yeah, I think this crew might be hitting their red line very soon, if not already. I think Purdue, they're having a tough road, but Penn State is now clearing them as soon as the Purdue and Hokie bows are passing through a set of buoys. The Penn State stern is passing through them. So I think as we get that side profile, we'll see that Penn State is trying to drop both of these crews and catch up. And honestly,
and you can see wobbly rowing there in that Penn State crew. You can in the Purdue crew. You also can see power. I mean, that's a fairly powerful rower there in the stroke seat, and the woman behind her also, maybe the last athlete not to make their novice 8.
Which is in the next final, the grand final. Very cool. I think Purdue is the only team here that has 2 novice 8s, so that does speak to point trophy and bringing a deep team. It's okay to bring that first crew, second novice. I'm sorry, this is 3rd novice 8 if they have Purdue A and Purdue B. And UC Irvine is about to charge through the red buoys quickly to make their last race at ACRA, a 7th place finish overall.
There you go.
Nicely done.
Arms up in the air,
Royal
celebration. UC Irvine, very
pace.
nice.
This is Michigan State following through in the 8th place spot, and I believe Penn State will hold down that 3rd place spot. Nicely done by the Nittany Lions out of State College. Here comes Purdue and Virginia Tech rounding out a really great race in the
Great
B
little
final.
race in the B final there. So that's places 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. I was counting on my fingers there. As I said, we were taught to do math in our heads, and sometimes that included digits. Old. I'm old. I was 60 in a month. So,
but you know who's not old is the women in the novice 8 grand final coming up.
There you go. Exactly. That was a very good way of saying, Charlie, get back to the rowing. Stop talking about it.
And we get to see them coming off the starting blocks. We haven't gotten to see this very often this weekend. I know that we're going to spend a little bit more time in the race schedule and from here now with the double drone system to see more of the start, because this is exciting. You're going to see huge puddles. You're going to see boats picking up max speed because their boat is at a standstill right now. So the first 5 strokes or more are going to be how to get this boat up to its top boat
In
speed.
almost every boat here, right, you see the bow rower having passed their oar up to 2. They're all sort of rigged the same way. They're doing what we call sculling it around. That means there's just a tiny little bit of wind. The starting line is up at a bend in the river. You can see the other crews up there waiting for their races. Just maybe a tiny little bit of wind coming down that valley, and then the valley pops away here. This is, the Tennessee Valley of the Tennessee Valley Authority. So they were all just getting their point, and they're off. The referee's pulling in down below. So this is the grand final of the Novice Women's 8 in Lane 1, which is on your right here, Central Florida. Lane 2, Illinois. Lane 3, Purdue, who's up by a couple of seats over Lane 4, Santa Barbara. Lane 5, Bowdoin, right with Santa Barbara. Lane 6, Northwestern. Again, 40 seconds in. This is just their start speed. We don't really know how that's going to play out, but Purdue boiling out of the start there and makering some speed for themselves. Sorry, Eddie and I amuse each other very easily with stupid little word games. Purdue moving quite nicely. We're now a minute in. They should be shifting down into their base. The UC Santa Barbara crew looked pretty nice, pretty good yesterday. The Purdue crew looked pretty strong and also rowing well. So we might see them move away. Their novice men's 8 set.
Purdue, yes,
they were faster by about
fast.
10 seconds over anybody else. So if they were able to do this and the novice men are able to follow up on that, that would be quite a statement of the investment in freshman rowing.
And Charlie, you've spent a lot of time around Midwest rowing. Purdue men's and women's club same coach or?
No, they have a full coaching staff.
Okay, great.
Right? Yeah, I mean they actually are. The Purdue alumni have done some really excellent and special things for that program. They built a boathouse fairly recently. The head coaching position, which is for both programs, the sort of director of rowing position, is an endowed position with a pretty good salary and an official job inside the university, which is really quite nice.
Very cool.
And then they have the ability to support assistant coaches, and they had a new coach come in. I think this is his second year, maybe his third. Cool. And he has really focused the team on coming to ACRA, on making this the end of the season. A big tradition in Purdue of racing at the Dad Vale for a lot of the alumni. I think that is an emotional heartstring place. I think this is true for you at UMass as well. You have some alumni for whom the Dad Vale is really a big deal. ACRA's a new kid, right? And so they have no experience of it. They don't know what it is. They haven't seen it. Hopefully some of you older alumni, if you're watching from Purdue, they're going to come down and they are dominating this regatta.
Yeah, you got to be proud of them.
And you should be proud of what they're doing, because this is harder than, this is for them what the Dad Vale was for you. It's a really competitive thing. It's a great set of stuff. And everyone's coming with, largely, I mean, each program has their strengths financially and structurally. Each one has their challenges. But if you're alumni here, you want to be supporting this, because this Purdue novice women's crew here now, 5 seats up maybe on UC Santa Barbara, but Bowdoin coming back into that, UC Santa Barbara making a push here. This is some really, really great rowing. There were very few Dad Vale finals that I saw that were this tight in the novice 8.
And this well rowed,
the rowing's just as good, and there's no bend in the middle of the course.
Despite my love for the greatest city in the world, Philadelphia, this is a much better course.
Well, they've moved the Dad Vale now out to
and they've moved it out to Camden, which is maybe the second or third best city in New Jersey. So now we get to be in beautiful Knoxville on Oak Ridge Mountain Lake. and watch Purdue women just sling
There are
it down the
people all
course.
over New Jersey who are just like clicking at you right now.
You can send your complaints to ACRA if I just got the ranking of New Jersey City wrong.
Princeton isn't a city, but I'll be there next weekend for the best college party.
Yeah, Princeton having a great day at Eastern Sprint so far on the men's side. But Purdue is charging down. Bowdoin still has UC Santa Barbara in their sights. It's just a little bit of overlap bow on their Coxon.
It's been a really nice move by UC Santa Barbara as we've been back and forth. And UC Santa Barbara is actually still moving into Purdue here. I mean, it's not going away yet here.
No, it's not going away, and I think Bowdoin is still in contention for that third spot, and we're just trying to make sure that Central Florida doesn't take it away from the crew that came all the way from Maine. I think both these crews are saying, hey, we
can't see it in the shot right now, but UCSB is moving up on Purdue.
And we
very nicely.
In that third place spot, it is
a really tight race, little sprintier. Purdue trying to hold them off with their nice long rowing, but UC Santa Barbara is saying, okay, let's go.
And that third place spot is dead even. When it came by my line of sight right around the 1,400 meter mark, could not distinguish whether it was, it was actually Illinois and Bowdoin.
And you can see in the shot right now there, again, we say there's a little bit of, they're a good 100 meters down the course now from where you're seeing the image, so we're sort of calling both off the image and off of the thing that's happening. You're going to see Santa Barbara start to
charge
move
back
here, right
on
here.
Purdue. So we don't care about how proud your alumni are of you. We are coming to
Well,
take
I
the care of
guarantee you, UCSB has some great alumni support and traditions. One of the coolest one, every rower at UCSB has been given a number when they finish their novice year and go on to varsity. So from number one, from the first person to row for them all the way up to the current day, and the number is a big deal there. It sort of puts you in line of being part of this. This race here, Purdue's just got enough space that they're going to absorb it, but you can see the gauchos there really sort of working to hold it off. You see some big, strong, athletic women in that Purdue boat. It is a large campus with a lot of athletic kids on there. Santa Barbara, a large campus, a lot of kids who have chosen to go party in one of the most famous party neighborhoods in the country. But the rowers working really hard and not spending so much time at the beach. So here's Purdue running away. I do have to say that academically, UC Santa Barbara is an amazing place. It's a really
amazing, but it's easier to party in California.
It's also easy to have some fun there.
Indiana, Illinois, Indiana.
I'm sure Purdue managed to have their fun, but what's more fun than sitting here and winning a gold medal in the novice women's race?
It's all about everyone exuberant about that.
Coxon standing up.
Incredible
Great race
place.
from Purdue there. Santa Barbara coming in really nicely, 3 seconds behind. Really having
and third place is going to be a mystery. I can't tell who got that through. The Illinois fighting Illini.
Third place, silver.
I think this is going to be less than a full second.
Bowdoin 7:20,
9/10 to the second.
Yeah,
really amazing race.
Awesome racing going here. So TL/DR alumni support your programs for the experience that they're having now. It is the experience you had when you were there, perhaps better, perhaps not at the same places that you rode. And things change as they need to. I think one of the things that the coaches here who made this regatta as good as it is have been really building a regatta for the rowing experience. And a lot of people are answering the call of how to make their club program better.
Right.
There is almost no administrative money coming to a lot of these programs, so it is dues, it is alumni support, it is parent support.
And it shouldn't go without stating, Northwestern just finished out 5th in that grand final. Their head coach, Colin Darton, super proud of this novice group. Feels as one of the most talented group of women he's gotten so far, and they're still learning. They're still raw. Only one athlete, the stroke seat of that boat, rode in high school. The rest are all true novices, and this is impressive. We shared this stuff a little bit earlier. Coxon joined 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Welcome to the sport. Go to the
they've
national
only had one
championship, make
novice.
the A final.
No
Awesome.
novice coxswain all year, scrambling to find a second, and she's only been seated about 10 times, but has shown tremendous aptitude, confidence, and just got, her crew very excited athletes who love racing down the course in the 5th place spot in the country.
So that's got to take a lot of maturity off of that crew to say, okay, she's here, let's make it work. And we're going to support you. And she called a good race, it looked
She
like.
did.
I mean, they were doing some good stuff.
It looked great. Congrats to all those crews in the grand final. We were followed up by the men's novice 8B final. Looking from the left to the right, you're going to see Ohio State on the left side of your screen, Washington State, Virginia, Michigan, UCLA, and then UMass on the right side of your screen.
And right now what we have is Michigan there in lane 3 out in front with Virginia and UCLA racing behind. This Michigan novice 8 was freshman 8 was quite disappointed not to make the grand final. Sort of something that has happened regularly for Michigan crews. They won this event last year, so they also can. And these guys, in some ways, are faster than that crew in terms of some of the scores they have to play with. So I think they've been thinking for a long time, we're going to go, we're going to do well. A little bit, they didn't quite have the race they needed yesterday. One of them said we were thinking through to the final, not taking care of the semifinal. So they're here laying it out against 2 crews that they really also see as competitors. Virginia right next to them.
All 3 crews in the middle. This is I'm going to call them the blue bloods of this league, the ACRA league. These are
UCLA Varsity 8 champion last year, Virginia.
And three programs where in the past, 5-6 years,
they would have been in the varsity in the grand final. And here they are racing in the petite. That's how much better this is getting.
And these guys are blazing fast. They're already passing by us. Just on the outside, UMass and Washington State did a race of their own with Ohio State. But this pace in the middle, there's so many talented, strong athletes, whether they're raw or they're seasoned, just guys in 620s, which is what high school is trying to do to get.
4 minutes in, we're at about 1200, where Michigan likes to sort of take a push, and you're seeing it happen as they're emptying out. Virginia is closing in a bit on UCLA, and they've pulled even here, moving a little bit on Michigan. They're actually pulling a sprint quite early.
Really early.
Knowing that if they're going to get Michigan, they're going to have to do it now.
They're going to need it.
Michigan is sort of going to have to see what they can do. Virginia taking a seat about every stroke, and they are leaving UCLA, those 2. 500 meters to go. We have Michigan 4 seats up on Virginia, and Virginia coxswain looking over to about the 5 seat of UCLA.
Back in the pack, UMass and Washington State are in a race of their own. UMass just barely getting ahead of Washington State. Ohio State is stern with Washington State. But this lead up front here, guys, this is going to be one of the closest races we're going to see in this novice freshman event. Michigan still holding the lead here, but Virginia doing whatever they can to close in on it, eat it up.
And you start to see again now the Michigan crew having absorbed that move and moved back out to the coxswain on the 2 seat. Virginia really gave a press there, maybe almost too soon, but they had to do that to try and win, right? So Michigan now having absorbed that, still rowing nice and long, the blades going in and holding and pushing. They're starting a sprint now. The coxswain is maybe on the bow of Virginia. I'm sure that she's asking for open water. The Michigan crew trying to make a case that they should have been in the A final, as is this Virginia 8, which is rowing really well.
UCLA probably.
And
all
UCLA is saying, where the hell did that go?
Yeah.
That move by Virginia, just really impressive in the middle, but Michigan able to respond, and having led, it sort of looks like from start to finish.
Yeah, this is going to be, unless this angle is deceiving us, I believe Michigan through the line first, just a couple more strokes. Virginia not trying to prove me wrong, trying to show everything left in the tank that they have to get through the line ahead of Michigan.
And they're throwing another sprint right
they
back
are.
at them.
It's intense, but they just ran out of real
Michigan
estate.
by 4 or 5 seats, Virginia second.
Really
Michigan
well
hands
done.
in the air.
UCLA through the line, well-rode race by those guys. I love how that engine room was really helping the stern ends surge through. And UMass and Washington State, I think Washington State might have just edged out the UMass novice men, And then Ohio State will be coming through the line close. That's going to be a photo finish for that 4th and 5th spot. Yep, 629.008. And let's see if it's 100th. Yep,
And I just want to,
second.
I want to point out that 6:12 and 6:14 by novice crews is pretty amazing.
It's remarkable.
Actually, it really is. Those are some good speeds there. Mostly walk-ons in a lot of those crews. I think Virginia has some recruited high school athletes, but really a great race. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe before COVID, that easily would have been the final, the grand final.
Absolutely.
But here we are for the grand final with some other people in the mix here. We have Minnesota in lane 1, Southern Cal in lane 2, Purdue in lane 3. That's from the left to right on your screen. Orange Coast in lane 4, UC Davis in lane 5, and Bucknell in lane 6. This Purdue crew has just been stupendous all season. And here they are moving out. You can see the white oars makes it easier to do. They're a minute, 15 seconds into the race, and they have a clear lead. No open water yet, but that will happen sort of soon. Orange Coast staying up with them, and Minnesota out in lane 1 also pushing up quite nicely. They're ahead of USC. USC is even with UC Davis, as they were the other day when we saw them race against each other. Bucknell in 6th place right now. Bucknell had a great race to make the final yesterday.
Yeah.
And
this is the first time, the last time that Bucknell rode a freshman at ACRA was 2018. So he's really happy to have this crew back. On a pretty young squad, all in all. They've been ranked top 6 in ACRA polls since the beginning of the season. Outside of this, there's 10 freshmen who've been voted in the V8, 2V8, and 3V8 before this vote. So he's really thrilled that Bucknell alum Henry Lenardi has led this crew to a grand final appearance, and we will see if that will also become a grand final medal.
So this is fascinating because 2.5 minutes in here, Purdue is up, but watch out up there, Minnesota in lane 1, and UC Davis, Orange Coast right with them with the white oars and the orange tips. So I don't think this Purdue crew has been pushed like this season yet, although
and we're gonna see
once against Virginia. I think Virginia raced them
at the GW
at the ACRA, maybe?
Oh, ACRA, yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how they respond to this pressure. Having looked at the results the other day, not to script the race ahead of time, but, I thought that Purdue crew was just going to walk away with it. And Cam's crew out of Orange Coast is answering. He's got some pretty good athletes.
He does. Orange Coast often does. A lot of guys.
There are guys who would be at Cal, would be at Washington, but they either need to stay close to home for a little bit. They need to get a year or two academically under their belts. And so Orange Coast is coming. Purdue is up by a couple of seats, but they're having to work for it. It's not just coming to them in base speed.
Right, and it's no longer the time to say, let's hold our base and see how hard you all have to work to get past us. There's nothing you can leave to chance here. On the outside of that, the UC Davis guys are not out of contract yet. The Bucknell guys are not out of contract with
and it's
UC Davis.
UC Davis who has made themselves felt here in the 3rd spot. Minnesota had gone out quite nicely early, but UC Davis having moved forward, and Bucknell coming back into this.
Bucknell's coming back in a big way. They're going to challenge the crews across
Southern
the
Cal
river from them.
Dropped, but
we
Bucknell
are looking
moving.
Right line of sight. It's still UC Davis and Minnesota in a dead tie, but Bucknell's gaining seats on UC Davis as we speak. I'm going to say those UC Davis guys, they look tired. This is hard.
The Bucknell looks more sprightly, more springy was our word earlier from the day.
We're
springing into this. So in 500 meters to go, there's a great race for gold, and there's a spectacular race going on for bronze.
Yeah, this is not going away. None of these crews are about to drop off, but I think the Bison Charge might be enough to get them in contention for a medal, not to outdo the
Minnesota
Gophers.
Sticking themselves back into it. If you pull the focus a little bit away from UC Davis as Bucknell goes, sort of creates a space for Minnesota to just move. and
Right.
not be getting so emotionally walked up. The Minnesota crew's really well coached here. As we're coming into the last little bit, Purdue is actually
Opened up.
putting its power in that boat to work. But there's been contact the whole way down. This is a really excellent final here. One of the hardest events, I think, in a regatta
Yeah.
with the novice crews, because everyone's the same age, everyone's sort of the same experience level. You tend not to have as like Notre Dame's has a guy who was in the U.S. under 23
Yeah, so
racing
none of these guys are
fastly.
doing
You
stuff
don't
like
have that guy pulling in the 540s on his 2K that you have to race against, right?
But I'm seeing Bucknell start to really challenge UC Davis. It's going to be hard to tell from this angle if either of them are now challenging Minnesota for the third place spot. But
Purdue coming through to win.
OCC gained a
Orange
little
Coast,
bit back
a
on them.
very good row.
And we got
Really,
some picture
really
in
nice.
picture.
Purdue slapping the water as you do. UC, OCC
Oh,
looking
and
across.
UC Davis, I think I'm going to call
UC Davis third, barely over a hard charging crew out of Bucknell.
Bucknell and Minnesota.
Again, Bucknell, the smallest school racing in the eights here, they will tell you
They will tell
in
me.
terms of the number of kids that they have to go.
They won't stop telling
Minnesota
me.
came in and got fourth.
Wow.
6:15, very tight up on the top end. And then Bucknell at 6:15. the right
on
time,
the right day.
right? And it was Bucknell that nipped them out. So a good row. I mean, it would be too bad we don't have an 8-lane course here to be able to get them up. But you got to do the right thing in the right time. Great racing here in the men's novice 8. Always a spectacular event.
Almost only works in the horseshoes. So
Absolutely.
thrilled to
Varsity
see.
events now.
Yeah, thrilled to see Purdue come through and earn another gold medal, just like their novice women. Congratulations to those crews. So yes, the women varsity for B finals on the course about 2 minutes in. This is contending again for those of you just joining us. This is Eddie Moog and Charlie Sullivan from the ACRA 2024 National Championship, broadcasting on behalf of Here Now, who is setting up the live stream, the drones, and giving us a beautiful day to come out here and talk, yap about it. So this is.
We don't have image right now.
But I'm going to imagine.
But we're going to
the
imagine.
crew's in it.
There
Oh,
they
look at
are.
that.
There it's switched up.
Ohio State is at the top of your screen in lane 1, and then moving down the bottom screen, Georgia Tech, Washington State, Georgia, Florida State, and Michigan State. And it looks to me like that
we have a pretty good race going. I think there's still time for this to be a really nice race for the first place, which would give them seventh in the event.
First, yeah, seventh in the B final. I still think Georgia is starting to establish a little bit more of a gap on everybody. We're going to let you know as they come to our line site how much labor it looks like it is, right? Is it effortless? None of this is effortless, but is it smooth, long, something they can sustain, or is it something that's going to take a minute to take a hold, and are they going to fade away? So they're opening up on their counterparts from the same state in Georgia Tech. But Florida State is still hanging on. We've seen some really good rowing in the fours from the Seminoles here. What I'm seeing in the rowing, those blades just need to go in a little bit quicker, right? They're not hanging up in a way that's slowing them down, but it's about the fine-tuning things. It's about the little things right now, about what separates you from some really stiff competition, not to let Michigan State go understated. Strong swing from the ladies in that shell, still pushing up on Florida State. They're coming through the 1,400 meter mark in our face, and
Georgia still sort of in a little bit of a base speed rowing.
I think Florida State
is moving. They've shifted up, and they're bringing Michigan State with them. So
I think the field's bringing it up.
Georgia better be careful here. The coxswain can't see it. The rowers probably say this feels good, but if they don't respond soon, they're just going to get moved through, or at least moved into. And we can see the far side of the course also starting to pick up a little bit. Ohio State has moved into sort of fourth maybe over Georgia Tech, but they're in a good race. And Washington State not too far back behind. So the race on right now, what was to you the left side of your screen, it may come back, but the close crew to you on the bottom of the screen there. Again, the angle of the drone here, I think makes it look a little bit off. I think that Michigan State crew is still up in third place, but with Ohio State moving.
I think Ohio State has moved. It is this quartering angle a little bit towards the bow side of everything. But if I look at some
moving
of the
again to try and see it.
To no help, but I think Ohio State
is moving very nicely.
I think they're pushing their way into second. I think they're a little bit. It's going to be a little bit off to get that angle from the tower pretty soon. Georgia has responded. They've opened up. Maybe they heard us, but they are opening up on the field, and I think they're going to walk away as they approach the red buoys. They are going to make a statement saying that the South has something to say here. We are going to take this seventh place spot. Hopefully,
Bulldogs are rough.
Hopefully, that woman sees Ohio State Buckeyes charging their way through. Ohio State being one of these crews here that has.
So when we look at the image down below here, I still think that we have Florida State in second, fairly clearly. And I still think MSU in third, but I think it's tight with those other crews. Georgia maybe having pushed up. Very clearly, we have the lead crew here.
Those dogs.
Yeah.
They are looking great as they increase their sprint into the finish. Nothing but good starts there as they come through the line. Florida State in second, and Ohio State, I think, took that third spot.
We will. Yep, I think so.
Looks like they lost the pace a little bit.
Georgia 801, Florida State 804. Ohio State 805, having pushed
less than a second, 9/10 of a second. That is Georgia Tech. Wow. Okay, Georgia Tech.
So the far side of that course came up,
and Washington State closed in on the field as they got away from us to start Washington State. I didn't talk enough about
and Michigan State made that push and then just couldn't hold it.
And sometimes it happens.
You got to take your shot.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure their coach is going to see them when they come off the water and say, I really appreciate how hard you raced that. Full support. You gave it everything you had out there. That is all we ever asked of you.
Florida State coach standing behind us watching some racing. Florida Tech.
Watching their crew.
Florida ST, and I was wrong.
Start the grand final of the women's Varsity.
The FIT crew here coming into the final has looked spectacular all regatta. she's saying, come on, thank you, go turn back to calling the race, don't pay attention to me.
So
She'll
from
let
the
her
left to
crew
the
speak for her.
left to the right, we have Pittsburgh, then Virginia Tech, FIT in lane 3, contested by Lafayette, who has just a little bit of a bow ball ahead of FIT, Texas, and then Penn State on the right side of your screen.
So
all
Texas
these
in that yellow, if that helps you orient yourself in the yellow boat.
all these crews.
45 seconds in.
Hold on, I said it all wrong. From the left side of your screen to the right, Penn State, Texas, Lafayette, and Florida Institute of Technology, half a
Virginia
length
Tech
ahead.
in the yellow.
Virginia Tech in the yellow, Pittsburgh
So
in
what we have
the
right now is FIT moving up and really sort of establishing it. That's been a gorgeous boat. I mean, they really have been rowing quite well. And, you know, often we say, okay, let's see what this is at 2 minutes. But I think this is real.
I think the bucket is keeping all the speed in there, so that
Always.
is those two starboard oars side by side instead of alternating, and those athletes are just sending it along, and I think they're trying to establish
open water here coming into the 500, and it's not just because they've thrown a start. This is base speed, and I don't think anyone's going to touch them.
Lafayette's look great, so let's not count them out because they've also had a couple, either a heat or a semi, where they've been out open on the field, and I think they're going to establish that. Texas also, the club women.
I'm going to count them out of the gold.
Out of the gold.
I'm going to count them out of the gold, but there is a heck of a race going for silver and bronze there with some other crews there. But just as you see here, you can just see gorgeous. Again, this for me is loping rhythm, right? The blade comes out smooth. It just starts to pop back as if it's on a conveyor belt. There's no rush in the finish. They just go right up.
There's no breakage in the cycle.
There's no breakage in the cycle, and there's no change. There's no acceleration really in the recovery. It's just very gorgeous and in control. So FIT moving out just easily, gorgeously, but a great race here for second, third, and fourth.
Yep, and so second, Lafayette has a couple seats up on Virginia Tech on their port side, Texas on their starboard side, so top of your screen, bottom of your screen, respectively. And they're going to have to work really hard to hold on to that second place spot. Texas is surging through. We are through the first 500. We are working our way into the midway point of this, and I think these crews are probably treating it like a race to the 1,000, see where you're at. No one in that pack right there is saying, this is it, we're going to hold on to this lead no matter what. They know they're going to have to make some changes, some tweaks on the fly to make sure that one crew, if they start to walk up, they don't get walked through. But
here we see this FIT crew, and you know what's impressive is they're out in front. There's a great race going behind them, and they're still walking away. They're just looking down here to lay down some speed and show what they're capable of doing. Again,
I love the rotation and hang.
I love the rotation and hang, and they look like for a women's four, they're rigged sort of on the heavy side actually, which is getting them some really nice push. That's just a sense I have.
Strong enough to hold on to it. But the rotation out, I'm looking at, let's say, bow seats left arm, the way it is rotating all the way out, almost actually,
out over the water.
Truly getting all four of those oars to be parallel, just above the front stay of the rigger. Yep. So there is so much length, and if those oars stay locked in, the boat is moving that entire distance through. There's no slippage, the puddles are clean, and I see Virginia Tech starting to challenge on that port side, Lafayette, but both of those crews starting to walk away from the Texas club women, Pittsburgh and Penn State a little bit behind the pace. Thank you to the fans on the shore for staying behind the stanchions. The announcing table, so we got a good line of sight on the crews as they come up. Lafayette starting to kick it up a beat or two here. The ladies out of Eastern Pennsylvania, also a pretty small school, therefore rowing a lot of doubles, pairs, and fours, but they are trying to establish themselves well ahead of the Virginia Tech women. Couple lengths behind the Florida Tech rowers out in the lead. We are seeing that crew in our line of sight. They're through the 12:50 mark. All the crews in contention for a medal are through the 12:50 mark, and the two crews on the outer lanes are now also through. So we're in the last third of the race. There's a really good swing. The boat is just locked in, moving through just like they're at home.
That athlete in two is pretty impressive. Just the way that she's getting the block on the blade. Three looks very strong in that. But all of them moving gorgeously, hanging, right, and continuing to move away. You can see the race a little bit in there behind for the silver, and the bronze looks very much like now Lafayette.
Yep. Texas
Ballister
isn't out of it yet. They're
over
starting to
Virginia
surge
Tech.
up on the Virginia Tech high piece here. They and Lafayette have really picked it up a clip, and I love the swing and the composure into the finish. They're lengthening out and getting their stroke longer into the finish, not by swinging their shoulders, not by falling apart,
By
laying down,
pressing
but
the
just
full
by
core.
holding the legs down
Yep.
and just getting that good trunk posture back so the oar has a little bit more room to accelerate into the body. Just a little bit, right? Maybe it's milliseconds, but it's enough to get these crews all the way through the 1,500-meter mark, still in contention for a medal. I believe the
Penn State here rolling in fifth. That is not diminishing the energy from their crowd. We are
Nittany
Penn
Lions
State,
roll
we
deep
are
at
Penn
all
State, we
athletic
are Penn
events,
State.
football.
What was the benefit? Goodbye, thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Oh, thank
Thank
you,
you,
you're
you're
welcome. They're
welcome.
so polite up in Happy Valley. You know, nothing to do there but do that, eat some really good ice cream.
The ladies from Florida Tech are getting pretty close to the red buoys here, and they've just established their lead wide open like they have in their heats and their semis. They do want to say they feel very supported, want to say thanks to the many people who supported them throughout the year and helped them continue to be able to row. This is a team that lost Division II status recently and has made a really strong shift for the club. Head coach Adam Forstad and boatman Casey Baker have been really helpful in their journey. Kat Nanny, Victor Fred, Student Affairs, alums Craig and Sue McKay, Joanne, Miriam, FFRA, Alumni Association, and of course, their friends, families who came to travel, watch them race, and Coach Davey, who I'm happy to say is a close friend of mine, leading this crew to another gold medal.
And this is just a dominant row. It has been from the beginning. It's a different class of speed of the rest of the competition. Just really looking nice. A lot of pride going into those oars as they come across the finish line. Any moment now.
There it is.
Go.
Through the tower. Great time of 7:36. Let's see if we pan back to that race for second and third. It's going to stay tight. I think Lafayette is going to hold that edge. We'll find out pretty soon, either from picture-in-picture or the image from the tower.
Yep.
If the women from Eastern Pennsylvania are going to succeed. There they go, 7:47, about 11 seconds behind. It is up to Virginia Tech to take third place.
7:49. Should point out for those who were trying to do all of the sort of numbers magic from elsewhere. How does this compare to speed, etc.? Just a little bit of a headwind coming up here, so the times are slowing down just a little bit. That 7:36 actually in absolute times not particularly fast necessarily relative to varsity women's fours, but for this course today, that's quite a good time. They'll keep going. So here we're going to go into the men's varsity fours.
So from the top of your screen, you're going to see University of Rhode Island, and then Texas Christian, UCLA, Pittsburgh men, Texas taking maybe an early lead in George Washington University, another crew that lost Division I status back in 2020 and made a strong shift to club. Their first appearance at ACRA 2 years ago, they won the men's varsity 8 grand final in their first. In their first place. So it looks like it is Texas just barely nudging ahead of the field, and the University of Rhode Island men holding on a second, but that's 5 crews across that are fighting for the second place there, so we are not going to call too much early. They're about to cross to the 1K mark pretty darn soon. It's a really long, strong throw here on the men's varsity 4 in the B final. These guys are all fighting for the 7th place in the nation at this event, but they do not quite have a lead that they can hold on to for super long, because these other crews, these 4 crews on their right side, are staying close in contact. I think they have a little bit of open water on the Pittsburgh crew, but that crew out of Pennsylvania is trying their best to close back in on that water. And this is just going to be a tight race to the end. The UCLA men have been holding on a great program, deep from the 8s to the 4s and beyond for the last couple of years, showing that with the Varsity 8 Grand Final last year. Texas Christian coming, I think this is one of their top boats here. They've been well represented in the small boats, University of Rhode Island men. Holding on. They're still fighting. They're keeping UCLA in their sights. I'm sure they're down here, and they're hoping to pass by every single crew in every single corner of the country as they fight for this spot. Looking like Pittsburgh just holding themselves a little bit ahead of those other 3 crews, trying to establish a second place in this B final. And we don't have Texas on the screen. I think they've opened up. They're in that picture-in-picture, opened up on the rest of the squads out on Oak Ridge today. A little bit of a breeze picking up. Yeah, a little bit of a cross breeze. I don't think it's going to affect anyone's row, anyone's event. But that Pittsburgh crew has closed in, and that tightly contested race for third has closed in on the field on Texas. They no longer have open water on anybody. We'll see if the Longhorn can hold it down. I love the stroke from the stroke pair. It is just like that Lafayette crew that came through. The legs are holding down. There's just that good swing and mobility from the trunk that they handle. Has more room to squeeze in to the finish and send that boat along. But Pittsburgh kind of has that opposite front-end heavy drive. Those guys are sitting up tall, handles just above their knees, blades get as far back behind as they can, and they are punching on the front end, trying to punch their ticket into the first place spot in this B final. Texas Christian, really good swing. 3C looks like a very large frame guy, putting a lot of power down on it. I am sure they are flowing together really well, holding off the URI Rams here on their fourth side of the course. So not a chevron today. It is just this, those of you, the singular tower of bars. Just one little bit further back than the other. Also a daisy chain of crews going down the line. They are through the 1,500 marker. They're coming up on the red buoys pretty soon to indicate what the last 250 meters of their race. And in that spot, since it's so close, we're going to see a lot of people trying to sprint, trying to edge out a bow ahead of the people that have been with them this whole way, see who can really take the cake and earn this top spot. So we're looking at this picture-in-picture. We're still getting a really good look at the Texas crew out of Austin. But UCLA, it looks like this angle is a little bit misleading, but it looks like they're getting pretty close back to Pittsburgh. They've separated themselves from Texas Christian and URI, trying to challenge Pittsburgh for this second spot in the B final as we're coming down to the last couple seconds of the race.
And again, proximity sort of driving the race sometimes. They're right next to you. The crew goes, you go with them. Looks to me like UCLA is putting a really nice sprint in there. They're balanced, looking out to see if he can get even. And they just get it, actually. I think they took it on the surge. It was just whose oars were in the water at that point, picking up the boat speed. So Texas, 7:01.6, UCLA, 7:03.6. Pittsburgh 7:03.8, so less than 0.2 of a second actually, when you take the hundredths into account. TCU 7:09.9, and then Rhode Island 7:12.
We're going to see that'll be George Washington, GW, rounding out the
GW
sixth spot
at 7:17, right?
spot in the country, followed up, coming up in grand final for the men's Varsity 4.
So that puts that FIT women's 7:36 into even more perspective.
Right.
You know, normally you see 45 to 50 seconds difference, men's crews to women's crews, something like that. But we'll see what comes up in this grand final here. Lane 1, Vermont. Lane 2, Florida. Lane 3, Bowdoin. Lane 4, Wash U. Lane 5, Lafayette. And Lane 6, Michigan State. Looks to me like Wash U up in front right there. We're talking with the mother of one of the boys in there, says he's a beast. He's tall. So they've got some big folks in there. Bowdoin pushing really quite nicely. Wash U's been clearly specializing in the fours here in this regatta.
Fours, pair of small boats.
Absolutely good size of for the program, for the size of the school. Florida in lane 2 pushing up. Michigan State maybe not out of it at the bottom. But right now, Wash U putting a nice move. Again, as we said all day and yesterday, only 2 minutes in. So we'll see, come back 2 minutes later and let's see where we are.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So we've talked a lot about the chevron, right? That middle crews up ahead, outside crews often are seated a little bit lower from their semifinals or repechage or otherwise. But last few races, it's been that middle crew leading, and then the crews just across hanging in tight. I don't think that WashU has dropped the crews on their port side. I think there's a little bit of open water on the starboard side, but not enough to say that this is going to be a commanding lead. I think they're going to really see a hard challenge in the last 750 as they come into this race, and everyone
Well,
starts
see,
to lay their cards
the
on the
question
table.
here is who was able to get out of their semifinals on their base speed and who had to really do something else. And you come back today, you may have really shot the final sort of race you had yesterday, and then today you're just trying to come back and make it work.
Great strokes out of this WashU boat. Blades are just locking right in, clean, comfortable, making this a great drive. Really good dynamic hands out of bow. Tight finish. These guys are just sitting back just a little bit, just enough body weight swinging back behind their seat to help the boat surge forward, but not spending too much time back there to slow it down on the recovery, letting it run out. Good spacing. Nice work by our coxswain here, leading the way, charging forward. So that is still Michigan State. Oh, okay. I see. WashU has established himself open
Out in
water
front.
on the field. I'm seeing the Bowdoin crew is a little bit behind the Florida crew out in lane 2, who are now established themselves as the crew that thinks they're going to earn second place in this race. Bowdoin hanging on tight for third. I think Michigan State and Vermont not out of it yet, not even a little bit.
No, this WashU crew here, this is just some quality rowing. It's a quality boat. To be able to win a varsity final out easily means you got something extra in the boat. Perhaps it is my son, who is a beast, moving, but also the rowing, really quite strong. Very nice pry in that boat there, and they're just moving away. You can see the focus of the rowers is right in front. They're not looking around. They're very much tight on what they're doing. We'll see the race behind heating up as it's been the whole time. People still in context, but Florida looking like they're popping, like they're in some silver medal. I'm sorry, Bowdoin. Is that right?
Florida's orange.
Florida is
black and
ahead
white.
Florida is ahead of Bowdoin there. Bowdoin looking like they're coming in for some third place at this time, and then we're going to have Lafayette, Vermont over there on the far side, Michigan State. Actually up, they just haven't been. Yeah, you can see their hats. They're actually up on Lafayette. We just couldn't see them in the picture. So some nice racing here for these crews. They're going to push each other down out of the medals, but there's still pride in where you
There's
finish.
still time. Red buoys haven't showed up. The finish line buoy hasn't shown up, but yeah, great strokes out of Luff and the Michigan State guys. The guys out of Gainesville here still trying to hold on, open up that second place. The angle makes it look a little bit closer than it is. I think that the crew out of WashU
And
is still
a rare
in that
chance
lead.
to actually look how a braid or a ponytail is being. It's one of the things that I read when I'm coaching.
Right.
If they have that there's just a nice press out of his rowing. He's not throwing anything and making a whip out of that braid, right? So that speaks really nicely of that rowing in Michigan State. So thank you for giving us some hair options
still going to
for
be
calling the men's race.
fighting down the line for the medal in the Varsity 4 event. Still going to be WashU holding on. Florida not letting them go unchallenged. They do not want this to be a wire-to-wire press if they don't have it in their power. Dattleman's looking around a little bit, but he's through the line. Florida swinging.
That was a very
into
nice
second.
move by Florida in the second
Really
half to
well
close
done.
up that
And
get in
see
there.
if
But
this
WashU
is
hands in the air, Coxon sitting up.
Bowdoin just squeezing out over that Michigan State crew.
That moved.
Really
moved
impressive.
nicely. That was some nice rowing, some good prying work going, and you can see the Michigan State guys lying down in utter exhaustion to have gotten within 0.6 of a medal from Bowdoin. That
Really
was
impressive.
really putting down, emptying out the
So
tank
not
at the end of their
not
season.
too far behind, 2 seconds. That's not a lot of space. Lafayette, 2 seconds behind Vermont. So a really tightly contested crew. Great work by Bowdoin, getting that third place spot. It used to be a school that prioritized the four. So in years past, or the dad days in New England, you might see the men's varsity four. That's their fastest crew. This is now, I think they have 1 or 2 eights here. They have a couple other shells out there, and novice eights. So glad to see that Bowdoin's still fielding a really deep team. I know that's
And
one of my groups that
WashU
runs
and
strong.
Florida sitting about 50 seconds, a little bit faster than the FIT women's, and that's about what we would see as a separation of those times.
Right, and looking about 20
really
seconds
quite
ahead
nice
of
going.
their
So
counterparts
the
in the
B
B final.
here of the men's second varsity 8.
Who we got?
We got a lot going on here. We have Orange Coast in lane 1 up at your top of your screen. Bucknell out nicely in lane 2. Washington State lane 3. George Washington in lane 4 also up there with Bucknell. Lane 5 UNC and lane 6 Minnesota. Minnesota sort of looking like they're in third here. That Minnesota Varsity 8 having made the final. The 2V still showing some space that Minnesota has to develop, but their freshmen have looked good. So
Freshmen are looking good. And all the boats they put out are looking good. Head
They're
coach Scott
rowing
Armstrong
gorgeously, absolutely.
has brought a lot of great presence to this program, and the guys have responded to the comments saying that Minnesota row the boat. So here they are doing that. So again, top of your screen is Orange Coast, Bucknell, looking like they are trying to establish themselves in this first place spot. Washington State in the middle, George Washington University contending with Bucknell. UNC men, Coach Austin works through here in lane 5, and the bottom of your screen, that was the Minnesota men. So great shot here, bow picture. Bucknell looks like it's even more seats than just a second ago on the crew from
George
GW.
Washington.
So that is a really powerful pressure. Coxon, Tyler
And
Long
the
is
Minnesota men looking like they're a little bit more up than this is showing from that bow shot.
in the Bucknell crew. Coxon Tyler Young is a freshman leading his way into these crews. He has made a really great impact. He's one of these guys who trains with his teammates in the winter, always on the erg, always trying to do some extra work. He's super committed, and that's
And
locking
Eddie,
in.
they're saying why the announcers always talking about Tyler Young?
Oh, because coach put the liner notes in, and I happened to meet him for a couple of years before he came to Bucknell. So glad to see
Just
that.
for a couple of years,
Glad to
absolutely.
see that Bucknell has been a great home for him, and I think he is leading his guys to a dominant first third of this race. We'll see if they hold on to this. We know that everyone is going to lay all their chips on the table here, so we'll see if Minnesota, George Washington have a couple more moves to make. As
Minnesota putting a move on GW. I think they're up a couple of seats by this shot. And Bucknell has been getting out and off the line quickly. Now we're 3.5 minutes. Maybe not so much, but Minnesota's base speed here, maybe having moved them.
Minnesota's starting to move up on the field. It's a little bit the angle, but they're coming into our line of sight. It's we might say burgundy and gold, maroon and gold.
I don't know.
All right, somebody
Gold in some form of red.
Yeah, is charging up. So whatever they're doing in this third leg of the 2K is starting to pressure Bucknell from 3-4 lanes away, and they're starting to walk on.
Still looking really poised.
And UNC is also starting to charge up on the men from Washington State, putting themselves in conversation for the 4th place spot. I think by the time we get into the red buoys, they're going to be fighting GW for that 3rd place spot here. So keep an eye on the UNC.
They could be. Well. We now have Minnesota having moved up on GW, and also just looking racier, springier. The spring has sprung. That doesn't mean GW's out of it. We do have Bucknell here about astern, and they've just taken up again. They're just gone through the 1,500 meter mark. That's that big yellow buoy, and you can see them taking it up and saying, "Okay, boys, time to put this home." I know that they wanted to be in that grand final. Their varsity 8 and their freshman 8 have made the grand final, so they're sort of the odd men out on their team in that sense. And Tyler's not going to let them do anything but come home first.
No, Bucknell is starting to follow through, and they established that lead early, and I think they want it to be a wire-to-wire first place spot to earn 7th overall
Minnesota
in the country.
still in second, but GW
starting to come back.
Is coming back in part because on the other side of GW there is Washington State putting a nice move to absolutely be moving up into some space. And again, proximity, as they start to move, that's going to push GW. We also have UNC moving up on GW. Maybe GW spent a little bit too much in the beginning. We'll see.
I think GW, Minnesota make that move, and I think they just held it base, not overreacting to what's happening. I think we're going to start seeing.
Yeah, but you get stuck in your base right now, and they're getting moved on.
UNC and Washington State.
Washington State is looking like they could come through them. In the meantime, Bucknell, just gorgeous, nice sprint in the red, sitting up, the legs popping together. Tyler there calling for the finish, and he goes across and won that. Very nice job by Bucknell.
Congrats to the Bucknell guys getting 7th overall. That should be Minnesota following through, but it just, I missed it on the picture-in-picture. It's going to be tight between those next 3 crews to find out from here out the instantaneous results. Unofficially, it is GW
623.2. Now they've had some of this reshuffle a little bit after their
Washington State 623.25.
So they're going to have to check that on the
UNC was 623.42. All right, and I think that will be the finish order. George Washington in 3rd, Wash State 2/100ths of second. I'm sorry, 5/100ths of second behind GW and UNC.
Meanwhile, the grand final of the second Varsity 8, we have Notre Dame in lane 1 at the top of your screen, Michigan in 2, right next to Virginia in 3. Those 2 crews up front, UCLA also in that lead pack in lane 4, Delaware and Purdue in 5 and 6. The Michigan crew here, this 8th, the only one to make the grand final of those 3 boats, historically an unusual thing for Michigan. And so I think there's a lot of pressure on these guys.
A lot of pressure.
Some
but
gold
hydrated.
but that Virginia crew, Virginia may be all really great at sculling, but as we said, they're putting out some pretty good 8s here today as well.
And I think they use that great sculling to improve their sweeping. I've seen these guys walking around the island here, walking around the course, and they just look strong as all anything. So I think they're about to lay down a really powerful piece.
The last race finished there, lane 4, barely getting up in there. That would have been GW over 3 just by a hair there, and then lane 5 UNC in there. So what we're seeing in the race right now, Virginia maybe 2 or 3 seats up on Michigan,
and then UCLA
in 4th, but up in lane 1, Notre Dame making a move as well. Again, sort of hard to read a little bit with this angle, perhaps. As we come here, though, into this head-on-head shot, we have Virginia up by 2 or 3 seats, and perhaps UCLA and Michigan even. Hard to tell right now where Notre Dame is relative to that. Okay, they're back a little bit.
I think, yeah, they're just a few seats behind UCLA, so hopefully they have that in their vision. It's not one of those times where the outside lane gets to be in a race on their own and surprise that crew in the middle. But the Bruins laying down a really solid, powerful press here. I love the swing through. You can see all the oars coming through at a really distinct angle as they release the boat and let it push out on the run. Not really hanging on yet with Virginia and Michigan as those 2 start to bump up that boat speed, but still keeping themselves ahead of Notre Dame.
So this is very much the way these races between Virginia and Michigan often play out. Right now is actually where it's going to happen. Virginia has gotten out. Michigan likes to move at this point. Michigan has to move quickly. They're letting Virginia get a little bit too much of a lead, perhaps. That said, if they can start a move here and start to put stanchion at Virginia thing, it could work. But it's got to happen now. Virginia doing some very nice moves to get out by about 4 or 5 seats. That may not be enough,
And
but it may.
Purdue looks like they've charged ahead and surged up on this UCLA crew. And honestly, it looks like they're challenging Michigan for that second place spot. They're coming into our line of sight in just a moment. We'll find out in a minute. But this Purdue move here, these guys are, God, they are just walking the boat away from each other. Like the knees are going down with so much intensity. We are getting.
We said earlier that the 2V is the measure of the program, and these are the top 3 programs here overall.
Virginia
As they come past us, Virginia up. Actually, Purdue a seat up on Michigan right now. UCLA sitting in 4th. Some really good racing going here. We'll see if Michigan in the white boat there can get moving. They haven't quite cranked it up. Virginia getting up into bout astern there. It looks like Virginia is responding to Purdue. Purdue, a lot of motion in that boat, a lot of power in that boat. I don't think that's going to serve them well in this last 500.
So yeah, they're just coming through the buoys half a second ahead of Michigan, and we know Michigan picks up top speed in this last third of the race, unique points of the race course where they lift, not the 500 marks, the 250 marks, like everybody else. So let's watch for this response from the Michigan crew.
The Virginia crew moving out nicely. The Michigan crew, they're, again, taking just another seat or two. I think they're going to win this. The Michigan crew having to deal emotionally with, okay, we're not going to win this, but we've got to dig in and do this, and Purdue pushing them to have to do that. Purdue put this huge move to come back and get on terms. Michigan moving back into Virginia a little bit here, but we're in the red buoys, and I don't think it's going to be enough unless there's a heck of a sprint. Michigan surging, Michigan moving. I don't think it's going to be enough. Virginia throwing a little water off the end of the oars, but absolutely pushing hard to try and get it. And these 3 programs, as we said, are the programs here that are really in contention for the team points trophy.
Right, founding members of ACRA and leading the way on what it takes to produce fast crews year after year. Virginia bringing it up to just an intensely high clip. These guys are trying to get one of the faster times. They're just over 6 minutes here. Bucket hats, bucket speed. We're going to come to the line. 6:06, just under. Michigan holding on to that second place spot. Purdue earning the bronze medal. UCLA holding off that surge from Delaware. Didn't even see them coming in Notre Dame.
So Virginia led that line to line, and when it was time for Michigan to move, they were up enough to do that. Purdue, young Mr. Jenkins in the stroke coming in for bronze medal. So this is UCLA in 4th. And UCLA won the Varsity 8 last year. Delaware showing some speed in the 8s, and in 6th place we will have Notre Dame. Notre Dame also Varsity 8 in some contention this year. So good job there by the Cavaliers. They're still happy. They're pretty tired. You can tell that in there. And always a good day when you get to beat a friendly, good rival in doing that. In fact, there you go. The Virginia guys reaching out to Michigan and saying good race before they turn away and go. And just some great racing there. A lot of heart, a lot of edge on that. So now we'll be moving into the women's second Varsity 8 B final. This is Irvine and Santa Barbara. They've seen each other much of the season. I guess the easiest way to tell who's who, besides the lanes, which has Santa Barbara on the bottom and UC up top and Irvine up top, is that Santa Barbara has that sort of little blue chevron on the end of their blades, with otherwise the same yellow field that folks have gotten. So these are the racing for 7th and 8th here in the second Varsity 8. Up in front of them in the final that we'll be seeing soon will be Middlebury, Purdue, Bowdoin, Irvine, Vermont, and Grand Valley. Sure that both Santa Barbara and Irvine are a little disappointed not to be in the grand final. So again, sitting here showing what they need to do. We're having some issues with the stream sort of getting stuck a little bit. But here we come back, so now we're going to have the as we come back up into a very sort of part-time. Sorry, there's still
California duel going on here. These crews are probably just coming they're through the 500-meter mark, and they are even further along than I gave them credit for. So they're probably past the 1K. They're not in our line of sight yet, so they're certainly not at the 1250. But you can see
that's the Japanese crew, 52.
Yeah, so this is the.
There's a notorious crew. I don't know if it's a true story or not about the Japanese crew that raced the whole race at 52 that I've always been told. I've never seen any evidence of it. I would have been way back in the day.
I would not want to be in that boat. That sounds way too high. Never rode that high up in the.
Just when you're busting through, and it looks like fill in your own favorite word there. So UC Santa Barbara having gotten out in front here of Irvine, that I think is reflecting what we'd seen in the rowing earlier in the regatta.
But solid rowing out of this second Varsity 8. A lot of power right there in this bow 4. A lot of good length coming out. So we're looking at how those bodies rotate out and over the front stay of the oar. Powerful legs driving through. They're coming into our line of sight in just a minute now. This is the Irvine crew trailing just a little bit in this dual race here at the ACRA National Championships 2024. These crews see each other a lot, right? Charlie, as a coach, used to be.
Well, Irvine's up
side.
north, right?
Is
so,
it? Okay.
But they'll see each other at the Wira. There's for the women. There's something I think they call the Cal Cup, which is all the California programs. Maybe for the men, I really forget. The rating sort of changed. They'll both been at San Diego Crew Classic. Obviously, big event on the West Coast schedule. So this crew right now from Irvine making that work. UCSB coming down in the B final. This race is pretty much set. So we're going to look and see if we can bring you two of our gold medalists from earlier, the pair from Wash U. And Eddie's going to be talking to them. A new thing here, it's going to be on camera. Is that correct or not? We're looking at our producer. He set up a camera, and we think that's what it's for. So make yourself pretty, just in case. Not that you aren't already. Coming through here, and not that that's the measure of you as women, strong women in this world, but looking good is always a good thing nonetheless. So we have a 600 meters to go, UCSB, really sort of rowing down by themselves. I'm sure they would have liked to have been in the grand final to see what they could do, but that's the way the selection works.
All right, so we're going to get started just on audio first, and if we get the opportunity to pop it on video, we'll do that. So this is Eddie Moog, and I am here joined by the gold medal winning pair from Wash U St. Louis. They're going to hold the microphone very close to their face as they introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Tata Torre. I'm bow seat of the men's pair, and I'm Shira Pardo. I'm stroke seat.
One moment. We'll make sure that your microphone is on.
Face ID. Yes.
Okay. Let's try that again.
Hi, I'm Tata Torre. I'm bow seat of the men's pair. I'm Shira Pardo. I'm stroke seat.
The other camera to your left. The
Awesome.
one that's
Okay.
sitting is, it's sitting on top of the boxes.
Awesome.
Move closer to Eddie. Eddie, you stay there. Tata, there you go. Perfect. Does that work? Thank you.
Fantastic.
We're doing this on the fly. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Back to
So
our talk
tell
show.
us about how you feel about your gold medal winning race. We've seen you really dominate on the course, and I think this morning was one of the hardest races I imagine you've had this weekend.
Yeah, it was definitely the toughest race this weekend, starting down. I feel like that happens to us happened on several races, but we trusted our race plan, I think, and it felt good to be able to walk back.
Another great part was training with our novice women's four and our varsity men's four, who just met our goals as well. We've been down at practice the whole time. We've been used to getting past and just kind of rowing your own race, and that's been great practice for us. So thank you to our teammates.
That's great. Yeah, congratulations to them too for another gold medal. So you two have been training this pair often all year long, or did that just start this spring?
We were training in 4 this spring until ACRA, and then just the past 3 weeks, I think we've been in the pair. So it was a quick turnaround, but a lot of double workouts and a lot of training. And it's been a lot of fun. We love the pair.
Yeah, it's been great. I feel like we just row the same. We have the same. Sorry.
Yeah, right in front of the tee.
We're going to try a different microphone where we're going to give this back to Charlie. And I think I'm just going to hand you the earphone. Are you okay with that? Charlie, what do you want to know about their training, about their race? Any questions you have?
So for me, I'm just sort of wondering what it was like to move down to the pair. And how was that selected? Did you just say, "Hey, we want to row the pair"? Did the coaches say, "Hey, let's do this"? How did you? Were there other people who were in selection for the pair, or did you just name it and go?
Yeah, I think with selection, it came down to.
I think you need to put that in your ear.
Oh, in my ear?
Yeah.
No problem. I can hear everyone now. Yeah, I think with selection, it was great to have cheer because we had our 4, but we had weird numbers, I think is what happened. Not everyone put up after us. And so we were deciding between the double and the pair, and we hopped in the pair and just felt like the right. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, coming from winter training, we kind of knew that the ultimate goal was the pair, I think. So we were really looking forward to it. And training for it all winter, I think. Even though we were in the fort temporarily, we knew that was the end goal. So I think that helped with getting through.
So, anything next at all? Or are you done? What years in school are you? Sorry.
I'm a sophomore,
Okay.
and she is a junior.
So this could replay next year, or you could convince your teammates to stick around for ACRA because it's a lot of fun.
Yes. Well,
What do they have? Internships or something like that?
Well, nothing important.
Nothing important.
No, we have a really big class of novice women.
Oh, great.
So we're excited for them to come up to Varsity, see what happens.
Yeah.
I think that's
I mean, the rowing you've had would look really good in the 8s. I'm just going to say if you're able to do that, and that's also a heck of a lot of fun to race. So, great.
Did you both start rowing as when you got to Collegiate, or did you have rowing experience in college?
I rowed at Neary Boat Club in New Jersey for 2 years before coming to Collegiate. So that definitely helped. I love sculling. Sculler at heart. So we'll be excited to try the double out sometime too. But yeah, and then Washington this week.
Very cool.
Great. Well, we're going to cut in here to thanks, Tata. We'll come back after this race and finish up with you. But we don't want to lose the grand final of the women's second varsity 8 here. We have in lane 1 Middlebury, lane 2 Purdue, lane 3 Bowdoin, lane 4 UC Irvine, lane 5 Vermont, and lane 6 Grand Valley. And it looks like we have Bowdoin here up in a nice space, those black and white checks going there. And Vermont also in the hunt here with UCI Irvine also in the hunt, and Grand Valley sticking up maybe to take off Irvine. Some really gorgeous rowing here from Bowdoin. Hopefully you can hear me. The shoreline is getting very, very active. And so Bowdoin out there, very nice rowing. Vermont again showing the depth that they're getting in rowing, moving 5 seats up maybe on Irvine. Irvine in third, but Grand Valley is trying to push up in and make that work as well. We also have Middlebury and Purdue a little bit further back. This race up in front from Bowdoin, fairly recent women's program to come to ACRA, but they've come in with some really nice racing last year and now a nice dominant race here.
Long tradition of rowing at Bowdoin on the men's and women's side, but it's
absolutely
that they started doing and they won last year at the
absolutely. They've been a
so
force school for a long time within a New England context.
Yeah, it's been great to see them develop on both sides and charge ahead with not a lot of ACRA appearances, but making the most of all the ones they have.
And we're
once again
ecstatic to have them here because the more women's programs we can get here, the more exciting the racing is, and that's sort of part of the deal.
So they are open water on the rest of the field. In a second, when we get back that picture of the rest of the crews, we'll see where UC Irvine is stacking up, and if anybody's going to challenge them, either from Middlebury, the Grand Valley,
was in second there. Irvine trying to get into third, and it looks like Irvine is moving up in that picture-in-picture there. Irvine is pushing further up into Vermont. Vermont's still up by a couple of seats, but that's going to be a heck of a race as Irvine is coming through with, I don't know what, 250 meters to go. They're about
red buoys are in play.
Red buoys.
It is
the red buoys are in play. The red buoys are in play.
It is time to lay it all out on the table, and I'm sure they've done so many workouts at their home courses, at their home bodies of water to practice. What do you do in this situation? You're down. You don't have the benefit of just being up and watching the whole field. You got to move.
And we have Irvine having moved through Vermont here into the silver medal position. Vermont hanging on and really pushing, but Irvine having put this very nice move in the last 600 meters. Bowdoin just gorgeously out in front, goes across gold medal in the women's 2v8, followed by Irvine, and then Vermont coming across.
Tightly contested third bronze medal for Vermont. And
not as much water slapping by the women's crews as by the men's. The men's coming across, boom, 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 give each other a shower.
I wonder if that means it's unnecessary. But I think that's the first medal I've seen from Vermont so far this weekend. If I've missed one, I'm so sorry, but congratulations to Vermont. Grand Valley, Laker Navy rounding out fourth place in that. In just a moment, I believe that will be Middlebury coming through and Purdue in fifth place.
And in the event that we've said the 2V here, the marker of team depth. Right, so to have Bowdoin come through that, Irvine showing again that, and Vermont.
And Irvine apparently 2 novice eights. I'm sorry, so because Irvine's in the.
They had a second ace. They would have had a third varsity 8, maybe some combination of novices and varsity.
And there's no third varsity 8 women's event here, but I imagine in just a few years there's probably going to be one. We got the first minute of the men's varsity 8E final on the course. We're just going to wrap up our conversation with our pair, gold medal winning pair from Washington U.
Tata and
Shira. Tata and Shira joining us. So we just learned that Shira rode for Myriad Boat Club in Moncton, New Jersey. Tata, did you row before you got to WashU?
Yes, I rode for 4 years at Walter Johnson in the DC area.
Absolutely.
And
DC in the house.
Very cool.
There you go.
That is a great area. Both of those great areas to row. So parades are happening. How'd they do at Stokes this weekend?
You know, they have a lot more entries this year, which is really exciting.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's been good for them. You know, results are coming in.
Just as fast as they're coming in here.
Yeah, but they've been doing great this year.
That's great. Anything you want to say while you have it on the live stream? Any other shout outs for WashU?
I want to thank you too for a great announcement this weekend. It's been very fun. I want to thank my entire team, the coaching staff. Yeah, we couldn't have done it without them here. That's pretty much it.
There you go. Well, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your gold. Good summer plans, I hope. Maybe some rowing there, maybe some not rowing there. We'll see. Take out a pair.
Yeah, so we'll find out if the pair is going to Jersey or going to DC.
We're both in St. Louis. So.
Oh, you're going to stay in St. Louis? There you go. On the home course.
Nothing better to do. Go out and row in the morning. Keep yourselves honest. There you go. Well, good luck. Congratulations on your gold medal. And congratulations to your team for such a good set of performances this
Thank
weekend.
you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Bye. So we have the men's varsity 8E final on the water right now. So top of the screen is Villanova. out of Radnor, Pennsylvania. George Mason in the yellow hull. Boston College, Eagles. Georgia looks like they're holding the lead right now. Northwestern, UC Irvine, and then Tulane just a little bit off of our screen. But this is a really tightly contested race. The men's varsity 8 E final. This is so many crews. I think the ACRA National Championship, which is for the Division I schools. I think that only goes down to a D final. So this is an even deeper event than one of the more storied ones in the country. So we are about 3 minutes 15 seconds in, way through the 1K mark, charging up on the 1,250 meter mark, and that is Northwestern actually. Nope, UGA. Still it's Georgia. The Dogs up ahead. Northwestern kind of holds tight close to that. And you see Irvine here at the bottom of our screen.
Absolutely, it's quite interesting when all of a sudden, having called 6 boat races, all of a sudden there's a 7th boat, and it sort of messes with what you had set up to be able to do that. So you sort of go back to, okay, what blades do we have here? Just a little bit. So you can see what we have here is 6-5-4 Georgia up a little bit. Irvine pushing up into that as well. And Northwestern in 5 also coming up to try and get into display. Colin Darton, for whom I wrote, had some words on this group.
Yeah, this Northwestern crew, he feels, is a great young crew, 2 freshmen, including the stroke seat, and 5 sophomores, but they made a big jump on the erg this year, and he feels like he has some real studs in that boat that are just going to take the next year or 2 to develop, learn how to row at this level, so they're getting a really great taste of what it's really going to take, and is looking forward to these guys being a big part of the program in years to come. So, like we've kind of talked about with some of these races, all of them that matter so important to each program, the grand final, the E final, it's all about how far you're going to stack up, what you're going to do for your program's finish, and are you going to come off this course loving racing, loving the challenge? And I think all these crews are. The UC Irvine crew is still keeping their bow and is just a seat or 2 ahead of Northwestern. Both of them, I think that race side by side is going to get them a little bit closer to Georgia, but this crew out of Athens is going to
and you know,
the
the 8 is how people are building their programs. I mean, Colin's saying, I've got my crew here. Yeah, they're freshmen, they're sophomores. I could have done some other things. I put them in the 8 here in part so they can learn how to race at this level. Georgia is another sort of case in point. A few years ago, you would not have seen Georgia racing the Varsity 8 and really sort of focusing on it. And clearly they are, and they're rowing gorgeously.
They are. This crew is.
One thing I think a lot of people don't understand is that the Varsity 8 is quite a step up from the 2E, particularly as we go there. The difference being, you can have, even in a boat here like Georgia down in the 5th final, you might have a really good athlete in the middle of the boat who has the ability, when the time comes, to turn his crank and to make sure that the boat goes, right? And that's just different. Those guys are never racing in the 2V.
And UGA is now coming through the line, earning the top spot in this E final. UCI, Irvine taking the 2nd spot, closely contested by the Northwestern crew out of Evanston, Illinois.
Absolutely, and in a 6:16 with a little bit more of a head race. Let's the 2V was run in a 6:06, but that 6:16 would have been from the D's final up into the A final in the 2V. I mean, there is some overlap here on the bottom. It would have won the 2nd Varsity B final.
Wow!
Right.
Yeah.
So even here down in the E final, you have speed that is faster than some of the better 2Vs, and it's only going to get faster from here. So there is a step up between the 2V and the 1V, which we're going to see, and that is one of the reasons that we put all these 1V races at the end.
And I was about to say, buckle up if you're with us. Don't go anywhere. We only have Varsity 8 finals coming up for the next. Not just under an hour, I believe 48 minutes or so. The men's Varsity 8
last race goes off at 1.
Is
the women's grand final.
Under an hour, they're on the water, a minute in. They're charging, just coming down to base pace. We have top of your screen Clemson, followed by Illinois, University of Rhode Island, the Grand Valley, Laker Navy, Central Florida, and Virginia Tech down here at the bottom of your screen. And who is that? That is lane 3, University of Rhode Island, charging ahead early, tightly contested by
with Grand Valley. John Bancari, we hope you're out there watching this race, making your heart sing. Hoping you're doing well. So again, you're going to start to see, I think in the D and the C finals, we're going to see some of the chevroning a little bit. This has been worked out pretty well through the different events, right, to get that. So Rhode Island and Grand Valley up there in the middle, not too far back off on either side of them, Illinois and Central Florida. Actually in lane 6, Virginia Tech sticking their nose up in there. Clemson just a little bit back, and Illinois still in contention here for third. Starting to see a move, I think, here out of Grand Valley to get a seat or two over URI. And you just see, again, this is, the 8 best guys in their program in the final event of the day. A lot of pride to come on, and the reason that this regatta works so well, I think, is it gives you a chance to see where you are as a program. And I don't know if there is a rivalry between Rhode Island and Grand Valley and Illinois, but there will be after today, at least for next year. Those guys will remember, yeah, we raced them. How can we do relative to them next year? It gives you a nice way to climb up through the progression of the teams.
Yeah, and as we reach or through the 1K mark, Rhode Island just rowing really powerfully. You can see all the way through the bow seat, just a straight rotation, bend in the oars. You guys are locking, placing, sending, and they still have 1 or 2 crews hanging on, but they're not letting anybody get any mileage back up on them. They're not letting anyone close in on their bow. I think everyone is committed to in the next 800 meters, starting to walk away.
Now, Grand Valley making the move there to be out in front and push, but you can see Rhode Island using those hangers on to push themselves up into the race there.
Thank you. Yes, I had Grand Valley and URI mixed up for a moment. Laker Navy establishing a great pace down the course here, but Rhode Island is surging ahead of Illinois, the Fighting Illini, from lane 3 to lane 2. These guys are going stroke for stroke out there. They're coming into our line of sight. The rowing looks great over here from the drum. These boats are just sailing down the water. Slight wind, cross. Nothing that's going to get in the way of really well-trained crews right here. On the outside lane, Virginia Tech is in the picture for taking on the top 3 spots. These guys are making the best of their move in the last third of their race. But we'll see if it's enough to walk away from Grand Valley or walk away into the lead that URI and Illinois started early on in the day.
Grand Valley, 600 meters, just about to go, about a stern over Rhode Island in front of them. The Grand Valley team here, their tent is right next to us, and they are sitting here absolutely screaming chanting for their team to get through, and really enjoying seeing their crews out in front. And, it's sort of nice to win your last race of the season.
Absolutely.
Even if it's down, we're down here in the D final, but to come across having won against the crews you lined up on is always nice. So that's going to be special for these Grand Valley guys. Really now putting a nice finish on this race, continuing to move. Nice race going on here, though, for second between Rhode Island and Illinois. Illinois, another program that has been using the 8 over the years to build their program. They have a tiny little bit of water on campus. Their real water where they row is 35 minutes west. So they get up, hop on the highway, and drive out to the lake that they're on. They're now putting a push here. They're in an Empacher. We'll say that for them. They got a fancy German boat out there, which is pretty amazing. They're not cheap. And look at that sprint going in here in the D final here as Illinois is trying to close out URI and take second place. That boat absolutely cutting through the water gorgeously here. but it's going to be Grand Valley out in front.
In the red buoys.
In the red buoys. You can see the finish line popping into your screen there, and it's going to be
What a
Grand Valley
charge.
across, and then is it going to be the yellow hull of the Empire? It is that comes through Illinois. Oh, and there we have Central Florida almost catching up for third, but I think they ended up in fourth.
That's
Nice charge
611.1, 613.9 for Illinois.
Absolutely.
New photo finishes probably coming through URI 615.4. We'll see how if it's a tenth or 100th of a second separating them. It is 615.6. It is 0.2 of a second separating them from Virginia Tech and Central Florida.
And all four of those crews faster than the Georgia crew that won the E-final, so we're getting some good stuff.
Are going to be tight. Clemson 621.4. Central Florida 6. Wow, 1/10 of a second. Can't wait to see that photo finish up on our screen. Tell the guys if they're in these boats, print that picture out, save it forever, right? That is a hard-earned spot in this D final. Congratulations to all those crews.
Absolutely, and the C final here, I expect to be a barn burner tight, just partly because this is a place where there's a lot of parity of speed between these six programs. They're going to come up next. Vanderbilt in lane 1, Lehigh in lane 2, Davis, UC Davis in lane 3, North Carolina lane 4, Middlebury lane 5, Santa Barbara in lane 6. Often the C final is really quite impressive. They're about 40 seconds into the race, and we'll start to see what happens as they come through on the video right now. Davis has had some good starts going. The UNC rowing has been pretty aggressive. Middlebury, very technical, very strong.
Yeah, I agree. I've loved seeing UNC row all day long, all weekend long.
So as soon as we get some video, we'll let you know. They're about minute 15 seconds into their race, so they should be just hitting their base nicely. And here we have video. Yep, 5 across right there. Vanderbilt, Lehigh from the top of your thing, of your screen there. UC Davis in third. UNC in lane 3. UNC in lane 4. It looks like Davis and UNC a seat up only on Lehigh and Vanderbilt. Middlebury 2 more seats behind that. UC Santa Barbara, the only crew that's off the pace a little bit here in this C final. Some nice racing going in here again, coming into 2 minutes. Things are tight. As we've been saying all day, let's see where they are at 4 minutes as they start to take some moves here in the second 500. This would be, I believe, UNC. Yep, there is the Carolina Blue on the end of their oars. Little bit splashy, but very powerful and moving. Trying to get the blades in and the oar out in front. And we're not talking about more than, say, a seat or 2 over. Lehigh seems to be in second right now, with UC Davis right there and Vanderbilt moving on the outside. Again, Vanderbilt tending to race in the style of Michigan, where their head coach, John Miller, did his rowing. So they're ready to move in this second half. Those 4 crews, almost 3 minutes in. If anyone's getting dropped here, it's Davis, now a seat or 2 back. Vanderbilt really pulling Lehigh along, those 2 answering. UNC, the coxswain probably can't see what's happening on the other side of Davis, but they're pushing pretty well. Perhaps the UNC crew, the UNC group will be able to sort of get there and see what's happening. They're just coming into our
right now.
line of sight.
Contested. The Mountain Hawks are still trying to get back that piece from UNC, who's just having a great race here, half a length ahead of the rest of the field, who are side by side with each other. None of them can really separate from one another. I think this UNC crew is going to keep holding on, because I think they're going to come over the move very soon. That asserts them up and away from the field in this DC final. Sorry for that. On the near lanes,
UC Santa Barbara and Middlebury are still here, still charging in, but they're hanging on it with anybody with UC Davis, UNC, Tar Heels, and still
Absolutely.
keeping an eye on Vanderbilt.
UC Santa Barbara, after a really slow start, has gotten themselves back in some contact, so we'll see what happens. We still have UNC out in front, but only by about 4 seats on there, over Vanderbilt in lane 1, taking their nice move, as we said they probably were.
Just totally evident of the race plan they bring to every boat, every crew from that coaching staff. They are charging up, and they're going to make their Southern Region competitors.
Absolutely. And from the outside, we have Vanderbilt then pushing into UNC, and there was overlap over there. There's even overlap with UCSB in the back, having gotten themselves up. But that far side of the course, Vanderbilt and Lehigh are moving. Vanderbilt now almost taking over from UNC.
Just under a second ahead of this Vanderbilt crew. We'll see which one that makes the move up first and which one can sustain.
I'm still seeing more length and more control in this Vanderbilt crew. I think UNC is holding on for it. We're just going to see who's able to sprint more efficiently here. But this has been a gorgeous, gorgeous move by John Miller's crew. And they're popping themselves up there. I'm sure that by now their coxswain can see Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah, and they're going stroke for stroke now. It is going to come down, so they're in the red buoys. They're in this last 250 meters. And, yeah, I'm sure both coxswains are looking across the way, a couple lanes apart, saying, get me ahead of that stroke seat, get me ahead in the bow. They're charging.
But that is just some gorgeous rowing out of that crew, pushing very efficient still, even as they go up. You can see there's a little bit more turning of the engine going on here, and they are maybe a seat up here on UNC, and they come across first, maybe 2 seats. A gorgeous, gorgeous second 1,000 out
really
of
well
Vanderbilt.
done.
The coxswain, absolutely, and there's the boys splashing the water as they are wont to do. Female coxswain. That was a great move. UNC sitting there going, what happened? Oh my God. But 6:05, 6:06, some nice speed here in the C final. And again, the last event was won in 6:11. So Lehigh 6:10, Middlebury 6:11. You're seeing the overlap of speed is still here. Just this is how people have progressed through those
the semis,
the reps and the semis, exactly.
Really incredible.
Davis at 6:11 too, also. Santa Barbara not that far off of it, 6:14, right? So a great C final.
Really well contested in the C final. So we're moving into the second to last men's Varsity 8 race of the day.
The B final here. Again, 24 seconds into the race. We have Bucknell in lane 1, Delaware in lane 2, Minnesota lane 3, Michigan lane 4, George Washington lane 5, Washington State in lane 6. The GW and Michigan programs have won the Varsity 8 in this regatta in the past and in recent years, right? So it's not old history.
Yeah, it's actually pretty remarkable the way things shook out. This is a really fast field in the Varsity, right? Two of the last winners in the last 4 or 5 years, Michigan and George Washington, in this B final. So this is going to be
absolutely, and we have Bucknell having gotten out to some really nice fast starts all weekend. They're clearly hitting their stride. Delaware bringing some good crews to play here, and Washington State having looked pretty good actually.
The last 2 years, I've loved to see what Washington State has brought here. I think their men's eights have just been remarkable. It is great speed coming out of Pullman. So I'm hoping to see if they are. I think once we catch up with this race, I can only imagine we're going to see 6 crews all within contact of each other. At least on the start, I don't think anyone's going to separate from the rest of the pack. I think it's going to be a race to the 1K, and then make sure that your move happens early enough to get ahead.
I'm going to look to see how Bucknell is up on that start. Minnesota, I think, has been pretty good off the line, but really mostly a strong base speed crew. Michigan, as we've talked about, tending to do that. Michigan here in this yellow boat now is up 2 minutes in. They're not messing around here. They very much wanted to have been in the varsity final as the A final as everybody has, but they're just pounding it down the course, maybe 5 or 6 seats up on Minnesota. Minnesota 2 seats up on Delaware and Bucknell and George Washington, with Washington State trailing. So the question here, again, 2 minutes, is as it looks to me a little bit like Minnesota is keeping moving with Michigan.
Yeah.
That we got to see. And the Michigan rowing looks to me a little bit frantic. I'm hoping that their coxswain can lengthen them out a little bit, make them go a little bit efficiently.
Well, yeah, we got to talk to one of the bigger guys in this boat and their coxswain 2 days ago, and the way they embody the race plan, maybe it looks a little bit frantic right now, but I think it's just what it's going to take to get ahead, stay ahead of the crews in this race is not letting a single stroke go by. So I think when they get to that second and third piece of their race, they're going to be one of the more composed crews. They're through the 1K mark, they're charging up on the 1250 mark here.
And this is how that Virginia 2V that ended up
Absolutely.
winning gold raced as well. So sometimes it's just like, yes, we can go. It's also, I think, Michigan is a tough crew to come back on mentally and emotionally as much as anything. But I tell you, these Minnesota guys are looking quite nice in that racing, putting themselves up ahead right now.
Really great move. These guys are coming into our line of sight pretty soon.
And right now here, Michigan trying to get every point that they can also towards the team points trophy. Both Virginia and Purdue will be up there going into this last event. We have Purdue 544 points, Michigan 509, 100 points up on Virginia. So they've got to sort of see what's going there. Michigan lengthening out again. Minnesota still there.
Still on them. I think George Washington's also
George
starting to
Washington
close
making
in
a move,
on
absolutely.
Minnesota, and even Michigan still has 4 or 5 seats up on George Washington.
But what I'm seeing here in this Michigan rowing is that the coxswain has lengthened them out a little bit, and she very experienced, absolutely able to be a good jockey for this crew. Minnesota staying nice and long, and there's just too good a race behind them for her to let anything go. She's driving them to the finish line. Minnesota maybe now a seat up over George Washington coming in here.
This is really great race going on here. George Washington trying to make the most out of this moves, but it looks like Minnesota has absorbed it for the most part right now. But now they got to look on the other side of the field to see if Delaware is going to also come up on them.
4 crews across for 7th to 10th. I think Michigan has this right now, unless someone has really a sprint that we haven't seen yet. I do know that when they need to, that Michigan 8 can lay it down and move and get some speed. I'm sure they're also trying to set up a time that says, we don't forget about us.
Don't forget about us.
You may think you may think that we're in the B final, but this program is still strong.
There's a lot of length in this Minnesota stroke right now. The rate hasn't quite picked up the way that Delaware and George Washington has. I think they can lay it down with this longer stroke. But
Michigan is going to come across here in first out of lane 4. And Minnesota really building a nice program there. Nice coaching, Scott, there coming in second. Michigan rowing a 6:05. Actually about the time that Vanderbilt just rode in the last event. I think, again, though, as we're seeing the wind coming up just slightly here, maybe not. Minnesota 6:06, GW 6:075, Delaware 6:079, Washington State then a little bit further back 6:10.4, and Bucknell 6:12. Right, so Michigan winning the B final here. Great season for them to pull that out. The coxswain there holding up her weight to show the referees that she had it with her. That is part of the racing. If you weigh less than 120 pounds, you have to carry weight with you as close to the torso as possible, as the rule says.
And we should
I was
have-
involved in the creation of that rule, but we won't go into all the sordid details. We'll just say Harvard cheats. Did I say that on public? Did I say that?
Right.
Too far. I know. So now we have a real national championship final here, which is the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final. We have Orange Coast in lane 1, UCLA in lane 2, Notre Dame in lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, Purdue in lane 5, and Rutgers in lane 6. And we've put a little bit of extra time into this to be able to get us back so we can watch the entire race. This race is supposed to go off in about 3 minutes. And here we are, all 6 of those crews lined up. So we'll be able to review for these 2 varsity finals, the men and the women, the full race. That's our intention. You can see right now they haven't been called to attention at all. They're sort of sitting in various angles. The blades aren't necessarily moved up. It looks to me like that picture has frozen for a second. There we go.
There we are.
And we're caught up. Sorry for the little bit of that. So they will be gently pulling themselves when it's time. So they're all there. You have to be locked on 2 minutes before the start of the race. And that's just about now. So they're all there. The starter will start talking to them a little bit and give them a call of 2 minutes. You've seen the boats start to sort of sit up a little bit more. You'll see them starting to scull. Again, we're on a fixed image here, but when it comes back, you'll have seen them getting their points. It is an odd silence up at the start of a race.
It is calm before the storm in some ways. Everyone else is so they're now locked into the stake boats. They're also mentally locked in to the most important race of their season. If any of these crews traveled, I know macros were canceled, Sierras happened, NIRCs for some people. Those are precursors. This is for all the money, chalk, and marbles for these men's varsity 8s.
Let's be clear that in club rowing, all the money means all the money they've paid.
All the money they've paid, yeah.
No one is funding this for them. Alumni help, maybe. The athletic departments of these schools are generally not giving a lot of money to the program. So,
again, top of your screen, we have Orange Coast out of California, UCLA, the reigning champions of this event, Notre Dame, Virginia, Purdue, and Rutgers, oldest established program here.
Virginia's had a very fast 8 all year. Notre Dame has some amazing erg scores in that boat and has been rowing gorgeously.
I think we're about 10 seconds from the start here.
And any time that we might start. And there they go, and they're off. So exciting to see. Again, these first 5 or 6 strokes getting up to speed. Now they're in an opening sprint. Most of them are going to be up around 46, 47 beats per minute. Sometimes if you can make 44 work, you do that. Virginia, rather high, and driving their bow ball out in front. Notre Dame hasn't been particularly fast off the start necessarily, but they'll hit a base. This Virginia crew, though,
they've been
going
fast
up
the rest of the
they've
way.
been fast the rest
I
of
think
the race.
UCLA and UVA are doing whatever they can to establish themselves early so that Notre Dame has to walk back through them, because I think if Notre Dame gets a bow ball ahead and gets over 4 seats ahead of the other crews, I think everyone's just hanging on so they don't walk away. Based on the racing we've seen, time trial,
so far,
and semis.
And Virginia here, not only known for sculling, but known for really fast starts.
Known for really fast starts and fantastic sweeping.
And so now, about a minute in, we're going to see some base speed. But at the start, which won't win you a race, but could lose you a race, no one's lost a race here in this start at all. We have UCLA and Virginia up in the lead. A little splashy there in Virginia's oars. I think that could just be the way that this is. Yeah, I'm going to say a little splashy. But as they lengthen out into the base a little bit, that will tighten up. Perhaps they're still in a mid shift before they're hitting their base. And we're starting to see Notre Dame move up a little bit there into UCLA, pulling even and using UCLA to try and move into Virginia. But the Cavaliers here having definitely extended a little bit more of a start. You know, when I've seen them win ACRA, this is exactly what they've looked at in the beginning, and I think Frank thinks he has a crew that can win.
Oh, I'm sure he does, and he should feel that way. And I think Notre Dame's trying to use that walk up on UCLA as a bit of a slingshot to propel them forward. UCLA still laying down a fantastic base pace, not letting UVA get away from them, but in the meantime, dropping Orange Coast off a little bit, trying to separate open water, which means UVA will have open water on them. Although on the near side of the screen, that means Purdue and Rutgers are still hanging on their bows on UVA's turn. So we are almost to the 1,000 here.
But what normally happens in these finals, you get 3 or 4 crews sort of in the race, and they pull each other away. Some very nice tight rowing there out of that UCLA crew.
I think it's fantastic. It looks like they're a beat below Notre Dame and still withstanding that walk that I can see the Notre Dame coxswain is calling out, get me the next seat.
She's looking to both sides there, absolutely. Head on a swivel there, trying to see where they get. This is about the point 3 minutes in where you do really start calling the other crew.
Yeah.
In the first 500, there's no point in calling them because you don't know where they're going.
And they're rapidly approaching the 1250 mark. If you are here at the course, come down to the shore and watch this. This race is going to be over before you know it. And now we have 3
Virginia
crews.
Still a little bit out in front, just barely, but UCLA putting their bow ball up. And
here comes Notre Dame.
That Notre Dame rowing is so patient right now. And look at the size of those guys.
And I didn't know they had a bucket in the stern fore. No wonder there's so much speed getting caught. That is, and it's so long. I just pointed out, I think they're a beat ahead of UCLA, and they're still looking long on the stroke. These boats are cruising through the water. These 3 crews on this screen look neck and neck. It looks like Notre Dame's establishing maybe 1 seat ahead of the boats next to them, but Virginia's responding. UCLA's responding.
UCLA is coming. So Virginia is high to do this. I think UCLA still has a little bit of an advantage because they have someplace that they can go. Virginia's just been laying it out. They've now, you can see the splashy is gone off of their oars. They're down into the part of the rate where they just have to be as efficient as they can. And you look at all 3 of those crews. Within a seat here, UCLA putting a move on, their bowman looking over, Notre Dame saying, no, I don't think we're going to have any of that. And Notre Dame has 4 guys, like 1 guy way under 6 minutes and 3 other guys right on it or pretty close. So they have some engine to go to in that boat. It's why they've been so fast all year.
These UVA guys are big too. The UCLA guys are just absolutely ripping it on this stroke here, and they're not quite trading bows, but it's so close. It's coming between tenths of seconds. It looks like if this sustains when we hit the last 250, it's going to be hundreds of seconds deciding between the top 3 spots.
Absolutely, and to have 3 crews in the race changes the complexity because you can't just get 1 guy. You don't know what the next guy is going to do.
Yeah, and we're in the red buoys already. 5:11 mark. Less than 250 meters to go. Notre Dame and UCLA are starting to move up on UVA.
And they're within, not even a full seat of each other. Here's where we're going to see, I think Notre Dame just has an extra gear that they get to play with right here, and you're starting to see it. But this Virginia crew is digging in and trying to go hard. This is a heck of a race. Still, I think we're going to get much closer race than a lot of us thought was going to happen. And there you go. There's the move from Notre Dame right there to win
their first national
Virginia
championship.
Pulls out and gets second, just over UCLA. Really tight. Notre Dame in a 5:47.
Unbelievable.
5:47 would get you into at least the petite final at the IRA.
So that
Virginia at a 5:48.
Oh my God.
UCLA at a 5:48.
That's
just
remarkable.
Completely ridiculously fast times. I know it's different water, but the Eastern Sprints is running today, and we should see what they're pulling up there.
And Orange Coast just came back. We didn't see them on the screen. They didn't look like this when they came by us. They came through and walked up on Rutgers and Purdue. 6 crews, all sub-6. So remember, the winning time in the B final was 6:05. Charlie, you've been around the ACRA a long time. How often do you see speeds this fast in the grand final, top to bottom?
3 crews in the 540s is unusual. The winning crew often has been 548, 545, maybe even 542. That mostly in Georgia, but Notre Dame just putting on a great race. Virginia going out like a rocket and working as hard as they could, hanging on mentally as the crews moved on them to move back through UCLA, who I'm pretty sure was up on them at one point by about 2 seats.
And they hardly separated on them. If this is 0.4 of a second, oh my God.
Absolutely, to come back UCLA with just a great race. It's it's really, really hard to
UVA over UCLA.
UVA near UCLA up top, and Notre Dame already through. I want to tell you how hard it is to come back and repeat the victory, right? And to win gold 2 years in a row is really quite hard. But UCLA came back and put themselves in the medals, and they'll come back next year just a little bit hungrier.
Yeah, this program is only on the rise right now.
Right, but all 6 crews under 6 minutes. The class of the speed, that Michigan crew 6:05 in the petite final. I do think the wind came down a little bit, but also you just get into that crew. In fact, as we're going back up to the women's Varsity 8C final, which will start should be starting actually about now. We could go check. In fact, they've started. They're coming down. They're a little bit into the race course here. You call it, Eddie, and I'm going to go look at some Eastern Sprint results.
Sounds good. Let me get your microphone from you then.
Great.
All right, so UC Davis is on the right side of your screen, coming down and challenging Tulane in lane 2, Illinois in lane 3, looking like they're up ahead early. Wichita in lane 4, Wichita State, I should say, William & Mary, lane 5. Happy to see them in 8, Central Florida, lane 6, and Arizona, lane 7. So this is another that is 7 boats across, which is great to see. And it looks like the Fighting Illini from Illinois are holding three seats ahead of Wichita State. So these are long, strong bases. They're about 2.5 minutes in, so they're going to be approaching the 1K mark pretty soon. A lot of great space between these crews, a lot of overlap in the middle. So we just saw some incredibly fast times as we progress from the men's E final up to the men's 8A final. I think we're going to see the same thing here from the C final, the women's 8 through the A final. I believe this is one of the deepest years of the women's 8 at this regatta, so we're so excited to see more and more top-tier crews coming and putting on incredible races against the competitors in the ACRA League. So long, strong stroke here from Illinois. A lot of great rotation out. Those oars basically lined up at the front stay of their rigger, and they are just sending the boat through. This is a very front-end dominant stroke, a very tight swing into the finish and into the bound, helping them charge up ahead of the crews next to them, but not without a fight. Wichita State and William & Mary are still hanging close to the Illinois bow. These crews are coming up through the 1K, approaching the 1250 pretty soon, and we're going to see who's going to make a move to decide where they want to finish in the C final, what time they want to follow through with. Coming into our line of sight here, we got a clear shot at these crews. Illinois still holding their edge. I think it's just up to 3 seats now over. That is William and Mary, who are contesting them from 2 lanes away, with Wichita State in the middle. The Shockers fighting to stay in contact with Illinois. Really great move. Quick hands out, a classic style of rowing from the Fighting Illini. As they cross through and finish off this third 500 of the race. Shouts coming from the shore as they pass by their tents from all three of these crews. It's about to get loud. I'm sure these athletes can hear it from this otherwise peaceful course, and it's going to charge up, put a little bit more wind in their sails as they try to push through into this this last 500, with William and Mary still hanging long and strong at base. I think it's telling that Wichita State crew that if you want to walk past us, you're going to have to work harder. We're not going to budge. We're not going to just change our race plan all of a sudden. Back of the pack, or second half of this group, Arizona State is trying to catch up to the Central Florida crew. And on the outside, lanes to lane is holding off UC Davis. Green Wave trying to get their 4th or 5th place spot. It looks like Illinois is getting pretty close to getting open water on the 3rd place crew from Wichita State, and I think that coxswain is demanding that rowers send her further and further away from the bow seat of the William and Mary crew. But William and Mary, with that, as they walk away from us, getting a little bit out of line of sight, they have picked up their base, and just in that quick move, they've opened up a couple more seats on Wichita State, who are still working really hard just to maintain contact. A little bit of a gap between 1st and 3rd here, still overlap between 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd, and the back 4 of the C final still in hot contention with each other. Red buoys are coming up. There we go. Illinois has entered their last 250. I think they're going to pick it up to a sprint here, send it away as far as they can. Another testament to, let's see how fast we are, how fast we stack up to the A and B final, because I bet this crew thinks that they would have completed a faster time than some of these crews that they're going to be in the B final ahead of them.
Yeah, but how awesome here that we have a C final that's this full, absolutely packed full here. That has not been historically, as opposed to traditionally. Historically, that has not been the case. And great to see these crews coming and laying it down. This would be 19 crews entered in this event this year. And as we saw, a fairly nicely full 2V event as well, to have a C final in the women's Varsity 8.
So this is the first C final that the women's
I don't
eight
think
has
it's
had?
necessarily
Okay.
the first, but it's one of them. To have a full C final like we do here is great. Illinois coming across at 7:12, William and Mary second at 7:14, third Wichita State 7:16. So a fairly nice tight race there in the top three.
Congratulations to Maurice Weta, who came by on Friday to talk to us, talk all about Wichita State rowing, men's and women's club. They're very proud of them, and I'm happy to see them laying down, tapped out, gave it everything they had as they came in 3rd in the C final, followed by Tulane, Central Florida, and Arizona State.
Yep, and the Wichita State coxswain putting her hand up to wave to the other crew to make sure that they acknowledge their friends. We have a coxswain here from Illinois with her hand up. I'm not sure what that's about.
Interesting.
You did win, so you know, in general, that's not a great thing to. We'll let the referees work that out again. Those results remain unofficial. Here we are in the B final. Lane 1 up at the top of your screen, Grand Valley. Lane 2, Florida. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Rhode Island. Lane 5, Middlebury. And lane 6 with that green boat there is Vermont. And so we have right now URI, I think, out in front, if that's correct. And they're also racing with Middlebury. Those two, Santa Barbara,
yes, that is
maybe
URI.
a beat 2. And that is definitely Middlebury with their cowhide print oars. I gotta love those. It's one of the better set of oar blade designs in the country. URI here pushing very strongly. Nice to see them representing here in the Varsity 8. These women have been working hard to build up a team here with their men's club as well. And so rowing the 8 is a way to do that and to make sure that there's a lot of space for women who want to row at Rhode Island.
So this is a very New England heavy B final here. We have URI, Rhode Island, Middlebury from Vermont, and then the University of Vermont. And then in the top 12, when the grand final coming up is our last race of the day, will also be the returning champions, Bowdoin. So a lot of depth coming out of the Northeast, as it also does from the Midwest and from the California UC schools. So UC Santa Barbara are on that top side of the screen, about half a boat length down on the Rams from URI, and Middlebury looks like they have taken a little bit of the lead ahead. I think that is 2.5 seats up on Rhode Island.
Yeah, but not so much really, and almost still 4 minutes. They're both in contact, and then there is still UC Santa Barbara out in touch over there as well. They haven't been in our picture very much, but they've been rowing nicely to stay in there. You see the coxswain looking across, trying to count up the other boat maybe. That's one of the ways coxswains do this. You can see the coxswain, the stroke there really now. So here you can see the other little bit about ponytails. You actually can see her throwing the back a little bit and the whip coming off. I knew that would happen at some point, just for folks who want to see that. That's a lot of energy, but some of it's wasted, right? So if you look at the ponytail, I don't believe I'm doing a ponytail call here, but I am. The ponytail of the stroke of the Rhode Island crew, it's not flicking. And so that's showing a little bit more bodily control there, and a little bit more
maybe a little bit more composure.
Composure, exactly.
But I'm
now,
looking at the leg
fascinating going through here, we have Vermont, who was fairly far back, having moved up and moved in front into third place in front of UCSB. So there's a race happening, if you look on the left of your screen now, coming up while Middlebury is asserting itself, ponytail or not.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the leg drive.
Crew.
The leg drive of the Middlebury stroke is saying, no crew is ever going to pass me. I am going to help my team dominate this race. Look at the knees are going down with this just intense aggression.
It is absolutely very determined rowing. There's no doubt about that.
And yeah, there's no style points here, so it's all about the raw time that you put down. And they are just walking away on their New England competitors from Rhode Island. And
so
I think pretty soon
as they're coming almost into the red buoys here, and looks to me like we have a great race between Vermont and UCSB for third. At that point, we still have a question. So Middlebury is just picking up and moving right now, pretty clearly actually over Rhode Island. That ponytail thing is just about what's the possibility of what we might see. And in the end, if they're going to pull it, it still works. You can still see
Vermont's on the charge, trying to chew up any remaining length that UC Santa Barbara has over them. I think UC Santa Barbara is going to be able to weather the storm, hold out as the URI Ram start to also pick up into a sprint to try and sustain that second place spot and just gain any more seats as they can up on Middlebury. These crews are going to end the season on a high note if they place 7th and 8th in the nation at ACRA National Championship.
Absolutely, and Middlebury has it under control coming into the finish line. The cow print on the oars, which we love, and they're now up a full length. Once you get in that point, you just go, and there they come across. Congratulations, Middlebury, winning the B final. Let's see,
7:05.
7:05, not bad. Rhode Island 7:08. No water slapping that I'm seeing yet. And UC Santa Barbara 7:11, which will put Vermont in fourth. Just behind that, maybe 7:12. A nice tight rate there for third between Santa Barbara and Vermont. Grand Valley in fifth.
Nicely done. Florida rounding out the B final for top 12 spot at the ACRA National Championship. And I think we're going to be able to get down to the start line to watch the start of the grand final.
Yeah, they're making sure that there's enough time. There's 3 minutes to go before that start. The last event of the day will be the women's varsity 8 grand final, going for national championship and gold medal here. In lane, we'll have UC Irvine. Interestingly, in our results, they are UC Irvine, UC Irvine. So I always
Name's so
want to
nice,
say
you gotta
UC,
say it twice.
There you go. I want to say UC Irvine, UC Irvine. Lane 2, Northwestern. Lane 3, Purdue. Lane 4, Vanderbilt. Lane 5, Orange Coast. And lane 6, Bowdoin.
And they got perfect water down there at the start. These crews, just like we watched the men's varsity 8, they are locking into their spot. They are making sure they're lined up. The refs are probably going to give them all the time they need to make sure this race goes off without a hitch to close out our 2024 ACRA Championship. So bottom of the screen is Bowdoin. In lane 6, top of the screen is UCU Irvine. Between them, from left to right, Orange Coast, Vanderbilt, Purdue, Northwestern, UC Irvine. A lot of these schools just watch their men's 8s or their teammates in the GV8 have fantastic races this afternoon. And I think they're looking to lead the way.
And we're seeing Orange Coast in that red boat now, having still working a little bit on their point, and as is the Vanderbilt boat there. You can see what that bucket looks like, not in motion. Actually, they have a double bucket, which we absolutely do love, and the quiet before this race. In the Purdue boat there, the 2 women taking the bows oar and using that to scull the boat around to get their point. Again, just sort of quiet, calm before this last race of the regatta.
Should be about 40 seconds before we start.
Vanderbilt doing the same thing. It is the coxswain's responsibility to be pointed. Just a little bit of small arm work there by the bow of Orange Coast in that bright orange. It looks red from on top, but it's an orange and blue boat there for their varsity 8. Everyone now, you can just see, they just got told to sit up because they've all moved and they've all put their blades in. So we're ready to go at any moment. Absolute silence up on the start line. The starter has a flag that goes up, and here there are also, I think, lights. And there they go to take off. Last race of the day, women's varsity 8 grand final. Again, that is Bowdoin at the bottom of your shot. Orange Coast in the orange boat there in 5. Vanderbilt and Purdue sharing the middle of the course. Northwestern looking to throw a little bit of a nice fast start up there towards the top, and then UC Irvine absolutely up at the top there. Right now, as we're going off, a nice start here out of Vanderbilt, a very nice start out of Northwestern, but still they're all in their top opening sequences. As we said before, you're generally not going to win a race in the starting sequence, but you may put yourself out of it. Bowdoin sort of falling off the pace a little bit here, and that just shows up in the start. They're looking a little short.
No, you might not lose a race off the start. You might not win a race off the start, I should say. But I think like Orange Coast and Vanderbilt are doing here, they're really happy to establish that they have at least a deck worth of lead, their bow deck of the boat, on a couple other competitors in the field, and now they can just narrow this down to like, I have just one crew to focus on, one crew that we need to get ahead of for now, and the rest of the crew are behind me. If I start to see them in my peripheral, I'll start to think
Vanderbilt
twice.
up a seat here on Orange Coast, but that Orange Coast rowing very, very patient, very, very connected. Really nice rowing here out of Vanderbilt. I think the difference is in the finishes. You can just see a little bit of flicky rip. Let's get out in front of there in Vanderbilt. And Orange Coast just saying, let's hold on to what we got. But that's working for Vanderbilt. They are moving up just a little bit, 2 minutes in.
If this is the base pace they're going to hold, it's about a beat higher than it was coming down off their start. And it is giving them at least one more seat up on Orange Coast for now.
Absolutely. As we've said, it's 2 minutes in. Let's see where we are at 4. But some really nice motion here as we look from up top. we still have up in lane 2 Northwestern in a sort of nice space relative to Purdue, although Purdue is pulling up even. Vanderbilt 5 or 6 seats up as we're coming into 2.5, so it's about 750 meters in or so. Orange Coast still staying patient, but Orange Coast not moving up there either very much. Still maybe 2 seats over Purdue. Vanderbilt is the aggressor right here, and Vanderbilt is the one establishing some lead. Again, we saw Virginia do that quite nicely, and again, now as they've gotten into the middle of the race here, Vanderbilt getting a little more efficient. You know, this happens. You have a little bit of extra energy at the beginning. You're sort of like a little geek to go. And here they've just lengthened out very nicely. John Miller's crew establishing themselves pretty well. In the meantime, Purdue has been able to move up through some crews in a second, passing through Northwestern by a couple of seats. I think they've gotten their bow ball through Orange Coast, and they're still in contact with Vanderbilt as we're coming.
Yeah, really nicely done by Northwestern, showing us it's not all about the start. You have 1,500 meters in between the start and the sprint, and they're using that to their advantage. Sorry, Purdue. And Northwestern is moving up on Orange Coast College, but this Purdue crew, one of many that we've seen on the course that's just blazing fast, and I think they really are about to come challenge Vanderbilt. They're not going to let them get open and walk away. I think they're going to say you're going to have to.
Again, John Miller's crew here at 1,200. I'm expecting to see a move out of them right now, and as we've said, there's a lag in what you're seeing on the screen to what we're seeing in front of us, and I do see that Vanderbilt crew getting their blades in front of us and really moving. Purdue is coming with them,
Purdue's
though.
Walking
It's
right
going to
away with
be
them.
a great race.
You guys have
here.
walked through the 1,250-meter buoys. You're going to see the 1,500-meter buoy coming in just about a minute. And Coxon of Vanderbilt is lined up with the 5-seat of Purdue. Let's see if they hold that before we get our way through the 1,500-meter mark. Northwestern bow seat at this angle lined up with 6, probably more lined up with 7-seat. And they're 4-stroke crews on your screen, stroke for stroke. Same stroke rate, just who has more power per stroke to go.
There's Vanderbilt's move happening. They're now the Coxon getting up onto the 2-seat of Purdue. Purdue having put a really nice move here. I think they're going to keep going with Vanderbilt, and those 2 crews are going to match out. There's just enough overlap that the Purdue women can feel Vanderbilt right there. They're not going to let them go that easy. I think we have Northwestern having sort of regrouped a little bit to get there, having had the crew move away from them so strongly. Sometimes that can get your head. But they can't really see Orange Coast over on the other side.
But Vanderbilt was making that move. Coxon's getting to 3-seat, but now they're back probably to 5-seat. This angle's a little bit towards the stern, and I think it's getting close, right between 6 and 7 seats. So Purdue isn't gone. Vanderbilt's move was fantastic, but they haven't quite left them behind. I think it's going to come down to who has the better sprint here and what are they going to do
Purdue
with it.
making a nice move here, and you can see, again, to use the ponytail braid thing, you can see a little bit of braid flipping happening there in Purdue. There's a little bit of extra energy going as they're coming even. Vanderbilt still a little bit under control with that hair. Now they're starting to make things move. Everyone's sort of looking up and going. This is going to be a great race. They're in the red buoys,
oh my God,
and we still have Vanderbilt by about a seat.
5/10
The question is going to be who has a sprint to go through here.
Finish Tower
This
has
is
us.
just an awesome race here. And we have Vanderbilt eking out just a little bit.
They're trying to make
just
it
getting another seat.
Second. They're trying to make it a full second. What do they have in the Commodores?
And here they go. They've been working on this. Purdue has won this many times. Vanderbilt, this will be a first, I believe, for their program.
Bow seat's looking right at the bow ball of Purdue. We're running out of buoys. We're coming right up to the finish marker, and it's going to be by
Vanderbilt by half a seat.
Incredible.
Over Purdue. Great race from both those women. They're still going.
They're still going.
And there you go, 656
and there's
to
your
656 5. Who slapped the water?
Oh, bow seat of Vanderbilt. They are
excellent.
charged up. We got Bowdoin coming through the line following Orange Coast
Both
and Northwestern.
down. Oh my God, lying down. They're exhausted. That was a great race.
And
Two great
Northwestern
varsity finals.
walked up and got that third place.
There you go. Awesome. Over UC Irvine. That's a great finish for Northwestern. Congratulations to the coaches there. So actually, a little bit of back patting here. Vanderbilt and Northwestern both coached, both with Michigan alumni coaching there. This is the type of stuff that's going. Yeah, the Vanderbilt crew actually, too, now has her hands in the water. She's let her blade go. Absolutely, congratulations there to Vanderbilt, 6:56. Purdue also 6:56. Northwestern almost under 7 minutes. So that's the end of the racing. Not quite the end of our day. We're very much hoping that we're going to get the Notre Dame guys here. There's the photo finish. Absolutely gorgeous.
That's remarkable.
But we're going to give them about 2 minutes maybe to get over here if they're going to talk. Otherwise, it's the end of this great regatta that's been brought to you by ACRA, first of all, and technologically brought to you not only the webcast here, but also all of the great timing by herenow.com. They also have a branch of their organization called Rowing Mavens, and Rowing Mavens does all sorts of logistical work for rowing. So I think we're going to call it here. Notre Dame guys, enjoy throwing your coxswain in the water and have a great day. I'm Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog, thanks for joining us. We're so happy that you all watched with us all weekend long.
Thanks for joining, and a safe trip back home to all the crews.
Thanks for the free plug.
Always. Was that correct on the physics? Men's point trophy. They have won.
Start that again.
We're gonna. One more thing that we need to be able to sort of say, sorry, we jumped off here a little bit too quickly. Purdue last year at the end of the regatta, having finished second in the men's point trophy, challenged their team to come and win the whole thing, and they have just done that. Purdue has not only won the men's point trophy and the women's point trophy. It therefore makes sense they've also won the overall points trophy. So Purdue, the ACRA program on top here. I believe, but don't have it in front of me, that Michigan was second for the men. Virginia was third for the men. Bowdoin was second for the women. Not quite sure who was third for the women. They're probably still calculating that. We will get all of those things up there. And the advantage of men's and women's programs, you also have some overall championships. So please check that. That'll be up on the ACRA website as they do the final checks on the points. Congratulations to Purdue. Congratulations to Michigan and Bowdoin for second place in the men's and women's point trophies. And congratulations to Notre Dame for a Varsity 8 victory in the men, and first time they've ever won it. And Vanderbilt, who you see here rowing away for their first ever Varsity 8 gold medal. Again, Charlie Sullivan, Eddie Moog, thanks for joining us, and have a great weekend.